J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre que M. Julian, député de la circonscription électorale de New Westminster-Burnaby, a été nommé membre du bureau de régime.
It is my pleasure to say that Mr. Julian will now chair the Board of Internal Economy, replacing Ms. Brosseau under the Parliament of Canada Act.
It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Start of debate on motion M203 on fraud activities against seniors in the name of Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize the disproportionate effect of fraud activities against the seniors community across Canada, B, coordinate a national response to fraud activities to ensure that seniors and other vulnerable groups have the resources they need to understand the signs of fraud, C, establish tangible resources for victims of fraud, and D, work with local law enforcement agencies and the Canada Revenue Agency to introduce legislation to combat fraudulent attacks targeting vulnerable seniors. Debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Here, here. Oh, bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I stand in this place to speak to my private member's motion, M203, Seniors Fraud. While I'm extremely eager to talk about my motion, I must first acknowledge the contribution of our Conservative team before I start.
Here, here.
I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton West and his staff for their hard work on this motion, as well as his engagement with seniors and senior stakeholders in Edmonton and across Canada. While he himself may not quite be one himself yet, it is very reassuring to see the younger generation of members in this place recognize the incredible value our seniors contribute to our day-to-day lives. I have every confidence that he will be a stalwart champion of our wisest demographic for many years to come in this place. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague from Langley Aldergrove for all his hard work on the seniors file, as well as to his constituents.
Bravo, Mark.
In the next Parliament, this place will be losing a dedicated and principled advocate for seniors, their financial security, and palliative care. I look forward to continuing our relationship when he departs Ottawa later this year for his retirement. Mr. Speaker, the 18th of May 2011 remains as one of the most important days in my life. That was the day that I was sworn in as Minister of State for Seniors under the previous government, a role I served in with great reverence and respect for over 4 years. Being the voice at the cabinet table for nearly a quarter of Canadians is no small task. Each and every day, I went into the ministry with the hope of making life easier and fairer for the nearly 5 million Canadians I was asked to represent, in addition to my 100,000 constituents in Richmond City. I'm very proud of the work we did as a cabinet, including working with my colleague from Niagara Falls in implementing changes to the criminal code to combat seniors fraud. And I hope today, with the support of all parties, to continue that work. Unfortunately, domestic and foreign criminal elements are increasingly resorting to fraud in an effort to make a quick profit of those most vulnerable. Our seniors have spent their entire lives building our country and deserve to live out their golden years with the dignity, respect, and safety that they've earned. This is why I have tabled M203, Seniors Fraud. In my home riding of Richmond Center, two of the most popular tactics used by criminals is the famous CRA scam and visa scams. I think we are all aware of the former, but I would like to explain the latter. As we all know, Richmond has a very high population of Chinese speakers, and many of the older generation do indeed come from abroad. Many of my constituents have family members here in Canada, legally, on visas or permits. Over the past year, these scammers have been calling many of my constituents and claim to be representatives of a foreign embassy or consulate. They then go on to demand that a certain amount of money under the guise of a visa fee or similar administrative fee be paid to them electronically. I myself have been the target of this scam, as have my staffers. While some of my younger constituents who have the benefit of being educated from a young age on the dangers of the scams may be able to recognize and report this fraud to the relevant authorities, many of the seniors in my riding lack that awareness and knowledge. Coupled this with the fact that many are not familiar with the legal minutiae surrounding visas and the immigration process, and we have a demographic that is ripe for being targeted by fraudsters through no fault of those seniors themselves. A second scam that made local headlines in Richmond involves the targeting of local seniors by scammers posing as employees of the city of Richmond. The scammers call locals and inform them they need to pay city taxes or a parking fine. However, this scam is lower tech. The scammers indicate that the fee or the taxes must be paid in person, and so arrange a time and a place to facilitate payment. In this case, that place was the municipal parking lot in Richmond City Hall. Luckily for the individuals involved, they took the step of going into the City Hall and inquiring about these fees or fines beforehand, and were able to thwart the scammers. This is an issue of concern not only to seniors, but to Canadians across this country. In a recent householder, I asked my constituents if they supported my motion. I'm extremely proud to say that the overwhelming majority of constituents that responded, regardless of age, threw their support behind my motion. I've also conducted consultative roundtables with seniors and organizations serving seniors across the nation. I would like to thank all of the participants again for their contribution towards the debate on motion M203. This is what they have told me. From the Ontario Society of Senior Citizens Organizations, they say, policing authorities cannot opt out to deal with seniors' fraud complaints and reports. In other words, they need to be part of the solutions given the jurisdiction to do so. Seniors who have suffered or are suffering from fraud do not know where to go for help. There's a need for resources for these victims. From my own recollection during consultation visits in earlier years, I recall that the City of Calgary has an excellent model I will discuss later in more details. Representatives from the CNIB further point out that the most vulnerable are often those who are socially isolated. Seniors can also be better equipped with tools to fight against fraud by increasing their understanding of technology. In other words, they need to be better informed and better educated. A church administrator raises his concern about the lack of resources to advise seniors how to identify frauds and how to not become victims. The neighborhood group identifies language barrier as another issue for seniors who have limited English or French to understand the laws and regulations in different levels of government. They are often scared because of lack of correct information in their own language. This is especially serious in cities where there's a large number of immigrants. This issue is echoed by several cultural groups through the interpreters at the round tables. They also believe in tougher laws and sentencing to fight the criminals, the scammers. The International Federation on Aging shared their findings in identifying seniors fraud across the world. They add to one of the prevention tools as the need to educate frontline bank tellers with regard to awareness of financial fraud targeting seniors. The whole banking industry should be involved. All these concerns about seniors fraud are real. My honorable colleague from Edmonton West had a similar response, but I'll leave it for him to comment on that, as I do not want to steal his speech material. Canadians from coast to coast to coast are calling on the government to take action to combat seniors fraud. And here are some more facts. Today, we live in a society that is digitizing at an unprecedented rate. We are now able to store massive amounts of information on barely visible microchips and transmit massive amounts of information across vast distances in the blink of an eye. It's allowed for meteoric advances in all fields of society, including healthcare, infrastructure, and research, to name just a few. It has played an integral role in propelling humanity to its technological zenith. Its benefits are countless and cannot be understated. However, as with most things, there are unintended and serious drawbacks. With the increase in cell phone use, computers, email, internet, and other electronic media, the digital shift of the modern economy provides many new opportunities for those that seek to do harm to our seniors. I do not think it is hyperbolic to say that there's a single member in this place who has not received a complaint from a constituent about phishing, fake romantic interests, foreign embassies demanding visa payments, or the infamous CRA calls. Despite efforts to increase digital literacy amongst all demographics, the digital literacy situation is that the reality is that these new and evolving technologies are not always easy to grasp and understand, especially for a demographic that grew up in an age bereaved of the immense levels of digital practices that we see today. Each day, scammers are finding new and creative ways to swindle our seniors out of their hard-earned cash. As an example, early this month, the U.S. Department of Justice charged more than 260 people as a result of the largest elderly fraud sweep in American history. The damage? These 260 people managed to steal over $750 million from seniors, or nearly $750,000 per person charged. While an increasingly digitized society has provided innumerable benefits to society at large, it has also paved the way for new challenges. As I would suggest, that no group is facing these challenges more directly than our seniors. Apart from our run-of-the-mill phone scams, statistics show that nearly 2/3 of seniors experience some sort of security issue online, but were less likely to report it to the authorities when compared to younger Canadians. It is this disproportionate vulnerability that the shift to a digital economy creates on an aging population that my motion seeks to address. M203 calls on this place to recognize that seniors are disproportionately the victims of fraud and scams targeting vulnerable Canadians. The data on this is crystal clear and irrefutable. According to a 2010 report by the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre, older Canadians were deemed to have been at a heightened risk of attempted fraud due to a number of reasons, including but not limited to their trusting nature, isolated social status, and personal savings. That was why I started working closely with banks and credit unions when I was appointed the Minister responsible for seniors in 2011, which resulted in the age credit, the pension income tax credit, pension income splitting, as well as steps aimed to increase digital literacy. The Conservative government also passed Bill C-36, Protecting Canada's Seniors Act in 2012, which included vulnerability due to age as an aggravating circumstance for sentencing purposes. The problems facing seniors today are more pronounced because of increasing amounts of fraud in an increasing seniors population. Government statistics has revealed that seniors are the fastest growing demographic group in Canada. By 2030, the number of seniors will reach 9.6 million people, representing close to 1/4 of Canada's population. The life expectancy of Canadians is expected to continue rising. Canadian men and women born in 2016 will live on average 87 and 80 and 90, respectively. The source comes from the Employment and Social Development Canada, February 2019. Recognizing that the directors of civil society would target an individual specifically because of their trusting nature and inability to readily rely on family is a very uncomfortable specter. But it is a reality. Nevertheless, I hope many in this place will consider this a very important step in continuing the fight against seniors fraud to make this formal recognition in the House. The next step in addressing this very serious
Order. The time is now expired. Order. Order. Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, over the last few years, we've seen a lot of emphasis on Canada's seniors, whether we can talk about the guaranteed income supplement increases to the amount of housing for our seniors. But the member raises today a very important issue in the exploitation of seniors that takes place every day. And people would be surprised in terms of whether it's within the family, whether it's within Canada, and in fact abroad. It is of the utmost importance that we look at ways in which we can try to minimize the negative activities that ultimately lead to the exploitation of Canada's seniors. It's one of the reasons why, with the Prime Minister now appointing a minister responsible for seniors, and I know she follows this file very closely, Mr. Speaker, to take a look at ways in which government can work with other jurisdictions to try to minimize the amount of exploitation. My question specific to the member is, to what degree does she believe, as we do, that we need to get engaged the different stakeholders like age and opportunity and so forth, because it is in good part about education also.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for giving me the opportunity to speak further on my motion. The question is, the next step, as identified by our member opposite, is that, we need a minister, definitely, after 3 years of pressing from all parties, except their own, that they finally appointed a minister of seniors. And I welcome her good work, but she has a lot to catch up. The next step in addressing this very serious issue now is working together to ensure that our seniors and the family are given the tools necessary to identify and combat fraudulent activity. If our seniors are equipped with the knowledge and ability to identify fraud when they are targeted, then they're able to properly defend their identity and their money, while we strive for a situation where all seniors will be able to identify and skirt attempted fraud. Some will inevitably fall victim despite their best efforts. For these unfortunate victims, we need to ensure that they have proper resource materials and available.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Richmond Centre for bringing forward this piece of legislation. I have enjoyed working with her in our role on committee together looking at a national senior strategy. I also share some commonalities in my role as the seniors critic from the party and have done numerous town halls within my own region talking to seniors. And fraud, of course, came up in the stakeholders meeting that I had in Ottawa with organizations that serve seniors from all across Canada. We also heard again that fraud is a concern. So I thank you for bringing forward this legislation. My question to you or to the member is, you know, we know that what we need to see in this country is a fulsome national senior strategy. As the seniors population grows, we need to have a strategy that we look at across the country because too many seniors are falling through too many loopholes. So I'm just wondering if the member could talk to us a little bit about how this legislation would feed into the national senior strategy. Thank you.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague on this side of the aisle for serving very faithfully together at the committee. We did cooperate very functionally because our roles as members of Parliament is to make sure that we serve all our members, including seniors. And I also would like to thank her for all her effort in putting together, pushing the government to come up with a national strategy for seniors. And the question is, this is indeed a very important element of protecting our seniors, and it should be part and parcel and very important element of the national seniors strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about an important issue affecting seniors. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Richmond Centre for putting forth M203, a motion to address fraudulent scams that target Canadians for their money, including seniors. Unfortunately, we are all too familiar with automated phone calls posing as the Canada Revenue Agency in which the recipient is threatened with arrest over unpaid taxes. At least 60,000 Canadians have complained about being targeted by this phone scam. I know myself, I've received them as well. And it's certainly not the only scam out there, Mr. Speaker. Every year, Canadians lose millions of dollars to the activities of scammers who bombard us with online, mail, door-to-door, and telephone scams. I've had many conversations with seniors in my riding of Longueuil-Charlemagne who have been affected by these scams. In fact, I had this conversation with seniors in my riding this past weekend. Everyone put their hand up when asked if they had received one of those calls. Scammers target people of all backgrounds, ages, and income levels, including seniors. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is taking action to help Canadians protect themselves against scammers. The Canada Revenue Agency, or CRA, raises awareness by providing information on its fraud prevention webpage, sharing information with news networks, posting tips on social media, distributing pamphlets by mail, and working with its partners to conduct community outreach activities. The agency regularly provides interviews and issues tax tips to the public and to stakeholders to help individuals recognize and avoid common scams. In fact, the CRA's regional offices are very active through proactive media outreach and participating in local events with community associations, especially with local police forces and seniors associations. To support these efforts, the CRA regularly updates the Protect Yourself Against Fraud webpage with the newest examples of fraudulent communications, tips to recognize an actual call from the agency, and printable posters that can be displayed in gift card sections or at Bitcoin machines, which are common methods of payment fraudsters use to collect money from their victims. In addition, a very comprehensive MP kit was distributed in October of last year with the view that MPs can use the CRA's communication material in collaboration with their local community associations to help raise awareness and protect citizens from falling victim to tax scams. The agency recently ran a $25,000 Facebook campaign from mid-August to mid-September 2018. The campaign targeted seniors and new Canadians to raise awareness about email, phone, and text scams. As a result, more than 2 million individuals visited the CRA's anti-fraud webpage to learn more. And that's not all our government is doing to protect potential victims. One of the goals of the New Horizons Seniors program is to tackle elder abuse and elder fraud. En fait, il existe plusieurs.
In fact, there are a number of anti-fraud initiatives. There's the Competition Bureau's Fraud Prevention Forum, which brings together some 100 organizations in the public and private sectors to combat consumer fraud, including that directed against seniors. In addition, there's the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada's Seniors Financial Literacy Strategy. One of the goals of this strategy is to increase the number of tools provided to combat fraud and financial abuse targeting seniors. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada also informs Canadians and publishes alerts to consumers about fraud and about the sales practices and scams. Finally, we recently approved changes to Bill C-86. This bill would make changes to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act and the Banking Act in order to promote the rights and interests of banks' clients, including seniors, and to see to it that all Canadians benefit from strict standards to protect consumers in the banking sector.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make one thing very clear. Our government cares about seniors. We care about their health, their well-being, and their financial security. The Prime Minister's decision to appoint a Minister of Seniors certainly attests to that. Now, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors, I know firsthand how critical it is to ensure financial security for our aging population and Canada's most vulnerable. Our government has taken several important steps to make sure our seniors are protected financially. For example, through our government's commitment to income security, the poverty rate for seniors fell from 4.9% to 3.9% between 2016 and 2017. We have increased the amount of the guaranteed income supplement by up to $947 per year for the lowest income single seniors. And while some people might think that $947 more per year doesn't sound like much, for seniors living in poverty, that $947 makes a big difference in covering the cost of basic necessities. It can bring peace of mind. En fait, l'augmentation.
As a matter of fact, the increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, has improved the financial situation of almost 900,000 low-income seniors. We've also brought back down to 65 from 67 the age of eligibility for the Old Age Security and Guaranteed Income Supplement. This will help 100,000 future seniors who are vulnerable, aged 65 and 66. This will help them avoid falling into poverty.
Canada Pension Plan and the Régime des Rentes du Québec to help ensure that tomorrow's seniors can also enjoy a secure and dignified retirement. To add to that, we're making it easier for seniors to receive their benefits by transforming the way we deliver programs and services. In short, we're creating an opportunity to complete more transactions online using the device of their choice. For example, using a new integrated application will allow clients to apply for both the Old Age Security Pension and the Guaranteed Income Supplement at the same time. And Mr. Speaker, for those who may not have access to a home computer, I know my office helps citizens in the riding of Longueuil-Charlemagne to apply for these benefits. Here's another improvement we've made to the delivery of benefits. Seniors who receive their CPP benefits by direct deposit will receive their combined OAS and CPP, or RRQ, benefits in the same account. We're simplifying and streamlining our services, Mr. Speaker, to make sure Canadian seniors get the benefits they are entitled to. We know that financial security is top of mind for older Canadians, and that's why we continue to put more money into their pockets. And through the various outreach and awareness campaigns I mentioned, we're taking action to warn seniors about the scammers who are trying to take away their hard-earned money. Budget 2018 included a $116 million investment to strengthen Canada's ability to fight cybercrime by creating the National Cybercrime Coordination Unit. As you can see, there's a lot of work being led and funded by our government to support seniors, and I'm very proud of that. But there's more to be done. Support for Canada's most vulnerable requires a collaborative approach with our provincial, territorial, and community partners. And I look forward to working with all members of this House to make sure our aging population can live safely, enjoy good health, and receive the care and the financial supports that they need. Mr. Speaker, I've had the great pleasure to speak with seniors in my riding of Longueuil-Chalamoine, and they have been incredibly helpful in sharing their concerns, their ideas, and their advice. And I want to thank them for their wise counsel. Mr. Speaker, our seniors, they've paved the way for us, and together, we will be there for them. Thank you. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're here today to talk about Motion 203 that addresses fraud activities against seniors, and I thank the member from Richmond Centre for bringing this forward to us today. And I think it is really important that all of us take a moment to recognize that the seniors in this country built this country, and if it wasn't for them, we would not be sitting in the seats that we are sitting in today. We would not be in this country the way that we are today. And I just want to take this opportunity to recognize former Mayor of Port McNeill, Jerry Fernie, who passed away in February at the age of 85. When you talk about somebody building this country, I would say that Mayor Fernie was a man who built a large part of the North Island. We should all be grateful for the amazing work that he did. He was the mayor of Port McNeill for 39 years, and he served on council for a total of 46 years. Talk about community service. I just want to take this opportunity to send my condolences to his wife, Caramel, and his beautiful children, James and Liza. I can't imagine how much they must long and miss him. So today, when we're talking about this important issue of fraud activities against seniors, I think it's important that we recognize that the Canadian Safety Council has told us that fraud costs Canadians more than $10 billion annually. And we know that many seniors are vulnerable to scams, and that can be very scary. You know, I listened to the former speaker talk about accessing information about scams and fraud, and how often the government speaks about online ability to get information. And I just want to point out that I know some seniors that are amazing online and they're building their capacity. And I also know a lot of seniors like my own grandmother who's in her 80s and says, you know, I've learned a lot in my life. I have no interest on ever sitting at a computer to do the things that I need to do. And when we look at fraud, the vulnerability for seniors can often be held in the simple fact that accessing information can be a challenge. It can also be being asked to do things in a different way and then being confused when the fraudster is going after them. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit. You know, I think of one 82-year-old constituent in my riding, Susan, who was defrauded of $3,000. She got a phone call from somebody who said they were from the Canada Revenue Agency, that if she didn't pay immediately, that the RCMP would be at her door and they would be arresting her. And she was told that the only way to pay her debt would be to go out to the store and purchase iTunes cards. And sadly, this wonderful woman didn't know that that wasn't how you pay CRA. And I think this is an important point, is as we see a changing economy across this country, a changing way of doing business, sometimes people are vulnerable because they don't understand the changes that are happening. So after spending $3,000 on these on these iTunes cards, she went to her home, she phoned the phone person that she was supposed to, and she relayed all the numbers. And then they told her, if you don't get us the other $3,000 you owe us by tomorrow, then you will be arrested. So she went to her bank the next day, was obviously in distress, and very gratefully the bank helped guide her through this to understand that this had been a fraud attempt. And so I think, you know, when we look at this information, it's really important that we put into context the vulnerability, that we also recognize recognize sometimes seniors have a challenge getting to technology. And I also want to make sure that we all remember in this House, and this government has not addressed this in a meaningful way, is that there are many communities across this country that do not have Service Canada sitting right there for them to go access service. They may not have accessibility to internet. I know that a lot of people think internet is everywhere, but I can tell you from the riding of North Island Powell River, we have communities that are really challenged to have accessible internet. We still have communities and regions where the only accessibility is through dial-up. And so it is important that we recognize that, and when we look at this issue, we're mindful of that. When I look at where we need to go as a country, though, I have to say, in terms of serving seniors, we really need to remember the importance of having a national senior strategy. Right now, we have a government that's made multiple announcements about planning for this, but we really need something that's concrete that seniors can rely on. And right now, too many loopholes are around this country, and seniors are falling through them. I think it's important that we understand that in Canada, the population of seniors are seeing a growth in poverty. We saw 7.6% in the year 2000, and it has gone up to over 11% as of 2013. And sadly, I feel that that number is growing based on the amount of phone calls I get to my office. We have a lot of seniors that are really challenged to pay and afford their medication. They're getting calls. We're getting calls in regularly with seniors having to make very painful decisions because they simply cannot afford the medication that they need to stay healthy. When you talk about seniors in housing, the vulnerability there is huge. You know, I've talked to too many seniors who were sick, couldn't get their taxes done on time, their GIS has been canceled, and now they're at risk of being evicted from their homes. You know, 86-year-old women should not be calling any office in this country afraid that they're going to be evicted because they were sick and they got their taxes in late and now they don't have their guaranteed income supplement. So this motion really addresses narrowly one part, and an important part, which is fraud and the vulnerability of seniors in having fraud happen to them. And how low income so many of them are, this can be a big challenge if they're just trying to make ends meet. And even if they're wealthy, this can be totally disabling and provide opportunities for them to be scammed in ways that we cannot imagine. So we need to make sure that that's addressed, but it should be in the context of a national senior strategy, something that really speaks to the vulnerability of seniors. You know, I think of my riding, North Island Powell River, where we see too many seniors moving from one community to another. So we see people in the more remote communities being forced to move to bigger communities to access services, but their absolute isolation, social isolation, creates very bad health determinants. And then we have people who are getting pushed out of the larger urban settings because of the cost of living. And so they're moving to smaller communities away from the services. I think it's important that when we look at seniors, we make sure that we support them in the best way possible to stay in the communities that they know so that they have that social infrastructure, making sure that their health is accessible. And we also know that the poverty rate for senior women is growing, and it has increased to almost 30% of senior women. And when you look at those numbers, these are highly vulnerable people. And even if they're scammed for a small amount of money, it could mean huge impacts on their health and well-being, and even the stability of their home, because they may not be able to stay in their home. You know, last year I had the opportunity, and I've spoke about it in this House, to sit with a senior in her 80s who had a health scare where the family thought that she was not going to make it. She was in the hospital for an extensive amount of time, and because of that, they had to move her out of her rental unit. And when she got better, happily she got better, she was given a notice from the hospital saying, you need to be gone from this hospital within a week, and if you're not, we're going to charge you $1,200 a day. And so this woman with a severe infection was moved to a hotel to live there and try to make ends meet. The vulnerability of our seniors across Canada is growing. And it is so important that we stand up in this place and understand the role that they have played in building this country and making sure that we support them in their most vulnerable times. And right now we're seeing that that is not happening. A small boost in the GIS is not making the life of those seniors change dramatically. I disagree with this government. I hear too many stories and see too much vulnerability. So the Justice Department says that each year, 10% of Canadian seniors are victims of crime. They are having so many frauds gone against them, and they should not be having to deal with this. And it's really important that we make sure and that the government does its job in making sure that services and support are accessible. So let's see that happen. Let's see our seniors being valued, and let's protect them by having a national senior strategy where the country and all the provinces and territories and the communities work together to make sure that these big gaping holes that too many seniors and their families are falling through are closed, because that is our duty and that is something that we should be proud of as Canadians, and today we are not proud of how we treat our seniors. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise today in support of M203. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague from Richmond Centre for bringing forward this very important motion. I also like to thank her for her many years of advocacy for seniors in this House, but across Canada as well. Now, there's four major parts of this motion. First of all, recognizing the disproportionate effect of fraud activities against seniors across the country. Coordinate a national response to fraud activities to ensure that seniors and vulnerable groups have the resources they need to understand the signs of fraud. Establish tangible recourses for victims of fraud, and work with local law enforcement agencies and the CRA to introduce legislation to combat fraudulent attacks that are targeting vulnerable seniors. Now, M103 originates from a motion I put forward to the floor a year ago, M176. So I'm especially pleased to see it being debated today. It's also very timely that March is Fraud Awareness Month, so it's a great time to be debating this bill right now. Now, many of the people in this House, when they approach politics the first time, people ask, what's your motivation for running? And for myself, when I approached my nomination for my party, I told people it was to work for seniors. Past life, when I lived in Victoria, I worked with an amazing organization called the Greater Victoria Elder Care Foundation. We looked after 6 hospitals for the elderly and the severely disabled. Now, March in Victoria, through the Elder Care Foundation, recognizes as a 14th annual Embrace Aging Month. And I want to take a moment to thank 2 people who are still with the Elder Care Foundation and still doing amazing work there, Laurie McLeod and Donald Clark. Now, besides running or helping with the 6 hospitals, they've introduced a lot of very innovative healthcare issues and aging issues and programs for seniors I'd like to touch on briefly. There's the Embrace Aging Month I spoke about that connects seniors to resources and activities in their community. They have a program called they're piloting a program called Elder Connect Wellness Navigation, and it's a system to make the journey to aging easier, both in the community and the hospital system. And they've also created a program called the Safe Lifeline program that helps seniors stay in their homes longer as opposed to moving into homes. Their slogan for this month, Embrace Aging Month, is be well, be secure, be connected, and be enriched. They look after seniors and the most disabled in, as I mentioned, 6 hospitals: the Aberdeen Hospital, the main one, Mount Tomey, Glengarry, Priory, Heritage Woods, and the Oak Bay Lodge. Now, I started out many years ago as a fundraiser for the Elder Care Group, later joined the board, later became vice president, and is very proud to spend several years as president of the Elder Care Foundation, and I still contribute as an advisor to the board to this day. Now, after receiving my nomination, when I went out door knocking, one of the biggest things, if not the major thing I heard from seniors, is the unfairness of the RRIF rules. So that's the Registered Retirement Income Fund rules that forces seniors to roll their pensions into an RRIF at 72 and force them to start deducting or withdrawing money from that program to be taxed whether they need it or not. Now, the C.D. Howe Institute has studied this for years, and they've done great work. One of the things they've stated about the RRIF, with the change in lower returns, but also lengthening increased life expectancy, there's a very real problem that seniors are going to outlive their savings. One of the other issues with the forced withdrawal, it pushes seniors into a higher tax bracket. So not only have they pushed in a higher tax bracket, they have OA asset and other clawbacks, provincial clawbacks. For seniors who are living in housing arranged in Edmonton, for example, the Greater Edmonton Foundation, they pay their rent based on a portion of their income. So we're forcing seniors to withdraw money to be taxed and forcing them into a higher tax bracket, and in fact, they're having to pay a higher rent at the same time. And for what purpose are we doing this? Now, I mentioned the CD Howe said, if we let seniors leave the money in their RIF till they pass, the government will actually collect a higher amount of taxes in the end rather than a bit-by-bit process that they're doing right now. So from talking to seniors, going door to door, I promised I'd introduce a bill to address that issue. It was C-301, introduced in this House in my private member's bill, which would have eliminated the mandatory withdrawals. It would allow seniors to withdraw the money when they decided they needed it, not when the government decided. Now, the Canadian Association of Retired Persons supported this bill. The CD House supported the bill. But what did the government say? Well, the Liberal candidate who was running against me said, it's the government that should decide how and when seniors get their money. Not seniors deciding for themselves. The government should decide. We had one of the Liberal members arguing against my private member's bill said, we should not have it, otherwise seniors will hoard their retirement savings. They actually said that in the House of Commons, saying seniors shouldn't decide when they withdraw their money because it will allow seniors to hoard their money. We had another person stand in this House and blatantly mislead the House by stating it would cost the government $500 million a year in lost tax revenues. Unfortunately, the government voted it down, and which is funny because we've got the budget being introduced tomorrow. When you look at pre-consultations, what's in there, changes to the RIF program. So at least the government has admitted there is an issue that they will address. The government further went on to eliminate the Minister of Seniors immediately. Why? I'm not really sure. I'm pleased that they've changed their mind and reinstated the Minister of Seniors program to help, again, look after seniors. Now, I want to look at the issue at hand, seniors fraud. It's one of the fastest growing crimes in Canada and Edmonton. Now, it's not just stereotypical seniors who are being defrauded or being targeted. It's not just the frail, the elderly, perhaps those getting on, or those lacking access to technology. Young seniors, active seniors are getting targeted and defrauded as well. I did recently a seniors seminar on fraud in my riding at the West End Seniors Association. We had 120 seniors out. Every single one of them had been contacted within the last 2 weeks by a fraud attempt. Fully 20% had admitted they had been defrauded of some money. Now, there's big ones. We heard about it today, the CRA fraud, where they contact you, pretend that they're from the CRA. It's quite funny, the CRA will never actually answer your phone calls, but people think they'll actually have time to call people. There's the grandma-grandpa fraud, where fraudsters will follow families on Facebook, and they will see grandparents reposting pictures of the kids in Mexico, the grandkids in Mexico. They'll target those seniors, call to pretend, hey, Grandma, I'm in prison, I got in trouble in Mexico. Don't tell Mom and Dad, send me some money. There's the email phishing one. Of course, we've all received the emails purporting to be from BMO, Royal Bank, Shaw, other banks, other companies, looking very professional, looking very real, but they're trying to either get credit card information or to hack your computer. The romance fraud, where people will spend, meet people over valid websites such as eHarmony, Match.com. People will spend months grooming a senior and then defraud them, asking for money for air trips or this and that. Of course, there's identity theft. New one, I actually just got a Facebook message today through the Edmonton Police Service, who I have to give a shout out to. They help me a lot in the community, sending officers out to present fraud seminars with me. They're now warning people not to put too much information in the obituaries because people are using that for identity theft. Now, like my colleague from Richmond Centre, I sent out a survey to all my constituents asking if they would support this bill, and this is what they're saying. Randy says, it's not just the scam that's objectionable. I'm angry that the federal government has done nothing to stop the frequent disruptions. Thank you for finally taking action. My parents are seniors or are underfunded. Shame on the Liberals and the NDP. That's from Darcy. Karen says it's time to put Canadian seniors higher priority. Someone else says, I've been called many times on my cell phone while I've been driving and told it was a CRA and that I owed money. Another one, Diane and Tony. As seniors, my husband and I have seen the incidents of online scams, banking scams, and telephone scams increasing at an alarming rate. Thanks to our interest in keeping up with technology, we've avoided and reported some of the fraud attempts we've encountered. Other seniors we know have not been so lucky. How much time, Mr. Speaker? Great. Just read a couple others. I'm aware of many seniors who are vulnerable, who have been fallen prey to these scams. I have hundreds and hundreds of examples sent in by seniors and other people in my riding from their parents being ripped off, seniors themselves ripped off. So I'm glad that, again, the member from Richmond Centre has tabled this bill, M103. I hope all sides, 203, I hope all sides in this House will support the bill, that we can do something about senior fraud in Canada. Thank you.
Yeah.
Before we go to resuming debate, I see the Honourable Government House Leader is on her feet, perhaps on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform the House that Wednesday, March 20th, 2019 shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate the notice from the Honourable Government House Leader. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, we are all deeply concerned with the well-being and financial security of seniors. Older Canadians have made and continue to make such valuable contributions to our communities, workplaces, and our families. Seniors have been a priority for the Government of Canada, and they remain a priority with good reason. Like many countries, Canada has a growing seniors population. We're seeing a huge demographical shift, which will bring many new opportunities, but also challenges that we need to prepare for. Seniors are the fastest growing demographic group in Canada. For the first time in Canada's history, there are more Canadians aged 65 and older than there are Canadians 14 years and younger. It is projected that by 2030, seniors will represent nearly a quarter of the population. That's good news. It means that Canadians are living longer, and that's something to celebrate. It also means that our government must continue to develop and promote important initiatives that address seniors' issues and work to promote opportunities for Canadian seniors. I welcome the motion put forth by the Honourable Member from Richmond Centre concerning fraudulent activities against seniors. Fraud is a serious crime that can affect all Canadians, but it is especially disheartening when seniors fall victim to this particular crime. Each year, countless Canadians lose millions of dollars to scammers who bombard us with online, mail, door-to-door, and telephone scams. Scammers target people of all backgrounds, ages, and income levels, including seniors. How do they do it? Fake lotteries, internet frauds, get-rich-quick schemes, and miracle health cures are some of the most popular means of separating the unwary from their money. And new varieties of these scams appear all the time. And who hasn't received the automatic phone call claiming to be from Canada Revenue Agency threatening you with the arrest over unpaid taxes? I know that I have received many of those calls, as many others have in my riding of Scarborough Agincourt. Hanging up is the best way to mitigate those annoying calls. Indeed, tens of thousands of Canadians have been targeted by this particular scam. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the government is running outreach efforts on several fronts to help Canadians protect themselves from scammers. The Canadian Revenue Agency, or CRA, raises awareness by providing information on its fraud prevention page on canada.ca, sharing information through news networks, posting tips on social media, distributing pamphlets by mail, and working with its partners to conduct community outreach activities. The agency regularly provides interviews and issues tax tips to the public and to stakeholders to help individuals recognize and avoid common scams. The CRA's regional offices are particularly active through media outreach and participating in local events with community associations, especially with local police forces and seniors associations. To support these efforts, the CRA regularly updates the Protect Yourself Against Fraud webpage with the newest examples of fraudulent communications, tips to recognize an actual call from the agency, and printable posters that can be displayed in gift card sections or at Bitcoin machines, which are common methods of payment fraudsters use to collect money from their victims. But our efforts go well beyond that, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre is also playing a role in preventing fraud. It is Canada's central repository for data, intelligence, and resource material as it relates to fraud. The information gathered by the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre is primarily used to support prevention through education and awareness, disruption of criminal activities, dissemination of intelligence, support to law enforcement, and strengthening partnerships between the private and public sectors with the aim of maintaining Canada's strong economic integrity. The Competition Bureau of Canada also produces an important guide entitled The Little Black Book of Scams. This booklet is available to all Canadians, and it outlines many of the most common types of scams and lists the contact information of fraud-fighting agencies that are there to help. It also provides tips on how to stop fraudsters in their tracks. We also have a fraud prevention forum, which is chaired by the Competition Bureau. This forum is comprised of nearly 100 public and private sector organizations who focus on fighting fraud aimed at consumers, and that, of course, includes seniors. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada has developed a strategy entitled Strengthening Financial Literacy of Seniors. One of the 4 goals of the strategy focuses on increasing the number of tools to combat fraud and financial abuse of seniors. The agency also issues consumer alerts on fraud, scams, and sales practices. In the same vein, we are taking action to prevent and raise awareness of elder abuse, including financial abuse. We carry out these efforts through programs like the New Horizons for Seniors program, which provides over $35 million each year to support community-based projects that address issues such as elder abuse. Lastly, I'd like to mention the recently introduced legislative amendments to Bill C-86. This bill proposes to make amendments to the FCAC Act and the Bank Act, which would advance the rights and interests of bank consumers, including seniors, and to ensure all Canadians benefit from strong consumer protection standards in banking. It will also provide the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada with additional tools to implement supervisory best practices. This agency will engage with banks and seniors groups to create a code of conduct to guide banks in their delivery of services to Canada's seniors. The Minister of Seniors supports these engagements. We also restored the age of eligibility for the Old Age Security Pension and the Guaranteed Income Supplement from 67 back to 65 years old. This is keeping about 100,000 future 65 and 66-year-old vulnerable seniors from falling into poverty. Monsieur le Président, nos amis Canadiens.
Mr. Speaker, our seniors are respected members of our society.
Raise awareness of fraudulent activities for all Canadians, including seniors. As I mentioned earlier, the Government of Canada is concerned with the financial security of older Canadians. C'est pourquoi nous avons pris.
And this is why we have brought in measures to help people, to help lift them out of poverty.
Of the Guaranteed Income Supplement. This move alone is improving financial security for almost 900,000 low-income seniors and lifting thousands of seniors out of poverty. It is our duty to support and protect them, and that is exactly what we are doing. The Government of Canada is committed to providing Canadian seniors and future retirees greater security and a better quality of life. Merci. Thank you.
You see, no, just the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Nous avons reçu un avis.
We have received notice with respect to a question of privilege by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to raise a question of privilege pursuant to Standing Order 48. It concerns the misleading statements made in the House by the Minister of Justice and his Parliamentary Secretary with respect to the PMO interference scandal concerning the work of the former Attorney General. Before addressing the crux of the issue, allow me to recall certain principles. Question period exists so that the opposition can ask the government to account for its action. So that Canadians can keep their trust in us, questions have to be rigorous and fact-based and not simply attacks. We acknowledge this. Absolutely. Of course, this also means that the government responses have to be factual, credible, and transparent so that the information that comes out of question period is reliable and accurate. This is a basic principle of our democracy. This leads me to my main argument and the question of privilege that I want to raise. According to us, the Minister of Justice and his Parliamentary Secretary violated the privilege of the House with their answers in question period on the 7th and 8th February.
Misleading statements are not only a breach of the privileges that MPs must rely on in the commissioning of their duties as parliamentarians, but they are also a breach of the trust of Canadians who elected this Parliament to govern responsibly. Therefore, I will ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege exists so that the matter can be further investigated in committee. I want to point out that this is the first opportunity that I have had to raise this issue since it became clear to all of us on March 7th that the Minister of Justice and his Parliamentary Secretary made misleading statements. In the past, as you know, Mr. Speaker, speakers have often ruled in such cases, quoting for the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, at page 510, that states the following, quote, in most instances, when a point of order or a question of privilege has been raised in regard to a response to an oral question, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is a disagreement among members over the facts surrounding the issue. As such, these matters are more a question of debate and do not constitute a breach of the rules or of privilege, unquote. I would contend that there is no possible way to interpret the current contradiction from responses of February 7th and 8th as a difference of opinion. And I will now get to that.
Here's what the Minister of Justice answered on February 7th.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, neither he nor his office exerted any pressure or issued any directives in this matter. As Attorney General for Canada, I am the government's chief legal officer. I take my responsibilities very seriously, unquote. And again, I quote later in that same question period, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister dealt with this matter very clearly earlier today. He stated that neither he nor anyone in his office pressured my predecessor or myself to come to any particular decision in this matter. As the Prime Minister stated earlier today, the allegations contained in the Globe and Mail article are false, unquote.
We know today that these answers misled the House. Here is something else the Parliamentary Secretary said the next day, February 8th.
As I have said several times in this chamber today, at no point whatsoever where the current Minister of Justice or the former Minister of Justice pressured or directed by the Prime Minister or anyone in the Prime Minister's office to make a decision on this or any other matter. And again, I quote, Mr. Speaker, at no point, has the current Minister of Justice or the former Minister of Justice been pressured or directed by the Prime Minister or members of his cabinet. I take issue with the member opposite. The member opposite has construed this as not being about pressure or direction. That is exactly what is at issue here. That is exactly what I am saying on the record. There was no pressure and no direction given by the Prime Minister or members of his cabinet on this or any other matter. Unquote.
Once again, we can only draw the conclusion that the House was deliberately misled. The former Attorney General was very clear when she testified before the Standing Committee of Justice as to the pressure she experienced. In his testimony, Gerald Butts never denied having spoken with and met the former Attorney General. But the ultimate proof comes from the mouth of the Prime Minister himself during his press conference of March 7th last, and I quote the article in La Presse, quote, "In the months following this meeting, I asked my staff to follow up on Madame Wilson-Raybould's final decision. I now realize that I should have done this myself, personally, given the importance of the issue and the jobs at stake. Over the past few days, I have reviewed the testimony before the Committee of Justice and understood that Ms. Wilson-Raybould, Gerald Butts, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and the Deputy Minister of Justice were talking about diverse interactions. Each of these conversations was a conversation between colleagues as to the way to address a major issue. These conversations came in a moment when my team and I believed that the former Minister of Justice was open to considering other aspects in the public interest. But now I understand that she saw things differently."
On his non-apology, statement of semi-contrition, the Prime Minister went on to say, quote, "I'm sure there were a broad range of issues discussed in these conversations, but there was no inappropriate pressure," unquote. And also that, even though I heard that she had made a decision, she indicated to me that she had made a decision. I asked her if she could revisit that decision, if she was open to considering to looking at it once again, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister clearly acknowledges that there was indeed pressure placed on the former Attorney General by him and his most senior advisors. His defense against the very serious accusations of political interference morphed from the February 7th and February 8th line that at no point, was there pressure placed on her, to the March 7th assertion, just during our constituency weeks, that the pressure on her was simply the run-of-the-mill variety, in his view, and certainly not illegal. His statement of March 7th corroborates in many ways what is relevant to my argument today. The testimony of the former Attorney General, who told the Justice Committee that, quote, "Within these conversations, there were expressed statements regarding the necessity for interference in the SNC-Lavalin matter, the potential for consequences, and veiled threats if a DPA was not made available to SNC. She also told the committee that, quote, "I experienced a consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role as the Attorney General of Canada in an inappropriate effort to secure a DPA with SNC-Lavalin. Savoir si..."
Whether or not this pressure was appropriate, or whether or not this contravened the legislation, has no relationship to the question of privilege I raised today. All involved parties, the former Attorney General, the present Attorney General, the former Principal Secretary of the Prime Minister, and above all, the Prime Minister himself, admit that there was pressure on the member for Vancouver-Granville in her former position. Whether or not this pressure was legal or not has is what I am discussing before the House today.
False statements have been made to this House by the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary, which not only is a breach of the privileges of all members of this House, but also of all Canadians who have put their trust and their faith in Parliament. So here is a 3-point summary of what I have just stated.
First, the Minister of Justice and his Parliamentary Secretary made misleading statements. We see this when we compare their statements in the House and their following testimony. Secondly, they knowingly put an end to this scandal that has been shaking the government just as much as the Prime Minister, his former Principal Secretary. Third, they did this with the goal of deliberately misleading the House to make the scandal disappear as soon as possible.
That the Minister of Justice and his Parliamentary Secretary were simply being briefed by the Prime Minister's office ahead of question period on February 7th and 8th to give the black and white, clear answers in an effort to throw a wet blanket on the explosive story that broke on the 7th of February. Or they might have listened to the Prime Minister's statement from February 7th, which was carefully crafted and legally vetted, and drew an unwarranted conclusion that the allegations were completely false. Or it could be the case that the Prime Minister's office told them the truth about what happened, and they decided on their own that it would be better to deliberately mislead the House than to risk pouring more gas on what was becoming a dumpster fire. That any of those things could be the reason why the two honourable members in question came into the House and blatantly misled members of Parliament about what really happened. They were clear and unapologetic. The member from Parkdale High Park on February 8th said, and I quote, "That is exactly what I am saying on the record. There was no pressure given by the Prime Minister." Blatantly false and blatantly contemptuous of the authority and dignity of this chamber, Mr. Speaker. And it should be said that the government was in full possession of the truth on this matter, and instead of sharing that truth with the House, they gave us politically expedient deceit instead. This is the very reason why the matter should be sent to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for further study, to determine why we were all, and Canadians, were so badly misled by the government. And this situation is a stark reminder of a similar case, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, from 2002, when then Speaker Peter Milliken ruled that the then Minister of Defence, Art Eggleton, had misled the House. Even though the chair said that he accepted the minister's assertion that he wasn't intentionally misleading the House, Speaker Milliken ruled that a prima facie case of privilege existed there. And let me quote Speaker Milliken's ruling. Quote, "In the case before us, there appears to be, in my opinion, no dispute as to the facts. I believe that both the Minister and other honourable members recognize that two versions of events have been presented. I am prepared, as I must be, to accept the Minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House. Nevertheless, this remains a very difficult situation, and I refer honourable members to Marleau and Montpetit at page 67. There are affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. The House also claims the right to punish as a contempt any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, that obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties. On the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us, where the House is left with two versions of events, is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I therefore invite the honourable member for Portage-Lisgar to move his motion." End quote.
So, Mr. Speaker, there is a very clear precedent here. Even when a Minister of the Crown sincerely believes that his or her statements in the House are accurate, it is still possible that there is breach of privilege when these statements are, in fact, false. In the case before us today, it's very clear that there are several versions of events that have been presented to the House and that only one can be true. The Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary have presented one version to the House, which was contradicted in its entirety by the former Attorney General and Gerald Butts, as well as by statements before the press by the Prime Minister himself.
Parliamentary Secretary find themselves in contempt of the House, regardless of their intention to mislead or not to mislead the House. Let me quote from the Proc report that dealt with Art Eggleton's case. Joseph Mango, a witness to the committee on February 26 and a well-known expert on parliamentary procedure, defined the question of contempt. He stated that in the Speaker's ruling, quote, the Speaker's concern was that there were conflicting statements, but they were conflicting statements on a very serious matter of government policy. It's correct because it is incumbent upon the members to decide what is, in their view, contempt. By all of what you've heard, contempt can be that you felt a person intentionally misled or the conflicting statements were such that it really reflected on the integrity of the House and the dignity of the House.
Given the striking similarities between the case in 2002 and the one before us today, I believe one can only draw the conclusion that the Minister of Justice and his Parliamentary Secretary have breached the privilege of the House.
Former Minister of Justice and former Attorney General, who in 2002 said the following, quote, I would suggest in the strongest possible terms that members of the House of Commons must be able to rely on the information they receive in response to questions placed to ministers. This goes to the very cut and thrust of the responsibility of members of the House of Commons. A high standard has to be met. Integrity, honesty, and truthfulness in this chamber should not ebb and flow like the tides. This should be something that is as solid as the ground we walk on and as solid as the foundation of this very building in these hallowed halls. Every time we come into this chamber, we should be reminded of that. End of quote. Au vu de l'importance.
Given the importance of the PMO interference scandal, I believe that you might conclude that the House's privilege has been breached.
I am ready to move the appropriate motion for this issue to be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby for his comments. I see the honourable opposition House Leader also on her feet on the same question of privilege. The honourable opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if you would permit me, I would like to add a few of my own comments to my colleagues' request for that you look at this as a point of privilege. I do want to begin by congratulating the member for New Westminster Burnaby for his new position as the House Leader for the NDP. I want to congratulate him on that. Mr. Speaker, a couple of things that I think are important to note around this issue. First of all, this issue is so important that you will recall 2 weeks ago when I requested an emergency debate for this House on this, the issue of the SNC-Lavalin cover-up. That emergency debate was granted because you, Mr. Speaker, deemed and saw how incredibly important this is that we get to the bottom of it, that we as Parliament, certainly that Canadians understand and know the truth around the circumstances whereby the former Attorney General was pressured to interfere in a criminal prosecution. That pressure was brought to bear from the Prime Minister and his office. You will also recall that when this broke, the story from the Prime Minister changed continually. It first of all was that it was denial. He said nothing happened. There was no pressure. He then blamed Scott Bryson. He then said her experiences were different from his. Overall, the story has changed continuously. Now, what has added to not only the confusion, but what appears to be a massive cover-up is the different stories that are being presented by the current Attorney General and the information and the answers, as my colleague has pointed out, the answers that were given to this House from the current Attorney General that we now know are not true. So we've had to have an emergency debate about it. We've seen the Justice Committee being complicit in the cover-up. working with the Prime Minister's office to help cover this up. We've seen our current Attorney General, the individual who is tasked with keeping the laws of this land, misleading the House, saying that he believes whatever the Prime Minister said, whose story has been changing. Mr. Speaker, this is a a crisis of moral authority in this country. This isn't just a political discussion that happens in the chamber sometimes. This is not just a he said, she said, or he said, This goes to the very fabric of our country and the moral authority to govern this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate there have already been examples brought to you on previous times when the House was misled and there was a prima facie found. I do want to point out the one that was talked about was in 2002 when Art Angleton, the Minister of National Defence, was accused of deliberately making misleading statements. I also want to say most recently in 2011, Bev Oda, the then Minister of International Cooperation, was accused of deliberately making misleading statements. And Speaker Milliken ruled that due to the confusion, at that point, Mr. Speaker, it was about confusion. The confusion created by the minister's contradictory statements, a prima facie question of privilege did exist, and the House agreed to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Later on, in 2014, former colleague Brad Butts from Mississauga Streetsville was accused of making misleading statements to the House, and again, the Speaker did find that it warranted a prima facie question of privilege. Those were both instances, Mr. Speaker, that although important in terms of not making misleading statements to the House, they did not go to the very fiber and the fabric of our system of democracy and the independence of the judiciary. So I wanted to make those points, Mr. Speaker, because this is a gravely important issue. And I want to add one more component. Another angle to this could be that the Attorney General himself has been misled by the Prime Minister. He could have been not told the truth by the Prime Minister. But there is also a precedent for that, because in page 116 of Bosque and Gagnon, there's the explanation that misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. For example, on December 6, 1978, in finding that a prima facie contempt of the House existed, Speaker Jerome ruled that a government official, by deliberately misleading a minister, had impeded the member in the performance of his duties and consequently obstructed the House itself. Now, we don't know. Would it have been Michael Warnick, the Clerk of the Privy Council, who possibly misled our current Attorney General? That's another question. So either the Attorney General was misled by the Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council or their officials, or the Attorney General deliberately misled this House on an issue of grave importance, so grave that we had an emergency debate on it, so grave that we've been consumed with this. And the government today, by the way, just had their third cabinet shuffle in less than 6 or 7 weeks. This government is not consumed with issues that are affecting the country, like pipelines, like canola exports to China, like massive deficits, like job losses. They are consumed with saving their own skin, moving cabinet around because they're constantly trying to fill holes that are being created by their own scandal and their own cover-up. So I fully support my colleague's request that a prima facie be found, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. I would ask that if more information becomes available, that you would afford us the opportunity to address this again. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Jonquière, on the same point of privilege. I'd just like to remind everyone that normally in a situation such as this, if members want to add points, hopefully those will be very different points than points that were already made. So I recognize the member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Deputy Parliamentary Leader, I'd like to add a few points to what my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster said. The Justice Minister included in an answer a very pathetic attempt to state that, like the Prime Minister aujourd'hui, the Justice Minister repeated that phrase 11 times. And that language was designed to cover the Prime Minister and the Minister himself, but it doesn't change anything. The Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary gave the House a version of events that differs not only from the truth, but also from the version given to the committee by the former Attorney General and the Prime Minister himself before the media on March 7th. I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that the next day, on February 8th, the Parliamentary Secretary answered a number of questions without ever using that pseudo statement of non-responsibility. It's very clear to us that the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary violated the privileges of the House. The PS cannot even defend himself by claiming to quote the Prime Minister. As for the Justice Minister, he may well try to defend himself about these 11 statements that he repeated, but I think you'll agree that the Prime Minister totally contradicted that version of events at the press conference on March 7th. As a result, whether deliberately or not, whether he quoted the Prime Minister or not, the Justice Minister and PS misled the House during question period on February 7th and 8th. I would also remind you the case of the former Defence Minister, Art Eggleton, in 2012, which my colleague referred to. Speaker Milliken ruled that Mr. Eggleton violated the privileges of the House, even though the minister believed that he was telling the truth, so it wasn't deliberate. The same principle applies here. Even if the Justice Minister quoted the Prime Minister, he said something that wasn't true, as demonstrated by the Prime Minister's statement on March 7th and the testimony of the former Attorney General. When it comes to the Parliamentary Secretary, as I already said, he cannot even use that defense because he never claimed to be quoting the Prime Minister. I would also say that it would be interesting to find out where the Minister and the PS got their information in answering the questions on February 7th and 8th. Then we would know whether they acted on their own initiative or whether it was in response to a briefing from the Prime Minister's office. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it's clear to us that the House's privileges have been violated, and it is time to refer this matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments concerning this point of privilege, this question of privilege raised by the member for Burnaby, New Westminster, and the others who've spoken to this question. We will take the matter under advisement and come back to the House in the coming days. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Étape du rapport du projet de loi C-80.
Report stage, Bill C-84, an act to amend the criminal code.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
He's just standing.
Okay. Madame Leboutillier pour.
Ms. Leboutillier for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-84, an act to amend the criminal code, bestiality and animal fighting, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Okay, I lost.
question is the following one. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moved that Bill C-84, an act to amend the criminal code, bestiality and animal fighting, be concurred in at report stage. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. I still appreciate it.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausange, en la petite nation.
Mr. Lausanne a jeté la pétition.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McLennan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Serres.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-est.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé Avignon-les-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jevsnevsky.
Mr. Jezewski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territory.
McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnar.
Mr. Rosnar.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishmaskri Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishmaskri Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rample.
Ms. Rample.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Correction. Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. Bates Sanish Golf Island.
Ms. May Sanish Golf Island.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 284, 284. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. When shall bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that Bill C-84, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bestiality and animal fighting, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time rising since the events on Friday, and I just want to state for the record my solidarity and the solidarity of all parliamentarians with the people of New Zealand and the Muslims that were killed at the mosque and injured at the mosque in Christchurch, the two mosques. And I rise today to speak on Bill C-84. Bill C-84 proposes to amend the criminal code to strengthen the laws around bestiality and animal fighting. As members will recall, Bill C-84's proposed amendments will, among other things, address a gap in the law identified by the Supreme Court of Canada in the case of the Crown and DLW. That decision and its interpretation of the bestiality provisions led to calls for law reform to address a gap identified by the court. That is, the common law meaning of bestiality was limited previously to simply penetrative acts. The bill's proposal to define bestiality as any contact, quote, for a sexual purpose with an animal, end quote, would address that very gap. Although some may view this provision as a modest step, it is an important one that needs to be taken, and our government is very appreciative of the nonpartisan approach that members from all sides have taken to advancing this needed reform in an expeditious manner through Parliament. We would like to note in particular the unanimous support this bill received at second reading and in committee. Je voudrais aussi exprimer ma sincère
I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all those who gave testimony before the Committee of Justice, and I'd like to thank the committee for its in-depth study. We heard many people on C-84, and the committee adopted 3 amendments which helped improve this bill. It ensured better protection of animals by giving tribunals the possibility to order a prohibition. Further, there was the demand is that any birds used for combat, that this be taken into account as well. We wanted a registry of people convicted of abusing animals for sexual ends. This amendment was proposed by an honourable member from the opposition.
Important one right around the country. In particular, to the constituents in my riding of Parkdale High Park, I have listened closely to the concerns of those residents, and I'm committed, and we are committed as a government to do better on this issue by supporting this important bill. I've heard in my riding, for example, by constituents such as Josie Candido, who has spoken to me repeatedly and testified while we studied this bill at committee about the link between animal abuse and the abuse of children and women. What we know, Mr. Speaker, on that very point is that it is not clear that every animal abuser ends up abusing children and women, but what is absolutely clear and what the facts demonstrated at committee is that every person who abuses women and children has in their history an antecedent of having abused animals. And that's a critical point because that is what this bill targets. What we also heard and what I've heard from people like Anne Griffin and Tracy Capes, both of whom came before the Animal Welfare Working Group here on Parliament Hill, have been their thoughts regarding this bill and our government's continued efforts and progress to protect animals. The one thing, however, that my constituents have consistently reiterated is that there is still more work to be done to protect animals. They've told me that our next steps must be informed by national consultation regarding the most important issues to Canadians, or a high-level analysis by the federal government, taking into account the broad perspectives on an issue as vast as animal welfare. I, in turn, have told them, the current Minister of Justice has told them, the former Minister of Justice has told them, that this bill, Bill C-84, is an important first step towards our government's goal of more comprehensive protection for animals, and we indeed intend to continue this important work. What I'll do in my time today, Mr. Speaker, is review some of this important testimony and to discuss how these amendments bolster the objectives sought by this crucial piece of legislation. As mentioned, the first amendment adopted by the committee would authorize a court to issue an animal prohibition or restitution order for each of the 3 bestiality offences found in Section 160 of the Code. The object of this prohibition order is to prohibit offenders convicted of bestiality from possessing, having the care of, or control over, or residing with an animal for any period that the court deems appropriate, up to a lifetime prohibition. A lifetime ban may indeed be necessary, Mr. Speaker, in certain circumstances, having regard to the seriousness of the offence and the degree of responsibility of certain offenders. This was a helpful suggestion originally made by one of the important stakeholders who testified before the Justice Committee, Ms. Camille Labchuk of Animal Justice. The restitution order specifically would require the offender to repay an individual or an organization the cost for caring for the injured animal as a result of a criminal offence. This would also make the offender more accountable for the consequences of his or her actions. Cette modification proposée s'inspire de la...
This amendment would modify one section of the criminal code, and someone could be convicted of the offense of animal cruelty. At the present time, bestiality now falls under Section 160, and orders can only be rendered at sentencing and as a probation order or a suspended sentence. These orders are of limited duration and no longer have effect after. This was pointed out by Sergeant Tina Stoddard of the Ottawa Police when she testified before committee. Therefore, measures for animal protection, there were gaps in the protection because some offenses, cruelty offenses, were not covered.
Other witnesses on this issue, including Ms. Labchuk, whom I mentioned, the Executive Director of Animal Justice, Ms. Barbara Cartwright, the CEO of Humane Canada, Dr. Alice Crook from the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association, and Professor Peter Sankoff from the University of Alberta Faculty of Law. They all agreed on the need for this particular amendment to this important bill. Indeed, this amendment is entirely consistent with the objectives of the bill, and we on this side of the House are pleased to support it. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to turn my attention to the second amendment adopted by the committee, which provides for repeal of subsection 447, sub 3 of the Criminal Code. Now, that current subsection, Mr. Speaker, requires a peace officer who finds birds at cockfighting premises to bring the birds to a justice of the peace so that the JP can order that they be destroyed. That provision requires the automatic destruction of birds, but would not apply to other animals, such as dogs. It is very much a vestige of the distant past when animal fighting primarily involved only cockfighting, Mr. Speaker, and resulted in the roosters being so severely injured that they needed to be destroyed.
But nowadays, there are better ways of solving these problems so that there is no longer, in my view, any legal void when it comes to protecting animals. The welfare of those animals is one of the purposes of the new legislation and the new provisions of the Criminal Code. First of all, the provinces and territories have jurisdiction over animal welfare. That includes passing legislation dealing specifically with seizing or confiscating animals in distress and providing appropriate care to them and euthanizing them if necessary in a humane way. Secondly, some stakeholders are of the view that the Criminal Code does not appropriately address the situation of mandatory seizure and destruction of mistreated animals.
Testified before the committee that the automatic destruction of birds that was found in the previous version of the section, found in a cockfighting ring, is, quote, completely needless, and it ties the hands of authorities where there may be a better option for the birds, end quote. Ms. Labchuk further testified before the committee, quote, we think the fate of any bird seized should be decided on a case-by-case basis. This is already done for dogs and other animals rescued from fighting rings. There is no principled reason that roosters or birds forced to fight should be automatically killed. It may be appropriate to rehabilitate them. It may be appropriate to send them to a sanctuary where they can receive lifelong care and still enjoy a high quality of life, end quote. It should be noted that Ms. Labchuk's position was broadly supported by other witnesses, including Ms. Cartwright, the CEO of Humane Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the 10 provinces and the territories of the Yukon give police officers and animal protection officers the power to seize animals in distress. They also can euthanize animals humanely where appropriate. In the Northwest Territories, officers responsible for animal protection can seize dogs, and they also have powers to rehabilitate those animals. Humane euthanasia is also provided for in appropriate cases. The Criminal Code also provides powers to police officers, general powers to seize property when there's a warrant. That's Section 484 of the Criminal Code. So officers of the peace can seize animals in appropriate cases.
Code, things not specified in a warrant can also be seized where a thing has been obtained by the commission of an offense, used in the commission of an offense, or something that will afford evidence in respect of an offense under any act of Parliament. Accordingly, repealing 447 sub 3 would leave no gap in the law, and that's an important point, Mr. Speaker. Instead, repealing it would leave the matter of seizure and the question of whether care or euthanasia is appropriate to be dealt with under applicable provincial laws and by persons trained specifically in such matters. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to draw your attention to the third amendment passed at committee. This amendment would add the offense of bestiality simpliciter to the list of designated offenses for which the courts are required to issue an order compelling offenders to be added to the National Offenders List. And the list of sexual offenders. This legislation passed in 2004 established the National Registry of Sexual Offenders to help police authorities investigate crimes of a sexual nature by requiring certain information about offenders to be listed in a registry. For certain designated offenses, the courts have to issue an order adding the offender's name to the National Registry of Sexual Offenders for a period of 10 years or 20 years or for life, depending on the offense. A convicted offender could be required by court order to be listed on the sexual offenders list, and that conviction is also triggers a listing where the person indicates an intent to reoffend in connection with the commission of another offense under the relevant provisions of the code.
the designated sexual offenses include subsections 160 sub 2, compelling the commission of bestiality, which was added in 2011. It also includes subsection 160 sub 3, bestiality in the presence of or by a child, which is included in 2004 in an enactment to the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, known in English as SOIRA, S-O-I-R-A. The Justice Committee received testimony and studies on the links between animal abuse and bestiality and acts of violence against persons, particularly women and children. I alluded to this at the outset, Mr. Speaker, and it bears repeating. What we know is that in cases of abuse, we don't know definitively that all animal abusers end up abusing women and children, but we do know that for people who abuse women and children, their antecedents include abuse against animals in all instances. That was the evidence before the committee. For example, the Justice Committee heard about the innovative work conducted by the Canadian Violence Link Coalition. The coalition was launched, quote, to study, to bring forward all of the different academic research that's going on and that supports the links between animal violence and human violence, end quote. The work of the Canadian Violence Link follows a multidisciplinary, multi-sector, and collaborative information sharing approach to strengthening the response against animal abuse and neglect, as well as establishing its links to the abuse of humans. During her testimony, Ms. Cartwright commented that, quote, while not all abusers are serial killers, all serial killers are animal abusers, end quote. That's the evidence that I've been referencing, Mr. Speaker, the evidence of Ms. Cartwright before the committee. The evidence demonstrates that abuse of humans is a common step up from animal abuse for individuals with a propensity for serial violence. Le témoignage de Madame Cartwright.
Ms. Cartwright's testimony was referred to by other experts, including Sergeant Tina Stoddard, who had published articles in the International Journal of Psychiatry. She did a study of some almost 300 randomly selected offenders, in which cases abusers had previously abused animals in their adolescence. And in many cases, the offenders had used animals to try to attract potential victims by engaging in inappropriate contact with the animal in an effort to groom their human victims. There has been, while we awaited further research results, we were happy to have the information provided by Amy Fitzgerald of Windsor. She talked about cases of animal and family abuse. I was surprised to hear that Canadian research reveals that the situation is worse here in Canada than abroad, according to similar studies done elsewhere. Many women reported situations of violence where their pets were also being victimized.
Supported by the testimony of Ms. Leanna MacDonald, Executive Director, and Ms. Monique Saint-Germain, General Counsel for the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, where they spoke about the growing online proliferation of child sexual abuse images, of which the most explicit and extreme images depict sexual assaults against children were those that involved bestiality. Having regard to the evidence demonstrating the very strong relationship between violence towards animals and violence towards humans, we believe that adding bestiality simpliciter as a designated offence is consistent with the underlying objective of the SOIRA and with the existing designation of the two other bestiality offences.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise one final point that came up during the study of Bill C-84 at committee, and that is that some members and witnesses were of the view that this legislation didn't go far enough in protecting animals against cruelty. As the minister indicated when appearing before the committee, the government remains open to dialogue and discussion around the best ways to deal with these vast and complex issues.
We received at the committee on the importance of moving these reforms forward as soon as possible, particularly because they are designed to close a gap in the law and enhance protections for the most vulnerable members of society. Moreover, it is very important to keep in mind that Bill C-84 is a targeted response to two specific issues that enjoy widespread support from all of the key stakeholders in this area of the law. And those stakeholders submitted a letter to the Minister of Justice. 10 of the most important stakeholders covering the gamut from agriculture to hunting to veterinary care all support the aspects of this bill. Bill C-84 is a meaningful and much-needed step forward. We're confident that we can move this critical piece of legislation ahead today, and in so doing, come one step closer to enhancing protections for the most vulnerable members in our society. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all members to support the swift passage of this important piece of legislation, Bill C-84. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his speech. He is right. Bill C-84 is a critical piece of legislation, and I'm glad that he focused on three substantive amendments that were passed out of committee unanimously upon hearing from various witnesses. That's committee work as it should be, and I was thankful and pleased the government did support my amendment so that all individuals who are convicted of bestiality are required to register with the National Sex Offender Registry. That's going to keep children and women and animals safe. And, Mr. Speaker, the one criticism I would have, however, is that it has taken this government almost 3 years since the DLW decision to close the gap in terms of the narrow interpretation that the court has taken in terms of the definition of bestiality. Why did the government wait so long to pass a relatively straightforward piece of legislation that is so critical?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, and I thank the member opposite for his work on the committee and his role as on that committee as vice chair. The important amendment that was proposed, and I noted this in my opening remarks from the member from St. Albert Edmonton, was critical in terms of having the sex offender registry include for the first time bestiality, simpliciter offences, and also have such offenders registered in the same registry that you would have for other types of sexual assault not involving animals. Critical amendment, and that is committee work at its finest, no doubt. So agreement on that. With respect to the point about the time taken, there was legislation that was moved via private member's bill in the first year of our government's mandate. That legislation got a considerable amount of support, but not enough support to get it across the finish line. What our government did is we took lessons from that. We went back to stakeholders. We heard from stakeholders about what was needed. We gathered consensus where consensus could be found. We had 10 different groups, including veterinary groups, hunting groups, agricultural groups, 10 different important stakeholders come forward and say, this is something we support, and we move forward on that basis. And in the interim, there are other provisions that arise in the criminal code that can address some of the lacuna that the member opposite was pointing out. So those are the charges that are currently existing for sexual interference, sexual exploitation, corrupting children, and indecent acts. In the interim, prior to the advent of this bill, all of those provisions have remained in force and continue to remain in force and address the important issue that both the member and opposite and I share, which is an important issue to address.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too thank the Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Justice, for his speech. But I find it curious that he mentions the private member's bill that was brought forward by the member for Beaches East York, Bill C-246, and the fact that the government did not get behind that bill, which was a much more comprehensive review of the animal cruelty laws, and which would have provided us all the things that are in this bill, essentially, plus a lot more that we really need to do, including that change from considering animals under the property sections of the Criminal Code to establishing a separate section of the Criminal Code for offences against animals. So I'm wondering why the government did not support that private member's bill.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
And I thank the member opposite for his question. And what I would point out to the member from Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke, is that the important aspect of that private member's bill initiated by the member from Beaches East York was that it started an important debate that needs to take place in this chamber. And I will readily admit, and I'm sure most parliamentarians will admit, that we have learned a lot through the process of going through that bill, coming to the point where we're at this bill now, about the need, one, to update and improve our animal protection laws, and two, about how important it is to find consensus where consensus can be found. And the difference between that bill and the bill that you have before us is that there are no less than 10 different stakeholders, and I'll list them, that have gotten behind this bill: the Federation for Agriculture, the Federation of Humane Societies, the Veterinary Medical Association, the Cattlemen's Association, Chicken Farmers of Canada, the Pork Council, egg farmers, hatching egg producers, turkey farmers, the Canadian Bison Association, mink breeders, the Sheep Federation, the Poultry and Egg Processing Councils. It is an exhaustive list, and what is important is it demonstrates what can be done to promote the exact same objective that the member opposite and I share, which is promoting animal protection and ending animal cruelty when consensus can be found. We as parliamentarians have a responsibility to do that and move forward on the best basis we can.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in my writing, which the member has mentioned, I have some real animal rights champions like Denise Paulin and Natalie Paulin, Emily Regier, Maureen LeBlanc. There are countless people who are championing issues here and see the reality that Bill C-84 is actually a missed opportunity. So I'd like to hear from this member about some of the comprehensive ways we could have moved forward on, but haven't done so. Instead of addressing the issue of basic living standards for animals and addressing tethering laws, we could have had that in Bill C-84, but we've missed the mark here, and we keep hearing that it's a first step. But we've had many first steps that this government has voted down in the past. We have this momentum now. I'd like to hear why we're not actually addressing not just the issue of bestiality, but basic standards of care and housing and of tethering.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
So it's an important question in terms of what is being raised by the member from Windsor-Tecumseh. What I would say is a multiple response. First of all, let's look at what is being addressed here. What we are doing is providing a concerted response to a Supreme Court decision that incredibly rendered innocent and failed to convict an individual who committed an act of bestiality using his stepdaughter and a dog, but was let off because penetration was not involved. The judges in that case that was held just down the road at the Supreme Court said there is a problem in the law because it requires penetration. What we've done is sought to remedy that lacuna in legislation. That's important not just for that little girl, but for all little girls and little boys like her that might be subjected to anything like it, as well as all of the animals that continue to be subjected to things like it going forward. What's more importantly as well is that we know, as I indicated in my evidence at the outset, is that people who commit bestiality offenses do go on and do just that with other children and potentially with women. And we're curing that and nipping it in the bud. But what's also important is that this bill, and hasn't been the subject of much debate thus far in terms of the questions being asked, is that this bill also targets the important issue of animal fighting and all of the accoutrements and accessories that go with animal fighting. The people that engage in it, the people that bet in it, the people that run arenas, because what that does is it is a harbinger of other criminal activity, illegal organized crime activity. By targeting that, what we were doing is addressing a broader ill in society, which is organized crime. Those are important points, but they are a start. And they are this is a starting point, not a finishing point with this legislation.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate the comments from my colleague. And, what I thought was most interesting is he made a good deal of comment regarding the number of amendments that were actually introduced and ultimately accepted. And even in looking at those amendments, Mr. Speaker, they were based on consensus. So you had political parties work together. That's quite different in terms of this government versus the previous government, Mr. Speaker, where we are seeing legislation going into committee and going out of committee healthier because there's a higher sense of cooperation. My question to my colleague is that we hear a great deal about the issue of animal safety and protection, and there are advocates not only in any specific area but all areas, all regions of the country. There seems to be a great deal of interest, and maybe he could just kind of pick up on the point that this is a good starting point, at least in part, and there's many other things that we can continue to work to do to try to improve the situations.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question from the Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader. And it's important to underscore again the three amendments that were proposed. One is the addition of bestiality simpliciter. Two is the addition of persons who are convicted of bestiality to the sex offender registry. And lastly was this prohibition order. And this is important because it dovetails with some of the comments that have been raised by members on the other side of the aisle. What are we doing to actually address the concerns of animal cruelty advocates? And the animal cruelty advocates have said to us that there's no basis upon which somebody who's been convicted of bestiality should be permitted to own a dog, own a cat, etc., going forward. And what the Prohibition Order Amendment proposed at committee and accepted by the government members at committee allows is for a prohibition order to attach to prevent exactly that, and to prevent it for a short period of time or even for a lifetime if it's required in the circumstances. That is committee work at its very finest. That is nonpartisan, because animal cruelty shouldn't be a partisan matter. And to refer back further to what was discussed earlier in the context of this debate, sometimes bills that are crafted that don't have widespread consensus can devolve into partisan battles. That is not what we're seeking to do here. We're trying to find consensus by empowering committees to do their work, picking up amendments that have wide consensus, that animal advocates are right around this country want us to pursue. These three amendments are part of that, and the two main aspects of this bill focus in on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll just let the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton know that we're somewhat shy of the 20 minutes that he'd normally have for his speech, when we'll need to interrupt at 2 p.m. for statements by members. Of course, if he wishes that remaining time to fill out the 20 minutes, that'll happen, of course, after or at a later time today. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-84, an act to amend the criminal code as amended with respect to bestiality and animal fighting. Let me say that I, along with all of my colleagues on this side of the House, fully support this critical piece of legislation. There are two main components to Bill C-84. The first is with respect to bestiality, and more specifically, it is a direct response to the Supreme Court's DLW decision. Now, in DLW, the Supreme Court interpreted Section 160 of the Criminal Code, which is the section that prohibits bestiality. And what the court determined in the decision of Justice Cromwell is that in the absence of a statutory definition, that bestiality would be interpreted or should be interpreted only in those circumstances where the act involving the animal involved penetration. What this legislation does is clarifies the law by providing for a statutory definition whereby any activity with an animal for a sexual purpose would be captured by Section 160 of the Criminal Code, closing a very critical gap. The second aspect of this legislation is to strengthen laws around animal fighting. Now, let me just say, and I know that the Parliamentary Secretary did discuss the amendments at committee in some detail, but I have in the last number of weeks been quite critical of my colleagues on the Justice Committee, Liberal colleagues on the Justice Committee, with respect to their handling of the SNC Lavalin scandal, and I stand by those criticisms. But that being said, in the normal course, we are a committee that has often worked collaboratively, where we've been able to put aside partisan differences to find common ground. And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what happened. We heard from witnesses who put forward ideas around how Bill C-84 could be strengthened, and 3 substantive amendments were passed out of committee unanimously. And I do want to acknowledge the good work of our chair, the honourable member for Mount Royal, who from day one has set the tone that has enabled our committee to, more often than not, be one of the more productive parliamentary committees. Now, Mr. Speaker, turning to some of the specifics of the bill with respect to the first part of the bill, namely around Section 160 in terms of providing a statutory definition for bestiality. This is something that I fully support. I think there's widespread consensus to support this statutory amendment. But I will go back to the point that I raised when I stood to ask the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice a question, namely that I cannot understand what took the government so long to act. Mr. Speaker, the DLW decision was rendered in June of 2016. It is now March of 2019, and what that means is if this legislation can move forward as quickly as possible, it will be essentially 3 years in which this gap in the law existed. 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Why? Why 3 years? The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that the Supreme Court expressly invited Parliament to introduce legislation to provide for a statutory definition. There is as close to universal consensus as you're ever going to find around the need to provide for a statutory definition, and the type of amendment that would be required to incorporate a statutory definition into Section 160 of the Criminal Code is, quite frankly, a relatively straightforward one. Because this government dragged its feet and dragged its feet some more, my colleague, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, saw fit to to introduce a private member's bill to close the gap established from the DLW decision. Bill C-388, the private member's bill from the member for Calgary Nose Hill. The bill that she brought forward would provide for a statutory definition. And let me read what that statutory definition is. Quote, in this section, bestiality means any contact by a person for a sexual purpose with an animal, unquote. Pretty straightforward. We then turn to Bill C-84 that the government introduced 1 year after the member for Calgary Nose Hill introduced Bill C-388. Let me quote the definition provided for in this bill, the government's bill. Quote, in this section, bestiality means any contact for a sexual purpose with an animal, unquote. So there you have it, word for word. Copied and pasted from the private member's bill of the honorable member for Calgary Nose Hill, except they waited 1 year to do it, and almost 3 years since the DLW decision was rendered. Now, when I asked the parliamentary secretary about why the delay, the parliamentary secretary noted that the government had undertaken various consultations with a wide range of stakeholder groups. And that's true and that's right, but that was with respect to the animal fighting and animal cruelty provisions of C-84. It was important that those consultations took place. The aspects of Bill C-84 that deal with animal cruelty and animal fighting are sensible. They don't interfere with traditional hunting or angling or trapping, Mr. Speaker, and yes, there was widespread stakeholder support. But those consultations, Mr. Speaker, had absolutely nothing to do with closing the gap in Section 160 of the Criminal Code with respect to bestiality. The government, so the notion that somehow there was the need for consultations is simply not the case. It's simply not true in terms of closing this gap. So, quite frankly, that argument doesn't hold water. The bottom line is there is simply no excuse for the delay. And I would speak to the seriousness of the delay from the standpoint of the evidence that came before our committee with respect to bestiality. And in that regard, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, based upon a study of 192 cases over a 5-year period from CyberTip, which the Canadian Centre for Child Protection operates, which is the leading national tip line for online sexual activity in Canada. Of the 192 cases that the Centre studied with respect to bestiality, a full 80% of those cases did not involve penetration. So that underscores the degree to which there is a gap in the legislation in which, as of today, as we speak today, since June of 2016, individuals who commit vile and despicable acts involving animals that fall short of penetration cannot be charged under Section 160 of the Criminal Code. And again, when you have 80% of cases, at least based on a review of 192 cases that don't involve penetration, I say that's a pretty serious issue that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed as quickly as possible, something that this government has simply not done. Now, with respect to some of the amendments at committee, there were two that related to bestiality. The first is to provide a judge with the discretion to impose a prohibition order upon conviction that would prevent someone convicted of bestiality from being in the same premises or have access to an animal for a period of time that the judge deems appropriate, and with respect to repeat offenders, namely those who are convicted of a second or subsequent bestiality offense for a minimum of a 5-year period. A second amendment that was passed was an amendment that I brought forward, which is to ensure that anyone convicted of a bestiality offense would be required to register with the National Sex Offender Registry. Right now, anyone convicted of compelling the commission of bestiality under Section 160 sub 2, as well as anyone convicted under Section 160 sub 3, namely bestiality in the presence of a child, would be required to register with the National Sex Offender Registry, but all other offenders would not. Mr. Speaker, this legislation, as a result of my amendment, closes that gap. And it's an important step to keep children, to keep women, to keep animals safe, because, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice laid out in some detail, there is a very clear connection between bestiality and violence against women and children. It is often part of a pattern involving some of the worst sexual crimes imaginable. Indeed, it has been equated in terms of bestiality on the level of sadism, in terms of the impact that it can have on its victims. And one need only, in terms of looking at the severity of what we're talking about and how serious and how dangerous individuals who commit bestiality offenses are, one need only look at DLW himself. Mr. Speaker, this is an individual who, over a 10-year period, sexually abused his two stepdaughters on a daily basis. And the pattern of sexual abuse in that case escalated as time went on. It escalated to the point that he inflicted or committed bestiality against one of the stepdaughters, involving the family dog. And I think it's important to read into the record what the trial judge said of DLW in terms of capturing the level of depravity that we're talking about here. The trial judge, in his reasons for sentence, said, quote, "I have been a judge for almost 40 years. This offender is one of the most evil men that I have encountered during my long tenure on the bench. The man is evil incarnate. He is a monster. It is said that the devil can cite scripture for his own use. That is certainly the case here. With a warped, vivid imagination and using passages from the Bible to justify his actions, DLW, in a most vile manner, sexually abused two of his stepchildren on a daily basis for over a decade," unquote. So that is the trial judge in his reasons for sentencing. Those are the types of offenders that we're talking about, and on that basis it is important that all individuals convicted of bestiality do have to register with the National Sex Offender Registry, and I'm again glad that the government has lent its support in that regard. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have? Okay. Moving on then, Mr. Speaker, to the second aspect of Bill C-84 are important measures to strengthen laws around animal cruelty and animal fighting. We know, Mr. Speaker, that animal fighting is widespread and often underreported. There are clear links between gangs and organized crime. There is an enormous amount of money that can be involved. We heard evidence before the Justice Committee that one dogfight can involve as much as $200,000. When there are 4 or 5 fights, you could be entering territory where $1 million changes hands and gets into the hands of organized crime groups, Mr. Speaker. And so this legislation makes some practical amendments to the criminal code to give law enforcement better tools to be able to crack down on animal fighting and eliminate an important funding source for organized criminal elements. And, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, Bill C-84 does make a few amendments to the animal fighting sections of the criminal code. First, in respect of Section 445.1 sub 1, at present, that section prohibits anyone to encourage, aid, or assist in fighting or baiting animals. Mr. Speaker, what that section does not capture at present, Mr. Speaker, is activities involved in training, transporting, or breeding animals for animal fighting purposes. And, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up, so I'll just carry on after question period. Thank you.
Honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton will have 3 minutes remaining in his speech following question period. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the InterVarsity Men's Volleyball National Championship. I particularly congratulate my taller cousin, James Weir, and all Saskatchewan athletes who played in the final. It's an exciting time for sport in Regina. Our city will host the Grey Cup next year and the NHL's Outdoor Heritage Classic later this year. In less competitive skating, I want to thank the 300 people who participated in my office's Family Day skate 1 month ago. This event enabled Regina residents to lace up for free, including many new Canadians learning to skate for the first time. We must continue this type of inclusive activity and to counter the intolerance that motivated the terrible attack on Muslims in New Zealand on Friday. I invite all members to join in sharing our condolences.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, kind Speaker. On March 5th, our community lost a great advocate and a friend. Cliff Annable was a White Rock City Councillor, the Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, a Rotarian, and a volunteer on many committees and boards. And he was recently honored as a citizen of the peninsula for the recognition for the many contributions he has made. He was a role model and mentor for many young people, and he was a proud, doting husband, father, and grandfather. He was a tireless, passionate voice in and for our community. He loved people and was always interested in their lives and in sharing their stories. He made our lives more interesting, more fun, and more meaningful. He will be sorely missed, but never forgotten. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to champion Lakeland's agricultural sector, from small and generational grain, beef, and dairy farms to large-scale processors and agri-food companies, and all the local 4-H clubs, from Bruderheim to Wandering River to Lloydminster to Paradise Valley and everywhere in between. I was active in 4-H growing up on a farm near the village of Chipman. Learn to do by doing, make the best better, and using head, heart, hands, and health in the service of community and country. Those are more than a century of 4-H principles. They really embody the ethics and the way of life of rural Canadians and Canada's world-class farmers and producers. The more than 25,000 4-H youth members and 77 volunteers are participating in public speaking competitions across the country and at home in Lakeland. And the 4-H Canadian Citizenship Congress is on May 2nd. I know of at least 2 young women from Lakeland who will be attending. I give my best wishes to all 4-H members. You are developing the responsible, caring, and contributing life leadership and communication skills that will help you shape the future of Canada.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I stand to congratulate London Police Chief John Perry on an outstanding career with the London Police Service. Last month, Chief Perry announced he would be retiring this June after more than 30 years of exemplary service with the force. John joined the London Police Service in 1989 as a cadet and climbed the ranks before being named the city's 19th police chief in May of 2015. John has been described as level-headed, approachable, forward-thinking, calm, and has had the necessary patience to lead in such a pivotal role. The London Police Service is made up of approximately 600 officers, 200 civilians, and 22 cadets who serve our diverse community. I witnessed firsthand their incredible dedication when I went on a ride-along in late 2017 with Sergeant Sean Travis. To Chief Perry, the senior executive, all the officers, civilians, and cadets with the LPS, and all first responders for that matter, I say thank you for your selfless service to London and to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sud.
Just after the darkness of the terror attack on Muslims in Christchurch, it was heartening to see literally millions of young people around the world and from my riding striking to demand that governments take action to save our planet and their future. While governments fail to act, these students and others are busy charting paths to a more sustainable future. Last week, I visited the Sauk Nation again, a small First Nation who already have a solar farm in place that meets their own power needs and sells surplus power back to the grid. They now have launched a second phase of projects aimed at sustainability, including food security, with sustainable oyster farming and greenhouses to expand local food production. And soon, the Sauk Nation will have created more jobs than they will have members to fill them, proving that it is actually a sustainable future and jobs that go hand in hand. Unfortunately, this government is so anchored in the past that they think it's okay to tweet congratulations to the striking students while continuing to promote fossil fuels. Instead, New Democrats will join hands with climate leaders to build a sustainable future starting now.
L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this March we are celebrating the contribution of Canadian women and women in the world. While their voices are being heard, we cannot ignore the cause of women and that this is the challenge of our time. This finally became clear to me when I met with the association Femmes en Emploi in Laval. This association perfectly embodies the changes that our society is undergoing. By supporting women from all walks of life to find jobs, this gives women the momentum they need to finally break the glass ceiling. Thank you to these women, and thank you to you all.
Melville.
On the 25th anniversary of the Somalia affair, Australia, not Canada, has responded to the wrong done to their own. The Australian Minister for Veterans Affairs announced $2.1 million to support concerned veterans who have taken mefloquine or tafenoquine. Why is Canada missing in action for our veterans? The Australian initiative responds to testimony heard from veterans during a Senate inquiry and consultation forums across Australia. In response to the difficult sharing of their testimony, Australia is also providing veterans 24/7 free, confidential, nationwide counselling. Australian veterans and their words matter. Why is the testimony of Canadian veterans being ignored? Opposition members of the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs, Dr. Nevin, Executive Director of the Queenism Foundation, and our Royal Canadian Legion continue to call on Canada's Prime Minister to support research on mefloquine poisoning among Canadian veterans and reopen an inquiry that would clear the names of Canadian soldiers and the Canadian Airborne Regiment.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday night, Canada watched a terrorist attack unfold in Christchurch, New Zealand. The mass shooting of innocent Muslims shocked people around the world. As Canadians, we won't back down in the face of Islamophobia. We're making it clear that terrorism and hate won't be met with indifference. Peaceful coexistence between all religious communities is an important part of diversity. We are strong not in spite of our differences, but because of them. Both our Prime Minister and government have been leaders on this since day one. But, Mr. Speaker, we have political parties that want to divide us. We have political leaders right here in this very House that won't acknowledge Islamophobia. These people have no place representing Canada and Canadians. Because, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter if you pray in a church, synagogue, gurdwara, temple, or mosque, you should feel free in your place of worship.
Bravo. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness can be ended. In fact, communities right across Canada are doing it now. I'm proud to be part of a government that's made historic housing investments in support of these efforts, but clearly more can be done, more must be done. The Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness is leading the way on this issue. Last week, their 20,000 Homes campaign reached its target. The organization has moved 21,254 people from streets and shelters into safe, affordable housing. Their new campaign, Built for Zero, aims to eliminate homelessness person by person, community by community. Our government knows the best way to end homelessness is to prevent it. When that doesn't work, the best way to solve it is to build housing and fund the supports that people need to stay housed. We know that people with lived experience and frontline workers are the best experts in this field, and our government is committed to ending homelessness. We look forward to working with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, not just on Building for Zero, but to getting to zero on this issue. Together, we can, we must end homelessness.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government and this Prime Minister continually put themselves and their cronies ahead of Canadian families. Canadians are struggling, and Liberal failures are making it increasingly difficult for them to be able to succeed. Half of Canadians are only $200 away from not being able to pay their bills, and all Canadians are now afraid of what is ahead. While Canadians struggle, this government is making life harder and more expensive. If Liberals actually cared about or respected Canadians, they'd put in place policy for Canadians to be able to succeed. They'd build pipelines, they'd cut red tape instead of increasing it, they'd cut taxes instead of raising them, and they'd create the opportunity for the private sector to be able to create jobs. And they would cancel the carbon tax. Canadians know that this Liberal government is doing nothing to make life more affordable and doing everything to make life harder. Times are tough, and they're getting tougher. 1 in 3 Canadians feel that their current standard of living has gotten worse, and that's the sign of a Liberal government that puts their political interests ahead of Canadians. It's time for the Prime Minister to show Canadians some respect and start putting them first.
L'Honorable Député de Brossard.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker.
Unite today in celebrating with a week's delay the Commonwealth Day, an occasion to recognize the aspirational and inspirational objectives of this family of nations.
As a very active member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I fully embrace the raison d'être of this association, which is the promotion of democracy, the defense of human rights, peace, international security, and the rule of law and good governance.
Of this special day, and to offer a special thank you to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II for such committed dedication to the Commonwealth family. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to emphasize the importance of awareness and action with respect to cancer. I am celebrating my 7th year in remission this month, and I know perfectly well how important awareness and early detection is. It's time that we
who has spoken up about cancer, every Canadian who has donated, every organization leading the charge, every researcher who has worked tirelessly to find a new breakthrough, every nurse and doctor who has diligently treated and cared for a cancer fighter, and every spouse, friend, and family member who has been there for their loved one when they needed them most. That love and care made all the difference for me, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't have done it without having my wife and best friend, Paula, by my side. We're all in this together, Mr. Speaker. We all have a role to play, and that's why I'm confident that together, one day, we're going to beat cancer.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, life is getting more expensive for Canadians every day. Taxes are going up, and we have little to show for it.
a middle-class family with at least one child should brace for an average increase of over $2,200 a year. It is an alarming amount, and the situation is made worse
when you consider the cost for childcare, rising interest rates, and mortgage payments.
The Liberals promised Canadians they'd borrow just $10 billion per year to create jobs and grow the economy, but now the deficit is 3 times as large and no plan to balance Canada's budget until after I'm dead. We are in for decades of red ink. My city of Calgary, once the economic engine of Canada, now has the highest unemployment rate in the country. Canadians deserve better. They deserve strong leadership to get pipelines built, strong leadership to put our economy on sound footing. This fall, Canadians will have a chance to build a better Canada with a new, strong, conservative leadership, and it can't come soon enough.
Honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to celebrate something historic in the world of professional tennis. As an athlete and former Olympian, it's always amazing to me to see our country rally behind an athlete. It's one of the reasons why sport is so important, bringing together a whole country. We saw that this past weekend when Mississauga's own Bianca Andreescu took the tennis world by storm. She made history by becoming the first wildcard player to win a Masters tournament, the Indian Wells Championship. And from all of us parliamentarians, I'd like to congratulate her. We look forward to the amazing career that she has ahead of her. This goes to show how strong Canadian tennis is right now. It started years ago, and then more recently with Milos, and then Denis, and Eugenie, and now we have Bianca. We cannot wait to cheer you on and see everything that you accomplish. Love, game, set, match, Bianca.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, when Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 crashed last week, Yusuf Abdullahi lost his sister Amina Ibrahim Odawa and her 5-year-old daughter Sophia Abdulkadir, both Edmontonians. Yesterday, Abdullahi attended a candlelight vigil alongside dozens of Edmontonians to honor his family and the other 155 passengers aboard the Ethiopian Airlines flight. The same vigil commemorated the victims of Friday's mosque shootings in Christchurch, New Zealand. 50 people were killed in the attacks and dozens more injured. Mr. Abdullahi remarked, every family is going through pain. The families of those people who were killed in the mosque, they're going through the same pain I went through, my family went through. Also lost in the crash was former Edmonton resident Darcy Belanger and other Canadians headed to the UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi to aid projects or to family reunions. On behalf of the NDP, I offer our deepest condolences to all those who have lost family, friends, and loved ones as a result of the tragedy.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, last week the world was shocked by the brutal massacre of 50 Muslims in the Christchurch, New Zealand, as they gathered in their mosques for Friday prayers. This terror attack was a cowardly and hateful assault on the Muslim community and our shared values and the freedoms that we as Canadians hold so dear. Houses of worship must be places where people can meet and worship freely without fear. Canada's Conservatives are united with Christchurch and with the Muslim community across the world in their grief over this devastating loss. Last week's event reaffirmed that now, more than ever, we must all stand shoulder to shoulder against those who would try to divide us on their mission to sow hatred and destruction. Freedom, love, and peaceful understanding will persevere, Mr. Speaker. Canadians will ensure it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's heart is broken for New Zealand and the international Muslim community. On Friday in Christchurch, 50 worshippers and bystanders were killed and many others wounded at the two mosques in a senseless act of hate. Every human being should be able to practice their faith without fear. And we have a responsibility to stand against hate in every form it takes. We remember far too well the attack on the worshippers at the Islamic Culture Centre of Quebec just 2 years ago. Canada is very like-minded to New Zealand in our social and environmental policies, our trade deals like the CPTPP, and our historic alliances to 2 world wars and many other international conflicts. My wife Pam and I and Josh, our son, we had the wonderful pleasure to visit New Zealand and experience the beautiful country it is. As chair of the Canada, New Zealand, Australian Friendship Group, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of those who lost their lives in this vicious attack. Canada stands in solidarity with New Zealand and the Muslim country around the world.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of the Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present Ms. Rachel Bendayan, the Honourable Member for Outremont, who has sworn the oath, signed the register, and now takes the right to sit.
Rachel Bendayan, Member for the Electoral District of Outremont, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat.
L'honorable député conscientiel.
Let the Honourable Member take her seat.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Davidson, member for the Electoral District of York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Scott Davidson, member for the Electoral District of York Simcoe, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous...
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Scott Davidson, member for the Electoral District of Simcoe, and who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Order. Order. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Singh, Member of Parliament for the Electoral District of Burnaby South.
Speaker, I have the honour to present Jagmeet Singh, member for the electoral district of Burnaby South, who has made a solemn affirmation, signed the roll, and claims the right to take his seat.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Mr. Jagmeet Singh, member for Burnaby South, who has made a solemn affirmation, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I know I speak for all members when I say that we were all shocked and saddened by news of the terrorist attack on 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. I know that the Prime Minister and I, along with other opposition leaders, will be making statements after question period. But I wanted to give the Prime Minister the opportunity to join with me now, and indeed all members, in expressing our profound sorrow for the victims and their families, while standing in solidarity with Muslims all over the world and condemning the hateful ideologies that promote violence and intolerance.
Well, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country were appalled to learn of the terrorist attack on 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. We extend our deepest condolences to the families and friends who lost loved ones in this terrible attack. To the people of New Zealand and Muslim communities in Canada and around the world, you are in our hearts and minds, and we stand with you. I spoke with Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern over the weekend to convey Canada's support through this difficult time, both as a government, as political institutions, and also from people to people. I also want to highlight that in regards to the Netherlands, our thoughts are with the residents as we learn more on the possible terrorist attack that they've gone through this morning. We will be reaching out to our counterparts to offer our support.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'd like to thank the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. The former Attorney General confirmed that the Prime Minister and his staff had a concerted effort to pressure her to put an end to the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. The Prime Minister has now retained a lawyer to defend himself against potential accusations of criminal wrongdoing. When will the Prime Minister allow the Attorney General to speak freely? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians deserve to have trust in their institutions and those who work there. Significant issues have been raised recently about relations between the former Attorney General and Justice Minister and government. And I am announcing today that Anne McClellan will be appointed to investigate independently as former Justice Minister and Attorney General and Deputy Prime Minister. She has a unique understanding of the role
Signal Hill and others will come to order. The Honourable Member for Carleton also will come to order. L'Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals will investigate Liberals to get to the bottom of this affair. and maybe Sheila Copps wasn't available. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. And all for something that, according to the Prime Minister, was completely false. He said none of these accusations were true. But in order to prove that he could do the right thing, let the former Attorney General complete her testimony starting tomorrow at the Justice.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve to have faith in the institutions and the people who serve in them. The events of the last few weeks have raised important questions about the relationship between the federal government and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I'm therefore announcing that the Honourable Anne McClellan will serve as Special Advisor to examine these questions and provide independent recommendations to us. As former Minister of Justice and Attorney General and Deputy Prime Minister, she is uniquely suited for this role. Her work will be another important step towards maintaining Canadians' confidence in their institutions.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is right. Canadians should have confidence in their institutions, but it's his actions and those around him that have eroded that confidence. Right. Now, remember, on February 7th, the Prime Minister said that all these allegations were completely false. We then saw that 2 ministers resigned on principle. Then his former Principal Secretary, Gerald Butts, had to resign in disgrace, and today the Clerk of the Privy Council had to do the exact same thing. If he wants to restore confidence, he can let the former Attorney General complete her testimony starting tomorrow at the Justice Committee.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've taken responsibility for the erosion of trust between the former Attorney General and my office. That's why it was important that the Justice Committee be able to hear key witnesses in regards to this matter. That's why we put forward an unprecedented waiver of cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege. The committee has been meeting for 5 weeks, and Canadians got to hear all perspectives. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner continues to look into the matter, and I've said from the start, the decisions related to the DPAs were always for the Attorney General and the Attorney General alone to make.
We could have a shorter question period if members don't settle down. The Honourable Member for Carleton better come to order. The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made a little mistake. It's not the events of the last few weeks that led to the erosion of trust. It was the coordinated, unwanted, and sustained campaign of political pressure on the former Attorney General that eroded trust in institutions under his government. Now, other members have had the ability, other people have had the ability to come back to complete their testimony, but so far the Prime Minister is denying that right to the former Attorney General. She wrote a letter saying that this matter is serious and some questions remain unanswered. She can answer those questions if the Prime Minister lets her. Will he?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government gave an unprecedented waiver for the former minister to speak fully and in detail. Nothing related to this matter was off limits. The waiver covered the former Attorney General's entire term and covers the entire period for which allegations have been made. Since 1987, there have only been 4 similar instances where cabinet confidence was waived, and none of those included solicitor-client privilege. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner continues his important work, and we've appointed the Honourable Anne McClellan as Special Advisor.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by expressing our solidarity for the people of New Zealand who are mourning the attack on Muslim brothers and sisters at the masjid in Christchurch. Mr. Speaker, I met a mom in Burnaby. She bought a home, but can't afford to live there anymore. Her daughter has a good job, but only gets by because she lives in the basement. Her son doesn't see a future. Like too many Canadians, he's lost all hope. Yet the Prime Minister is telling families like theirs to wait for help. I believe that better is possible. Will the government commit to building 500,000 new affordable homes?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, allow me to take this occasion to first congratulate and welcome the new member for Burnaby South to this House. I know that he, like every member of this House, will aim to best represent and serve Canadians and his constituents. I hope he and his party will support the work our government has done to lift hundreds of thousands of children across this country out of poverty, to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%, and indeed to end boil water advisories in so many communities across the country with more to do. These are the things we will continue to work on, and we look forward to his support in creating a better and fairer Canada for everyone.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, 3 budgets and Canadians are still waiting for housing.
Yeah.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday I was with thousands of young people in the streets condemning the serious lack of leadership by the government around the climate crisis. They say it's time to stop the broken record of half measures and empty rhetoric. Will the Prime Minister put an end to the exemption for big polluters when it comes to the carbon tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, after years of inaction by previous governments of all stripes, our government is taking action, concrete steps to combat climate change. We put a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. We've gone forward with a historic plan to protect our oceans and to protect land areas. We've invested unprecedented amounts in green solutions and innovation for our companies and entrepreneurs. We know that the only way to protect the environment is to support the middle class at the same time, and we will continue doing so. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, polluters and governments concerned about the environment don't buy pipelines. People are concerned about the special access the rich have to the Prime Minister's office. They're concerned about the way the rich manage to get legislation passed secretly. And what's worse, the OECD Anti-Corruption Unit is concerned about possible political interference. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to let us know the truth and launch a public inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Contrary to the NDP, we will always stand up to protect workers and companies all across the country. We know that people need good jobs in various industries, and we are here to protect them. That's why we're glad to point out that 950,000 new jobs have been created in recent years, and we'll continue working on that. We will always stand up to protect Canadian workers and good jobs in Canada. We'll continue to do so, and we're not going to apologize for defending jobs.
The only job this Prime Minister is concerned about is his own.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the OECD's anti-bribery unit is concerned about political interference. And they said this scandal, quote, set all alarms sounding. For Canadians watching at home, this doesn't look any different than when the Conservatives were in power. Nope. Special access for powerful corporations, a closed door for everyone else. Why is this Prime Minister so afraid to launch a public inquiry?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since our first day in office, we've consistently stood up for Canadians, defended workers, and created good jobs right across the country. Indeed, Canadians have created close to 950,000 good new jobs right across the country over the 3.5 years because this government remains focused on creating opportunities for workers, opportunities for Canadians. We are, of course, going to make sure that we're continuing to maintain the trust and confidence that Canadians have in their institutions, and why we're happy to cooperate with all the various questions, answer all the very questions going on, but we will continue to stand up for jobs.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On at least 4 separate occasions at the Justice Committee, the former Attorney General said that she couldn't talk about something because of privilege restrictions. She couldn't talk talk about why she left cabinet, even though the Prime Minister, Jerry Butts, and the former Clerk of the Privy Council all did. And to add insult to injury, the Liberals on the Justice Committee are clearly nothing more than PMO puppets who are part of this cover-up. The Justice Committee meets tomorrow morning. Will the Prime Minister finally remove all the restrictions and let the former Attorney General speak at the Justice Committee?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the community has heard from all perspectives. It was this Prime Minister and this government that actually made sure that that cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege was removed so the former Attorney General could appear. The opposition House Leader recognizes that the former Attorney General did appear. We know that there was 4 hours of questioning twice. We know that she was able to share her perspectives. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, these conversations took place in public so that Canadians could also be able to hear what takes place. That member should know how committees operate, but it's unfortunate that the Conservatives have no regard for committees. Thank you.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear to everyone watching that the Justice Committee is controlled by the Prime Minister's office through the Liberal members on that committee. And today we just heard that the Prime Minister is going to be asking his Liberal friend, Anne McClellan, to apparently investigate. I guess his Liberal friends Jerry Butts, Kathleen Wynne, and Sheila Cobbs were busy. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We don't need any Liberals investigating Liberals. What we need to have is the former Attorney General allowed to speak and to give her whole story. So will the Prime Minister let her speak?
Honourable Government House Leader.
On this side, we'll focus on the facts. The government gave unprecedented waiver for former Minister to speak fully and in detail. And the waiver covers the former Attorney General's entire term. It covers the whole period during which allegations have been made. Mr. Speaker, the committee is doing its important work. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is doing their work. We know that there's 2 ongoing investigations. I'm not surprised that the Conservatives would play their traditional games of smearing names. Maybe we should reach out to Jay Hill and find out how to undermine the work of committees. That was the Conservative way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on the scandal involving the Prime Minister and SNC-Lavalin, all Canadians know they haven't been given the full picture. In a letter to her constituents, the former Attorney General said, quote, "These matters are still unfolding and further clarity and information is needed. And because this matter is serious and some questions remain unanswered," unquote. So will the Prime Minister let her speak tomorrow at the Standing Committee on Justice, yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader. We have confidence in the members sitting on the Justice Committee. We know that they will do their work, and they must. The government waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence, and that was unprecedented between 1867 and now. This has only happened 4 times, and no, there's never been any waiver of solicitor-client privilege. But we know that Canadians are entitled to know what happened, and that is why the Attorney General did testify. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Attorney General was able to speak until January 14th, but between then and February, there was a time when the Attorney General should have been allowed to speak. Will the Prime Minister allow the Justice Committee to hear from the Attorney General again? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, members sitting on the Justice Committee will do their job and make their own decisions. The committee has heard all perspectives, and everything was done in public. The former minister appeared for almost 4 hours. Cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege were lifted so that she could share all her knowledge with the committee. We know that the Justice Committee and the members of that committee will do their work. We have confidence that they are able to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minister expects us to have confidence in a Justice Committee that shuts down debate 20 minutes into a meeting before a motion can even be debated. And now they're throwing up the smokescreen of Anne McClellan. Anne McClellan served in cabinet with the Minister of Public Safety, with the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, with the Minister of Veterans Affairs. She was a minister during the Liberal sponsorship scandal, and that's going to make this go away. Why doesn't the Prime Minister lift the gag order tomorrow at the Justice Committee? Let the former Attorney General speak.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear that we have regard and respect for the work that committees do. We have...
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we have regard and respect for the work that committees do. We have respect for officers of Parliament. We know that the Commissioner of Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is actually looking into this matter. We know that there are 2 ongoing court cases. What we just heard from the member opposite is clear that they will continue to undermine our institutions. Mr. Speaker, the former Attorney General appeared at committee. Something she said was that Canadians can have confidence in their institutions and that the rule of law was followed. Thank you, Mr.
For Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, it is these Liberals that are eroding Canadians' confidence in their institutions, and Anne McClellan isn't an institution. She's a former Liberal minister that was there during the sponsorship scandal. The former Attorney General has made it clear that she has more to say. The Prime Minister is standing in her way, blocking her from completing her testimony. So will he stop being so afraid of what she has to say, remove the gag order, let her speak? Let her speak!
Honourable Government House Leader.
As I've said, this government took an unprecedented waiver for the former minister to speak fully and in detail. This Prime Minister, this government, we waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Since 1987, there's only been 4 times that has happened. None included solicitor-client privilege. One of those times was under Stephen Harper, and it's interesting that that member now talks about how committees operate. It's clear that he's projecting because he knows that Stephen Harper used to tell them what to do. We on this side, we have confidence in our members that sit on the Justice Committee. We know that they can do their work fully independently of this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Last week at the Justice Committee emergency meeting, Liberal MPs shut down debate on the PMO's interference scandal. Tomorrow, Liberals intend to hold the meeting out of the public eye behind closed doors. They keep telling Canadians there's nothing to see here. It's just procedural. The fact is the former AG wants to tell her whole truth, but the Prime Minister refuses to let Canadians hear it. This is a deliberate obstruction of justice. Canadians deserve the truth. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and allow the former AG to speak her whole truth for Canadians to hear? Yes or no?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been clear on every occasion that the decision that is being discussed was for the former Attorney General to take. It is clear that the decision that the former Attorney General took remains in place. We also know on this side that committees can do their important work. We see that the NDP now have the same talking points as the Conservative, and they look for direction from their leader as to what to do at committee and what not to do. That is not the approach of this side. This Prime Minister, this government respects the work of members that sit on the committee. We will let them do their important work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay. Order.
Prime Minister's attempt to interfere with the SNC bribery case is costing his former Attorney General, the President of the Treasury Board, the Clerk of the Privy Council, so he's going to bring a Liberal back from the sponsorship days to make it all right. Who's coming up with these ideas? No wonder the OECD anti-bribery unit said this is, quote, set all the alarms ringing. Well, I'll say this is like a 5-alarm dumpster fire of political cronyism, incompetence, and now obstruction. What is the Prime Minister so afraid of that he will not let the former Attorney General speak her truth so Canadians can get to the bottom of this very tawdry scandal?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I do actually want to start by thanking Mr. Wernick for his decades of service to this country. 37 years of service to this country. We know that when it comes to our public service, we have the best public servants in the whole wide world, and they serve our country well. When it comes to members that sit on the Justice Committee, we have confidence that they will do their important work. That member might choose to use name-calling and whatever approach. We know that the Justice Committee can do their work. We know that officers of Parliament should be able to do their work. We know that we believe and support the independence of the judicial system. We will focus on Canadians while they focus on tactics.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. There is still no answer about the SNC-Lavalin scandal and it's high time Canadians knew the whole truth. The former Attorney General wants to tell the whole truth and reiterated that in her letter of March 14th, which reads, "Recent events have been a wake-up call for many across this country. Further clarity and information is needed." Will the Liberal members on the Justice Committee backtrack and let her speak tomorrow morning? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government waived cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege to allow the minister to speak freely. Members on the Justice Committee are doing their job. They're asking questions. And we know that the former AG was there for 4 hours and answered many questions. And the same questions were being asked over and over again, and they're getting the same answers. But the member obviously read the question that the opposition leader gave her. Because she can't ask her own questions, she has to follow her leader's instructions.
Order. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the former Attorney General says the SNC scandal is a serious wake-up call, and the OECD says all alarms are sounding. This is serious. Canadians and our allies must be reassured that our rule of law is intact. We need the whole truth, not just the pieces the Prime Minister will allow us to hear. Tomorrow, Liberal members will determine the future of the investigation. Will the Prime Minister let the former Attorney General speak tomorrow at the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Exactly as that member has asked, I would like to reassure Canadians and international partners that the rule of law is intact in Canada. I would like to reassure Canadians that they can have trust and faith in our democratic institutions. It's the Justice Committee that is doing their important work, and they continue to do so. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is studying this matter, and we know that they will do their important work. We know that there's 2 ongoing investigations, court cases. We know that we can have confidence in the independence of our judicial system. Mr. Speaker, we have confidence, and Canadians can too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, well, we know Canadians would have more confidence in our system if the Prime Minister would just let the former Attorney General speak. The SNC-Lavalin scandal has yet again shined a light on this government's ethical failures. The former Attorney General's testimony detailed grossly inappropriate actions taken by the Prime Minister and his inner circle. But this wasn't even her full story. The Prime Minister continues to refuse to let her speak fully and freely. Canadians deserve to hear the rest of her story. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, will he allow Liberal members on the Justice Committee to let her speak?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
Again, there are members of Parliament from both sides that sit on committees. When it comes to our members, they make their decisions and they know how to proceed. What they do know is that members have been appearing. It was actually this Prime Minister, this government, that waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence to ensure that the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice could appear at committee and be able to share what she needed to share. We know that she was there for over 4 hours. We know that the questions got asked, she was able to answer them, and we also know that the questions were quite repetitive.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Imagine that. She was there for about 4.5 hours. She was allowed to speak. And yet, she told us, and all Canadians, that she has more to say, that her testimony has not been made complete. So, Mr. Speaker, our question question is very simple, and that is, Canadians want a full story. They want to understand the full picture here. They don't see why this government is shutting down the Justice Committee and not allowing the former Attorney General to speak. Parliament belongs to Canadians. They deserve answers. So here's our question. Will the Prime Minister end the cover-up and let her speak?
Full Government House Leader.
We have confidence in the work that members of Parliament that sit on the Justice Committee will do. We know that they're capable of it. We know that the Prime Minister has taken responsibility for the breakdown of trust and communication within his office. We know that he is committed to finding a better way forward, because that's exactly what it is. When it comes to the Conservatives, it's interesting. They talk about what do Canadians want. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want an economy that works for them so that they can work and be able to contribute. Canadians want a clean, greener future for their kids and grandkids. That's what we're delivering. But the Conservatives continue to have no plan and play their tactics.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, speaking about plans, Mr. Speaker, more than 130,000 students in Quebec went on strike for the climate last Friday. They're demanding that governments take strong action to limit climate warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. They're sounding the alarm because the government is getting further and further away from its own GHG emissions every year. Will the Prime Minister stop subsidizing the gas and oil industry? Will he show political courage and bring forward measures to reduce pollution, invest in green energy, or will students have to jeopardize their own education so that their message is heard? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
For the question, I'd like to congratulate all the young people who marched across Canada and around the world to support climate action just last week. Mr. Speaker, the irony is not lost on me that while students were striking for climate action, the Ford government in Ontario was actually touring university campuses to fight action on climate change. The answer to the member's question, we are taking action to reduce emissions. We're putting a price on pollution that's going to make life more affordable and bring emissions down. We're making our electricity going to be 90% clean by 2030, and we're making the largest investment in Canada's history in public transit. These are real measures that are going to impact climate change. They are going to make a difference for Canadians for generations.
Member for Vancouver East.
Safe Third Country Agreement wasn't working over a year ago. The U.S. isn't a safe country for asylum seekers. Children continue to be separated from their parents. Gender-based violence is no longer recognized as a basis for asylum. The Prime Minister stated that the treatment of asylum seekers by the U.S. was wrong, but instead of suspending the agreement, the Liberals are looking to expand it and apply it to those crossing into Canada irregularly. Is this what a Liberal feminist government looks like? Denying women fleeing domestic violence the right to make an asylum claim.
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada and the United States have the most secure and efficient border in the world, and the Safe Third Country Agreement remains an important tool for us to continue to work together on an orderly processing of asylum claims made in both of our countries. We know that this agreement can be improved, and I have personally met with members of the U.S. Congress, border protection agencies, and Department of Homeland Security because we believe there are opportunities to improve this agreement to the mutual benefit of both countries and our citizens.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we extended our military training mission in Ukraine, Operation Unifier, until 2019. Since then, 200 Canadian Armed Forces members have trained close to 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers, and Canada has been advising the country on NATO standard defense reforms. Can the Minister of National Defense update the House on how our government is standing shoulder to shoulder in Ukraine in the face of Russian military aggressions?
Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member from Etobicoke Centre for his tireless advocacy for the people of Ukraine. He knows our government's support to Ukraine is unwavering. Today we announced the renewal of our military training and cooperation mission in Ukraine for an additional 3 years until March 2022. This mission is a key part of Canada's whole-of-government approach to support Ukraine. We want a strong, stable, and sovereign Ukraine, and we are helping Ukrainians achieve that goal. Mr. Speaker, we stand with the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, 6 weeks ago, the Prime Minister denied he attempted to interfere in a criminal trial. His excuses have evolved as evidence of political interference accumulated, despite sycophantic stonewalling by Liberal members of the Justice Committee. Now the PM and senior staffers have lawyered up on the public dime in apparent anticipation of criminal investigation and possible prosecution. We're looking at unvarnished corruption here, Mr. Speaker. Will the PM direct Liberal MPs to stop the cover-up at Justice tomorrow?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Conservative Party cannot understand that when it comes to members that sit on committees, that they are capable of making their own decisions. Members that sit on the Justice Committee know that this file has been with the Justice Committee for 5 weeks, and they have been able to hear from all perspectives. Members also know that they've been able to ask questions, witnesses have appeared, and answered those questions. When it comes to the former Attorney General, we know that the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege. We know that he waived cabinet confidence. That's something that was unheard of under the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's SNC-Lavalin saga is turning into an unprecedented corruption scandal in Canada. A Prime Minister who rejects his own country's Attorney General's ruling and refuses to allow any explanation. Mr. Speaker, we now know the Prime Minister even gave independent lawyers the mandate to prepare his own defense. Why is the Prime Minister organizing his own defense and continue to hide the truth from Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the members who sit on the Justice Committee have taken the time to hear witnesses who came before the committee and answered questions. For 5 weeks now, the Justice Committee members have been working on this file. We also know that the Ethics Commissioner is continuing his examination of the issue. We respect the work that goes on in these offices, and we know that the committee can do its work.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has had a stellar reputation as a founding member of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Sadly, under this Liberal government, that reputation is being tarnished by the Prime Minister's conduct in the SNC-Lavalin affair, as the OECD bribery group is now investigating the Liberal government's actions. When will the Prime Minister recognize that Liberal corruption and stonewalling is harming Canada's international reputation?
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that that member recognize that when it comes to the rule of law in Canada, it is intact and it is being followed. We also know that in Canada, we have institutions, offices of Parliament that are able to do their work. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is looking into this matter. We have confidence that they are able to do that important work, something that the Conservatives didn't understand for 10 years, and it's clear that they don't seem to comprehend that now. We know that there is an ongoing court case. We will let the independence of the judicial system do their important work because we know that they should. Thank you.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Foreign Affairs Minister. In her formal response to the OECD, the minister pledged to update them on, quote, independent domestic process currently underway in Canada, end quote, on the SNC affair. How can she claim that the SNC investigation is independent when Liberal MPs are preventing the former Attorney General from testifying? The minister loves to talk about the international rules-based order, so will she live up to her own rhetoric and allow the former Attorney General to testify tomorrow at the Justice Committee?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I do indeed love to talk about the international rules-based order because that is absolutely essential for the defense of the Canadian national interest in the world. When it comes to the OECD, Canada is proud of our participation in this important organization, and we have been clear from the start with the OECD that we support their work and we will cooperate with it fully.
The honourable member for Durham. No, sorry, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that our media are experiencing an unprecedented crisis. Last year, the government gave promised a tax credit to support journalism. There were many announcements, but since then, radio silence. The government put out a few press releases, but no money. Rumor has it the government could be putting all this off until after the elections. Facebook and Google don't have any trouble in getting an audience with the Prime Minister or a big tax break. But over here, their media collapsing and thousands of jobs at stake. How many more years will they have to wait?
The Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the Broadcasting Act hasn't been reviewed since before the internet was in our homes. And why is that? That's because for 10 years, the Conservatives took no action on this. We've appointed a panel of experts to help modernize this act. Our starting point is clear. All players who participate in this system will pay. There will be no free rides, and I know that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, is working with our allied countries to find a consensual approach to this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, due to a glitch in CPP payments that started in 2009, 10 years, both Conservative and Liberal governments overpaid seniors. And now they're telling these seniors, you gotta pay it back. Wow. Seniors might have even been unaware of the overpayment, and it could also mean that they paid higher taxes. Paying these amounts back will impact seniors, the most vulnerable seniors that are on or below the poverty line in this country. So can this government please explain to the people of Canada what they're going to do to make sure that seniors aren't overburdened with paperwork and the most vulnerable are not paying with so little resource?
The Honourable Member of Social Development.
Speaker, our agenda on helping middle-class Canadians has started with helping seniors. Right in Budget 2016, we introduced an enhancement to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which is helping 75,000 seniors to be lifted out of poverty. We've also introduced an enhancement to the Canada Pension Plan, a historic enhancement which we hadn't seen for many decades. And we're going to be working very hard to make sure that all vulnerable seniors receive the benefits to which they are entitled.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
So now the Prime Minister is bringing in a politician from the era of the Liberal ad scam to investigate today's Liberal lav scam. But Emma Cullen's just a little bit busy right now, Mr. Speaker. In fact, on March 31st, you can go meet with her if you donate to the Liberal Party and attend a fundraiser. I guess that's where they will discuss this independent investigation. I've got a better idea. Tomorrow, the Justice Committee will meet in the morning to decide on whether to bring back the former Attorney General to complete her testimony. Will the Prime Minister let her speak?
Honourable Government House Leader.
That the member refers to. They are doing their important work, and we do believe that they should be able to. It was this Prime Minister.
Order. It's important we hear members when they're speaking in the House, and whether it's asking a question or giving the answer, even if we don't like what someone may be saying. I think members respect that, recognize the importance of that. I would hope so in our democracy. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it's always quite interesting is that when I do get up to answer that the Conservatives don't let me speak, but it's fascinating how they want people to be able to speak when it seems to be a political game. That is not how we operate on this side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. We have confidence in the Justice Committee. They will do their important work. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is also doing their important work. We believe they should be able to. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
So the Prime Minister's top advisor has resigned. His Attorney General has resigned. His Treasury Board President has resigned. And now the head of the entire public service has resigned. No one did anything wrong, but everybody's resigning for it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know something happened here. Something bad enough that the Attorney General could no longer be part of the government at all. But she hasn't been allowed to tell us why. Will the Prime Minister join with us tomorrow morning at the Justice Committee to let her speak?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Conservatives have never let the facts get in the way, but it's important that Canadians be reminded of them. It was actually this Prime Minister and the government that waived solicitor-client privilege and waived cabinet confidence so that the former Attorney General could appear. It was Justice Committee members that asked the clerk appear, asked the former Attorney General to appear, asked for other witnesses to appear. Those people have been appearing. We also know that the Justice Committee has been now sitting for 5 weeks. We know that the former Attorney General appeared for over 4 hours, answered a series of questions, by which the end were quite repetitive. Thank you.
Member for Carleton.
Yes, she did appear, and the Conservative Deputy Leader asked her this: can you tell us why you resigned from Cabinet? Answer: I cannot. And the reason is because the Prime Minister kept in a gag order for the period after he moved her out of the position of Attorney General. And during that period, she witnessed events so egregious, she thought it merited her resignation from Cabinet altogether. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, tomorrow morning he will show up at the Justice Committee and have his members vote in favor of letting her speak. Will he?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if that member was more concerned about actually seeing what's taking place at committee instead of worrying about sign ballots, maybe he would see that the committee has actually been doing their important work. They've been studying this matter for over 5 weeks, Mr. Speaker. There's been a series of witnesses that have appeared. We have confidence that the committee can do their important work. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is looking into this matter. We believe that officers of Parliament are independent of this place and should be able to do this work. We also know that there's an ongoing court case. We believe in the independence of the judiciary. We will not undermine them like the Conservatives continue to do.
Order. The Honourable Member, order. For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks a great step forward for greater gender equality at home and in the workplace with the introduction of the new parental sharing benefit. With
the work of raising their children more equally. Le ministre de la Famille.
Can the Minister of Children, Families, Children and Social Development tell the House more about the new parental sharing benefit? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his excellent work and for his question. I'd also like to recall that our government understands that gender equality is good for Canadians and it's good for the economy.
Parental sharing benefit, which is giving parents 5 more weeks to spend with their children. And that's why, with investments in early learning and childcare, with investments in the historic Canada Child Benefit, we're giving more money to parents to spend on their children and more time for them to spend with their children.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, where there is smoke, there is fire. Clearly, things are smouldering in the Prime Minister's office. So much so that the firefighters have been called in. We learned this weekend that the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet connected to Operation Camouflage in the former General Attorney affair have hired lawyers. Rather than waste Canadians' money, will the Prime Minister come clean? Did the RCMP communicate with him or with his office about this political interference in SNC's criminal trial? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, economic development, lower GHG emissions, the benefits of a high-frequency train project are well known. Last year, on this same date, the Minister of Transport promised a response within the year, but to this date, nothing. Obviously, the HFT will be at the most an election promise, but not an achievement. If the Minister of Infrastructure is able to announce $1 billion for light rail in Edmonton, how is it that the Minister of Transportation is unable to do anything for the most populated corridor in the country, the Honourable Minister of Transport? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, we are at the study stage of this project that was proposed by the Via Rail. It's a large-scale project for the corridor between Quebec City and Windsor. It's a very important project, but we have to do our due diligence. We're doing that, and once we have something to say about it, we will say it to him. The Honourable Member for Lanty-de-Libel. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that our minerals and metals industry is important to our economy and to communities across the country, which is why our government is working hard to ensure that the industry remains a source of jobs and economic growth. Can the Minister update this House on how our government is focusing on innovation, the development of clean technologies, and strengthening the regulatory process to ensure a prosperous, resilient, and sustainable exploration and mining sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member from Lanty-de-Libel for his important question and for his hard work. Our government is supporting the mineral sector by extending the mineral exploration tax credit for 5 years, by investing in the innovation, and by fixing the broken review process for mines and other major projects. And now, our new Canadian Minerals and Metals Plan will ensure this sector continues to create good middle-class jobs for generations to come.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister refuses to come clean about his interference in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. He is choosing instead to cover it up at every opportunity. It is clear that the Prime Minister interfered in a criminal trial to defend his friends, and now he has hired lawyers to defend himself. Can the Prime Minister confirm if he or his staff has been contacted by the RCMP?
Good question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow will be the last budget before the elections, the last opportunity for Liberals to have an opportunity to be forgiven for every time they've betrayed Quebec. That is, wasting our money on dirty energy, cutting healthcare transfers, and letting our regions down. It's a very long list, especially for our dairy producers who were betrayed 3 times under free trade agreements. This is their last chance. Will the government finally and fully compensate our producers for those 3 attacks on supply management? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has stood up for the supply management system when the Americans wanted to see it dismantled. We're currently working with many working groups, producers, processors, dairy producers, so that we can find the best way to fully and fairly support them. We will also make sure that there is a vision for the future so that they are prosperous for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. We learned that the government is speaking to the Americans to close loopholes in the third country safe agreement. Under those loopholes, illegal immigrants have been allowed to cross borders and have involved the expenditures of hundreds of millions of dollars. Nothing has been resolved. Why has this government allowed the situation to deteriorate, and why did they let it get to this point before they sat down with the Americans to make sure our borders were respected?
Speaker, let me be very clear that people who come to Canada seeking our protection, and overwhelmingly families and children, when they enter the country, regardless of how they enter, if they make a claim for asylum, they are entitled under Canadian law to a fair hearing, due process, and our protection until the determination of their eligibility is made. We've been working very closely with our counterparts in the United States to ensure that the bilateral agreement that exists between us operates fairly and efficiently to encourage people to cross at regular points of entry to maintain the security and the integrity of our border. We will continue with that important work.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, more than 150,000 students marched in Montreal.
Almost every town and city in Canada, students saying, "You're stealing our future. We want to take it back." One sign in Victoria where hundreds and hundreds of kids were marching said, "The kids are the only adults in the room." When will this government get rid of the Harper target to extinction and bring in place a target that takes us to survival?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is real and the cost of inaction is enormous. To the young Canadians who marched on Friday, we hear you. We are taking action to put a price on pollution, to phase out coal, and to keep our oceans and communities clean. Unlike the Conservatives who want to make pollution free again and have no plan for the environment, our government has a serious plan to fight climate change. Our plan will create a cleaner, more prosperous future for our kids and our grandkids.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with the sad memory of the terrorist attacks in my home province, I would like
1. Condemns the terrorist attack on 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. 2. Extends its deepest condolences to the families and friends who lost loved ones. 3. Expresses solidarity with the people of New Zealand and Muslim communities in Canada and around the world. 4. Affirms the need to confront hatred, Islamophobia, and white supremacy in all their forms. And 5. Commits to working to create a world where all people, no matter their faith, can feel supported and safe. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Does the Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent? Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Infrastructure Update, Investments in Provinces and Municipalities. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 62 petitions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, en vertu du règlement.
Mr. Speaker, under the Standing Order, I have the honour to table in both official languages Protocol to the North Atlantic Treaty on the accession of the Republic of North Macedonia. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to say that we stand in solidarity with the people of New Zealand who are dealing with this horrible terrorist attack. The police believe it is a terrorist attack.
With the consequences of this violence, we will be reaching out to our counterparts to offer our unwavering support. Prime Minister Rutte addressed this House mere months ago, and he spoke of the close ties between our countries. Canada will be there, as we always are, for the Netherlands in the difficult days ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express Canada's deepest condolences to all those grieving in New Zealand. Just a few days ago, our friend and ally suffered the worst terrorist attack in their history, an attack motivated by Islamophobia. 50 men, women, and children murdered at prayer, dozens more injured, gunned down by a monster, a terrorist, a coward. Je me suis entretenu avec la Première ministre.
I spoke with the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and I extended our most sincere condolences and our support, and I congratulated her on the leadership and compassion she has demonstrated. We share the pain of the parents, brothers and sisters of the victims who never got the chance to say goodbye to their loved ones. These people killed by a person who had adopted a hateful ideology.
Who live and thrive in a free and open secular democracy. It is our responsibility to maintain this freedom so that those who choose to practice faith can do so without fear of violence. To our Muslim friends here in Canada, in New Zealand, and around the world, know that we mourn with you. We feel your pain, and we love you. We will stand by you in the difficult days and weeks to come. The Quran tells us, the true servants of the Most Merciful are those who behave gently and with humility on earth, and whenever the foolish quarrel with them, they reply with words of peace. Now, if that idea sounds familiar, perhaps you've also heard it in the Gospel of Matthew, which speaks not of revenge and retaliation, but of turning the other cheek. Indeed, if we choose to look for them, the lessons found within our faiths will bind us together and are more powerful than those things that seek to divide us. Il y a à peine 2 ans,
just 2 years ago, I took part in a vigil that paid tribute to 6 innocent men from Sainte-Foy in Quebec City. Fathers, brothers, and sons who, like the victims of Christchurch, were killed by bullets while at prayer. I supported their families in their bereavement, families who had a hard time believing that their communities could be victims of such hateful acts. Mr. Speaker, we have too often been witnesses to tragedies like those in Sainte-Foy and Christchurch. Innocent people murdered. Headlines sounding the alarm when countries were plunged into chaos and violence. Massacres, mass killings targeting religious communities, terrorist attacks. And it's a shame. Unfortunately, the world's leaders share some of the responsibility. We have a responsibility to no longer simply downplay these incidents by pointing the finger at others, because these days, those who are angry have ever more options for grandstanding.
It's anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, anti-black, anti-indigenous, misogynistic, homophobic. The list goes on and on. This rhetoric is dangerous, hateful, and vile. It lives and festers online, spilling out into the real world with deadly consequences. We see it here in Canada, in online harassment, anonymous letters, defaced places of worship, acts of violence, and even murder. When we fail to denounce hatred with total conviction, we empower those people and legitimize their violence. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we've seen an increase in the number of terrorist attacks targeting Muslims all around the world. So families flee to democracies like Canada and the United States and our allies, praying that their new homes will give them safety, hoping that their kids will know a place where they are not targeted because of faith. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, these same families who fled violence in their homelands are now too often met by a new kind of violence when they reach new shores. Anti-immigrant hatred, right-wing extremism, white nationalism, neo-Nazi terrorism. These groups are alive in Canada, a nation that, under the leadership of Laurier and Diefenbaker and my father, has long championed the protection of minorities and promoted our diversity as our greatest strength. And yet, while the majority of our citizens welcome these newcomers with open arms, small, toxic segments peddle the belief that greater diversity is a weakness. The irony is that these fringe groups say they despise Daesh, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, and others. But they spew hatred and incite violence and murder the innocent just the same. They are no better than those they claim to hate. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the issue isn't just politicians' failure to condemn the hatred. The issue is that in many cases, they actually condone those who spread hateful messages. I'd like to say to politicians and world leaders, popularism and the way it's so easy for some people to take on extremist ideas, this has to stop. It's not that people are dying, it's that people are being murdered. Mothers and fathers have been snatched from their families. Innocent children, unaware, have been struck down in a moment without any hesitation.
Temples, synagogues, churches, concerts, malls, schools, people murdered while vulnerable and defenseless here in Canada, south of the border, and around the world. And the response is always the same. We're aghast as the headlines blare and moms and dads hug their kids a little tighter, and thank God it's not happening to them. Politicians, well, we stand around, we offer our condolences, and we say nice things in the aftermath. We say that we'll do better. We'll say that never again will such hatred be allowed to fester unchallenged. And then when the flames die down and the smoke clears, we look the other way. We revert back to politicking, figuring out how we can tap into that powerful rage to harness a few more votes. We scapegoat the other to play to our base. With a wink and a nudge, we legitimize this evil. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to cast a light on this hatred and on our unwillingness to call it out. As leaders, as privileged few with power and an audience, we have a responsibility to do something. This responsibility is not negotiable. It's not to be waived when it's politically convenient. Courting these views is always the wrong choice to make. We have to chase out this hatred from our parties, fight it online, denounce it at town halls, push back when it reaches our front door. Choosing to stay silent while hatred stews is complicity in its most cowardly form. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, each and every year, each and every decade, we bemoan the loss of innocent people in this country or that country, and we promise to do better. And after that, the cycle simply repeats itself. Leaders decide that hatred is a feeling that can be tapped into, that the insatiable anger of some will help them reach power. as a society, as a global community, and as human beings? Have we really learned nothing? To be honest, I'm sick and tired of this. I'm sick and tired of extending our thoughts and our prayers. And if I'm sick and tired of it, I can barely imagine how those who've been directly affected by violence every day must feel.
People around the world are exhausted by the carnage. They reach out to console friends and neighbors when these tragedies rock their communities, incensed by their leaders' inability to take a principled stand. People come out to vigils in the hundreds, in the thousands, and plead for action. And we fall short. Our communities set an example that our leaders consistently fail to follow. After tragedies like these, politicians often say that it's not a time to talk politics, but that instead we should grieve and support the affected communities. I think that's a farce, Mr. Speaker. I think this is exactly the time to talk politics. Because the best way to support people is to acknowledge that there's a problem and take concrete steps to fix it.
Mr. Speaker, as an international community, we have to make a choice. Are we going to call out our leaders who look away when others incite violence? Are we going to call out our colleagues at work who tell racist or misogynist jokes without anyone saying anything? Are we going to call out internet trolls, those cowards who spread hatred and insult people anonymously?
Mr. Speaker, will we do the right thing? Or will we bury our heads in the sand today, only to bury them in our hands later? The tragedy in New Zealand is, sadly, yet another example of just how far we've gone astray. But we cannot let the lessons of those 50 deaths go unlearned. The path we are going down is dangerous and unsustainable. And people are tired of fighting this alone without the full backing of their leaders. But we can take a stand here and now in Canada and around the world and say that enough is enough. That the days of spewing hatred and inciting violence without consequences are over. We owe it to the people of Christchurch. We owe it to the people of Sainte Foy and of Pittsburgh and of Manchester. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to our kids and we owe it to ourselves. I'm calling on like-minded countries of the world to stand with Canada in this fight. Muslim, Christian, Jewish, black, white, all of us, we must fight this hatred as a team that refuses to accept this as the new normal, a team tired of sending thoughts and prayers.
Here in Canada, we've already taken major steps to fight discrimination and hatred. We've bolstered our investigation of groups responsible for hate propaganda, including white supremacist and neo-Nazi groups. We've made major changes to arms control. We've increased funding to protect places of worship. We have invested in programs to promote inclusion, to build bridges between people, and celebrate our diversity. In spite of everything, we do know that there is still a lot of work to be done. But understand me, we will do what needs doing. This is a message that needs to be brought to the international community.
The fight against racism and intolerance will be a major fight. But we can't put it off any longer. I know that we can make real change here. We can turn the page and get off this dangerous path we're on. We need only look to our communities for inspiration. Mr. Speaker, there are more good people than bad in this world. The light outweighs the dark. The good greatly outnumbers the evil. We see it when our citizens come together at vigils in the wake of tragedy. We see it when strangers link arms to protect places of worship. We see it in offers to walk with those who feel unsafe. We saw it in Sainte-Foy, and we're seeing it now in New Zealand. This is an important fight. And I'm calling on politicians of all stripes to follow the example set by the good people we serve and do the right thing. We must counter this hatred, and together we will.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start off my remarks by adding my voice and all those in the opposition party, and join with the Prime Minister in offering our deepest condolences to the people of the Netherlands. As more information comes to light about this vicious attack, we certainly are with them in spirit. Canada, of course, has a long history of being a partner to the Netherlands, and to all our Dutch friends, both here in Canada and at home in Europe. We give you our every best wishes and deepest sympathies in the aftermath of this tragedy.
It's hard to describe the horror felt by us all and Canadians when we learned of the terrorist attacks against Muslims in New Zealand by a white supremacist.
The horror felt by all of us in this place and by Canadians upon hearing of the brutal terrorist attack targeted at New Zealand's Muslim community by an avowed white supremacist. Nothing we say today will heal the pain caused by this hate-filled, anti-Muslim, deranged individual. But what we say today, and what we say tomorrow, and the day after that, has the power to stop others from experiencing the same pain in the future. Of course, we offer our most heartfelt condolences, and we stand in solidarity with the victims and their families, with the people of New Zealand, with the Muslim community all over the world, and with all those who feel vulnerable and targeted because of this despicable act of terror.
We extend our sincerest condolences, and we stand in solidarity with the victims and their families, and with the people of New Zealand, with the Muslim community all around the world, and with all those who feel vulnerable and targeted because of this ignorant attack, a terrorist attack.
Fathers had to explain to their children what happened, and had to assure them that the same thing wouldn't happen to them the next time they go to the mosque to worship and pray. These conversations should never have to happen, not here in Canada, not anywhere. Evil is real, Mr. Speaker, and it takes many forms. Bigotry, hatred, racism, and violence are among them. These forces must be met with both our finest virtue and our fiercest resolve. Hatred must be met with truth, cowardice with courage, bigotry with tolerance, and violence with justice. The word terrorism has been used to describe random, indiscriminate acts of violence intended to inspire fear in others. And while that was certainly the intention of Friday's attacks, in many ways, they were the exact opposite of random. 50 victims, all of them loved, all of them brave, all of them heroes, and all of them Muslim. 50 victimes, des gens aimés.
50 victims. Victims who were loved, who were brave. They were all Muslims.
Wanted to be a footballer when he grew up. His father said, "I remember him as my baby, who I nearly lost when he was born. A brave little soldier. It's so hard to see him just gunned down by someone who didn't care about anyone or anything." Abdul Aziz didn't hide when the gunman approached. He fought back to defend other worshippers, initially with only a credit card reader, and then subsequently chasing after him with a gun the shooter had emptied and dropped. What bravery in the face of such horror. Mr. Aziz survived. Others, like Naheem Rashid, who also fought back, did not. Ce sont quelques noms que nous devrions connaître.
These are a few names that we need to know and never forget.
Forceful in our words as we are in our example. We must seize opportunities to ensure that Muslims and all others of all faith communities feel secure to live and practice their faith, both inside houses of worship and outside of them. Ce malheureux événement ravit.
This sad event recalls the terrible attack in the Quebec City Mosque under similar circumstances. People had come to pray, they had come to gather, and their lives were cut down by hate. The pain is still felt by all relatives of those who were struck down. We need to unequivocally condemn all racist ideologies or exclusive ideologies.
In our condemnation of all doctrines of racial superiority or exclusionary ethnic or religious prejudice. All of the great societies of human history have been founded on shared civic values, not on isolated ethnic nationalism. Canada has, from its inception, been a country built on values that transcend religious, ethnic, and linguistic divides. This is who we were founded to be. This is who we are. And this is who we will always be. Those who think otherwise have no place in our democracy. One need not look beyond the last few days to see evidence of this. Canadians have visited mosques, dropped off gifts, and otherwise taken steps to show their love and goodwill for their Muslim neighbors. I know many of my colleagues on all sides of the House, and I myself visited a mosque in my own riding this weekend. We have all paid similar visits in our own communities. These spontaneous outpourings from people everywhere shows us that Canadian pluralism is not in the first instance defined by politicians, but rather by the open hearts and helping hands of the Canadian people. I say to my colleagues in all parties, we certainly have our differences on important policy matters that deserve rigorous and spirited debate. But on this, the very compassion and humanity of our Canadian society, there can be no debate. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the words we say today are important, but words today are not enough. We must commit today to turn words into concrete action. Action to defend a concept of Canada rooted in shared civic values, respect for the principle of universal human dignity, and freedom of religion for all. We must fight terrorism. We must stand with our Muslim brothers and sisters, people of all faiths, people of all racial backgrounds. Monsieur le Président, les mots.
Mr. Speaker, the words that we say today are important, but words are not enough. We must commit to transforming words into concrete action, to stand up for a Canada that is rooted in common civic values, in respect for universal values, and freedom of religion for all. We must combat terrorism, and we must stand up with our Muslim brothers and sisters and our brothers and sisters of all faiths and ethnicities.
To this effort, we will work hard to breathe new life into the immortal words of the great John Diefenbaker, spoken on this floor almost 60 years ago. when he said, quote, "I am Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all New Democrats, I also want to express our solidarity with the community affected by this terrorist act. It is very clear what happened in New Zealand and that it was a terrorist attack.
This act of terrorism, we all denounce Islamophobia, which is at the heart of what happened in New Zealand. The fact that people, Muslims, brothers and sisters, loved ones, friends and family, going to a place of prayer, going to a place of reflection, a place where they sought to find some peace and respite from their days, going to a masjid, were killed in cold blood. That attack reverberated across the world. Though it happened in Christchurch, New Zealand, the pain impacts all of us. It hurts here in Canada, where Muslim brothers and sisters, our friends, our close ones, people who work with us, are thinking about their own loved ones when they go to masjid, when they go to prayer, and how much it hurts to know that you're being targeted for being who you are. So of course we denounce Islamophobia today. Of course we denounce inflaming hatred against Muslims. But we have to go further than that. C'est clair qu'on dénonce.
Clearly, we have to condemn hate and discrimination, but we need to go beyond that.
Hate knows no bounds. Once hate is allowed to grow, it consumes all in its path. Hate is like a fire. Once allowed to grow, it spreads, consuming everything. And we've seen the impact of that hatred here in North America as well. African Americans attending a Baptist church in Texas were gunned down because of the color of their skin. 6 in Wisconsin were attacked while meditating at a gurdwara. Here in Canada, in Quebec, the city of Quebec, we saw the impact of Islamophobia. Anti-Semitism continues to impact people across the world. So it's not enough to just denounce Islamophobia. We also need to denounce all forms of hate. But to denounce hate is more than just calling out the acts. We've got to go further. We must learn to do things differently and ask ourselves a question: what are we willing to do to tackle hatred? One of the things that we've seen that is the root of hatred is fear. When fear is inflamed, when fear is allowed to grow, it creates a climate for hate to grow. So we think about one of the earliest fears we all have is fear of the unknown. And that fear is very real. When someone doesn't know about someone else, when you don't know where they come from, when you don't know what their values are or who they are, there's often folks that'll use that unknown as they'll use that to create fear. And that fear can develop into hatred. We know that language and policies can also dehumanize our fellow human beings. And that dehumanization can result in fear that leads to hatred. So we need to call out language which specifically dehumanizes people. The language of calling someone illegal. It dehumanizes the worth and value of another human being. When we use words like barbaric to describe another human being. Again, the purpose is to dehumanize, and then once you dehumanize, it leads to fear and hatred. Also, when we refer to immigration as a threat, that again creates the climate for fear, and that climate for fear can be used to create hatred. We know that words can fuel white supremacy. Words can fuel hatred, and we've got to call out those words and call out those policies. But beyond all of that, we know there's another form, another way that fear is allowed to grow. And that's in the fear and worry that people, everyday Canadians, feel every day. There's far too many Canadians, far too many people living in our country that live in fear of the future. They're worried about whether or not their job will pay enough to build a life for themselves and their family. Far too many Canadians are worried about if they can pay their bills, if they can find a place to live. They're uncertain about their own future. Imagine how fearful they are for the future for their kids. There's some folks that will use that fear, that uncertainty, and use it to create divisions, to pit one group against another, to divide us. That fear that is created can then be used to create hatred. So, il faut avoir le courage.
So we have to have the courage to move forward and to take different kinds of steps and measures to bring about change in society.
Courage to call out, not just call out the language, let's go further. First off, we know right now our Muslim brothers and sisters are hurting, so I ask everyone to reach out to your friends. Reach out to the people you know. Ask them if they're all right, because people are hurting right now. But beyond that, let's reach out to people that we don't know about. Let's open our hearts and replace the ignorance, the lack of knowledge with understanding, which will create the climate for compassion, so we care for one another. Let's not only call out policies and words, but let's replace those words and policies with policies that unite us, that bring us together. Let's be conscious of the words we use so that we never create any ground for hate to grow. And let's unrig the system. When I talked about the system that creates this fear and worry for the future when people can't find a good job, it's a system that's been rigged to ensure that more and more wealth is concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer. A system that frustrates everyday people who work harder and harder and can't get ahead. Let's unrig that system so that everyone can realize their dreams, so that everyone can see their own potentials realized and actualized. Let's build a system of shared prosperity, prosperity for the many, not the few, a system where everyone can achieve what they want. If we want to tackle hate, we've got to go far more. We've got to go further than just tackling Islamophobia. We've got to go further than just tackling anti-Semitism. We have to tackle all forms of hate, whether it's based on gender, whether it's based on identity, whether it's based on ethnicity, whether it's based on your immigration status, whatever it is, we must denounce all forms of hatred, and we must remove all the conditions that create fear, all the conditions that allow for fear to grow, for hatred to take hold. That's what we need to do. We want to pay true tribute to those who've lost their lives, and that's what we can do to build not only a better Canada, but a better world. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille has requested unanimous consent to be able to give remarks. Does he have consent? Yes. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to join with the other parties in expressing our solidarity with the people of New Zealand during this very difficult time. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the entire world once again was struck by hate when a terrorist murdered 50 innocent individuals in Christchurch, New Zealand. 50 individuals were killed simply because they wanted on that Friday to practice their religion in peace. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to the relatives of those victims, to the citizens of Christchurch, and to all those individuals of the Muslim faith, there and here, all those people who today feel less safe than they felt yesterday. I would like to wish them all courage during this very difficult time. I would like to tell them that we are with them, that our voice is with those voices around the world, to tell them that we stand with them in solidarity, to tell them that humanity will triumph over horror, over the inhumane. I want to tell them that in their pain, they will see that their community is made up, more than they could ever have imagined, of heroes like Abdul Aziz, people willing to do everything for their fellow citizens. I want to tell them that together they will find the strength to face each day. Mr. Speaker, the Christchurch tragedy shows us that we need to recall, repeat, and emphasize that hate for Muslims is unacceptable and must be called out at every opportunity. We must recall that every individual is allowed to practice the religion of their choice if they so choose to do that. That every individual should be able to do that without fearing for their safety. We must recall all of these before these acts become an engraving on a rifle. This is a responsibility that we all share, and that we must seize on behalf of all those who lost their lives in Christchurch. We have to recall that everyone should be able to practice the religion of their choice if they so wish, that each individual should be able to do that without fearing for their safety. That is one of the pillars of our society, of the rule of law. It is one of the most fundamental freedoms of the Western world, a freedom that must be defended. We must recall this freedom that unites us, and we must condemn any hateful speech that divides us. We must condemn this before this hate speech takes root. We must condemn this hate speech, and we must condemn any conspiracy theories that cloud the judgment of those who lack good judgment. We must do this on behalf of all those who lost their lives in Christchurch, also on behalf of all those who lost their lives in Sainte-Foy, the Polytechnique, Paris, Nice, Charleston, Pittsburgh, Norway, and everywhere where hate momentarily triumphed over humanity. Thank you.
Does the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands have anything to add to her comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues in this place. I, like all of you, share in the deep grief of the people of New Zealand, particularly the Islamic population of New Zealand, the neighbors, the friends, the worshippers. This is a horrific act of violence. And I appreciate so much that the Prime Minister has shown a light on the fact, and it's a fact, that there are white supremacists in Canada who harbor the same kinds of views as the perpetrator of this act of atrocity. Those are hard words to say because Canadians are so very nice. We really are. Just over the 2 weeks that we had, Mr. Speaker, I was in community after community and town hall meetings, and there's no question. Canadians are, as a people, a family. We may want to create divisions, region against region, but they're not real. Canadians are inherently really wonderful, loving, compassionate human beings, and that we would have such a thing as white supremacy anywhere in Canada should be as deeply disturbing to all of us here, to everyone across the country. To turn to New Zealand for a moment, it doesn't fail to strike me with such deep irony that the people of Christchurch were visited another act, a natural disaster, that cut right to the heart of that community. The earthquake of 2011 killed 185 people. And I'm not speaking for New Zealanders, but given the commentary from people who were near the shooting, who were impacted by the shooting, I don't doubt that my friend James Shaw, who's a parliamentarian in New Zealand and co-leader of their Green Party, would think I was right in saying that this act of violence has been more deeply painful to the people of Christchurch than even the earthquake that obliterated centuries of monuments and killed so very many. That brave, young woman, Prime Minister of New Zealand, has all of our support, and I so appreciate that the Prime Minister spoke to her directly. But Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has already proven herself to be a strong woman in politics by being the first prime minister anywhere in the world to give birth while in office. But this should never have come on her watch. It's so unfair. And her words in the moments after the killings, quote, speaking of the victims in the mosque, she said, "They are us. The person who has perpetrated this violence against us is not." She has completely excluded them from having any right to feel that they belong in New Zealand, anyone who would do such a thing. We must do the same in Canada. We must be prepared to say, if you're attracted to a white supremacist movement, you don't belong in Canada. You are not us. If you're attracted to a rally where you see signs that suggest there's white supremacists in the group, don't show up. Don't speak there. Give no oxygen, even accidental oxygen. All of us in political life must give no oxygen to hatred, to violence, to anti-Semitism, misogyny, Islamophobia. We must stand together as Canadians and know that the people we represent call on us to be our best selves, to love one another, to love our neighbors, and to be the kind of people who will stand outside a mosque with the sign that says, "I'm a Christian, but I'm here while you worship. I've got your back. I'm watching for you. I'm a Jew, but I'm standing here outside your mosque, as you will stand outside my temple, as we will stand together in places secular and religious, in faith, as family. No hatred must be allowed to take root in this country. We stand with the people of New Zealand, say, God bless you through what you're going through. Assalamu alaikum. We are together as family on this planet. Let no hatred take root here."
Allow me to thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South, Honorable député de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île.
Que leur propos est tellement éloquent.
For their very eloquent words.
Suite aux discussions entre les
Following discussions among the parties, I believe there would be unanimous consent to observe a moment of silence for the victims of the Christchurch attack. Will honourable members please rise?
reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Conformément au mandat que lui confère l'article.
Pursuant to our mandate, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 87th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. By unanimous consent, we'll seek concurrence under the heading motions.
First bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion, Honorable député Yukon.
Motions, the Honourable Member for Yukon. Mr. Speaker, if the House consents, I present the 87th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs and asked, I will seek concurrence. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to propose the motion? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Barrett, moves that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presented on Wednesday, June 7, 2017, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills. Mr. Speaker, for the past 6 weeks, we have seen a government that is in total chaos, unable to govern and riddled with resignations, all in it as they seek to cover up corruption at the highest levels of this government. Corruption that goes right to the top, right to the Prime Minister himself. It is very clear, based upon the chronological, detailed, and compelling testimony of the former Attorney General, the honourable member for Vancouver Granville, when she appeared before the Justice Committee, that there was a concerted and coordinated campaign directed by the Prime Minister to put pressure on the former Attorney General to interfere in the prosecution of SNC Lavalin. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the conduct of the Prime Minister and his top officials is completely inappropriate. But, Mr. Speaker, it might be worse. It might indeed have crossed the line of criminality. Mr. Speaker, Section 139 of the Criminal Code makes it an offense to in any way seek to alter the course of justice. That, Mr. Speaker, appears to be precisely what the Prime Minister sought to do, namely to alter the course of justice with respect to the prosecution of SNC Lavalin to get a special deal for the Prime Minister's friends. Do you know what you call that, Madam Speaker? You call that obstruction of justice, because that is exactly the conduct that the Prime Minister engaged in, the type of conduct that he directed from top officials within the PMO. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a Prime Minister who has repeatedly failed to be straight with Canadians as these allegations came to light, a Prime Minister who has repeatedly changed his story, a Prime Minister who has pathetically resorted to, by way of an admission of guilt, to try to change the channel by saying, well, it was all about jobs, all about saving jobs. Madam Speaker, what a joke, what a farce that it was all about saving jobs. We know that that is simply not true, and Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that that is not true. Why, Madam Speaker? Well, because SNC Lavalin was required to stay in Montreal for 7 years, pursuant to a loan agreement, a $1.5 billion loan agreement with the Caisse de Depot. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, so they couldn't move anywhere. They had negotiated a 20-year lease for their headquarters, and they had just finished multi-million-dollar renovations. And Madam Speaker, it gets worse, because 2 days before the Prime Minister directed the clerk of the Privy Council to threaten the former Attorney General on that fateful December 19th meeting, not once, not twice, but on 3 occasions, The CEO of SNC-Lavalin was quoted in the very secret newspaper called the Toronto Star, saying that SNC-Lavalin was here to stay. So for the Prime Minister to put forward that argument is simply just not the truth. It is, frankly, raises new questions about whether or not the Prime Minister was trying to mislead the Attorney General, the former Attorney General, as a way to put pressure on her. And I say that that provides evidence that, there may have been not only obstruction of justice, but it takes obstruction of justice to a whole new level by this Prime Minister. And in addition to being simply not the facts, it also is further evidence that the Prime Minister acted unlawfully and that his top officials acted unlawfully. Why? Because, Madam Speaker, the legislation expressly precludes the consideration of jobs as a factor on whether to enter into a deferred prosecution agreement. What's more, it may not have only contravened the criminal code in terms of the criminal code provisions that expressly preclude that consideration, it may very well have contravened Canada's obligations pursuant to the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention. It's why officials from the OECD have said that they've sounded the alarm in terms of what the Prime Minister has done, what his officials have done, and are monitoring the situation quite closely. So not only did the Prime Minister contravene potentially the criminal code, he may very well have contravened Canada's international obligations and has certainly done much to undermine Canada's reputation when we're talking about widespread evidence of political interference from the very top, from the Prime Minister, to interfere in a bribery corruption case, Madam Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister has said, well, the former Attorney General has had an opportunity to have her say. She came before the Justice Committee, and he says, Madam Speaker, that that is enough. But the fact is that the Attorney General, former Attorney General, doesn't seem to believe that it is enough. Why? Because, Madam Speaker, the former Attorney General has been able to speak about some of the version of events, but she's not able to speak about others. Namely, because the Prime Minister is silencing her. The Prime Minister is silencing her because he has refused to waive solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidentiality during the time that she was fired as the Attorney General and during the time that she served in cabinet as Minister of Veterans Affairs. In that regard, Madam Speaker, in a letter that the former Attorney General wrote to the chair of the Justice Committee just before she testified, she stated, quote, I also draw to the committee's attention that while Order in Council number 2019-0105, which I saw for the first time last evening, is a step in the right direction, it falls short of what is required, unquote. When she was asked by the member for Milton at the Justice Committee whether or not she could tell why she resigned as Attorney General and from the Cabinet, she said that she cannot. It's time for the Prime Minister to stop the cover-up. It's time for the Prime Minister to do the right thing and let the former Attorney General speak, not just to speak about things that the Prime Minister wants her to speak about, but to speak to the full truth, the full version of events. It's time to end the cover-up. It's time to let her speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the member throughout his 10-minute commentary, and I'm not quite sure exactly if he's addressed the report, which is really a one-liner report on a public prosecutor recommendation, from what I understand, to the committee. But he's chosen, or the Conservative Party has chosen to want to debate that particular report when we could be debating Indigenous legislation, which has been for generations been waited for. And my question to the member is, could he concisely indicate to the House what exactly is in the report, as opposed to what it is that he was talking about?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, what is in the report relates directly to what I am speaking about. And what's more, what is important is that this process continue to move forward, including hearing from the Director of Public Prosecutions, unlike what the Liberals attempted to do in a shameful display last week, when instead of voting and debating at an emergency meeting about how the process could move forward, they shut the committee down and then ran out the back door, afraid to face the cameras.
And comments, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I think it's really important to talk about the independence of the role of the Director of Public Prosecutions, because this is what brings us to the heart of this scandal. That we have Elder Marquez, Matthew Bouchard, who attempted to go around the Attorney General to begin those conversations. And the former Attorney General was very clear that this would represent illegal interference. The Clerk of the Privy Council talking about starting a conversation with their Director of Public Prosecutions. This is a complete undermining of the notion of the rule of law, and that's what the former Attorney General spoke to. But we now see the government is refusing to let her speak, to come back and rebut the less than credible testimony of Jerry Butts. But they're bringing in now a former Liberal from the ad scam days who's doing political fundraisers for the Liberal Party to oversee whether or not it's okay for Liberals to interfere with the work of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I would put it to my honourable colleague that what got this Prime Minister in trouble in the first place is this culture of who you know in the PMO, that they said they weren't interested in legalities. Well, they obviously weren't interested in legalities. Now they're not interested in credibility, because how is it possible that someone who's stumping for the Liberals, raising money for them now, can be put into a position to pretend to be an independent reviewer of potential interference in the role of the Director of Public Prosecution in the bribery scandal of SNC-Lavalin?
St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for Timmins James Bay. And what we have is a case of Liberals investigating Liberals. A former Liberal cabinet minister who was tied to ad scam, who sat in the cabinet with, among others, the Minister of Public Safety, who was somehow going to come in and investigate. Madam Speaker, it falls far short of anything credible, and I believe is just further evidence of a continuation of a cover-up on the part of the Prime Minister. And with respect to the first point that the honourable member made about the independence of the Director of Public Prosecutions, under the legislation, it is within her jurisdiction to make a determination about whether to negotiate or not negotiate a deferred prosecution agreement. And the fact that the Prime Minister sought to do an end run around the Director of Public Prosecutions by continually putting pressure on the former Attorney General is clear evidence of the Prime Minister's total lack of respect and understanding for her independent prosecutorial discretion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the events of the last 6 weeks have demonstrated that the Justice Committee has been unable or unwilling to deal with our constitutional crisis. And let me first explain why this is a constitutional crisis. In this country, our Constitution is both written and unwritten. The written Constitution is found in many Constitution Acts, like the Constitution Act of 1867, which is the founding document of our Confederation. It's found in the Constitution Act of 1982, which contains the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But arguably, the bigger part of our Constitution is the unwritten part of our Constitution. The unwritten part of our Constitution regulates Crown prerogative. It regulates the accountability of the executive branch of government, the Prime Minister's office and his cabinet, to the legislative branch of government. It regulates the divisions of powers between the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of the Canadian state. And one important part of this unwritten constitutional doctrine is the Shawcross Doctrine, or the Shawcross Principle. In fact, it is so important that all attorneys general in Canada at the federal and provincial levels have adopted it as constitutional law, as a constitutional convention. The Shawcross Doctrine, in essence, says that the Attorney General, as the senior law officer of the Crown, is not to be put under pressure by the Prime Minister or any other minister in the Cabinet with respect to a criminal proceeding. It's an important principle to protect the independence of our judicial system, to ensure that no Prime Minister, no Premier can interfere with who gets criminally prosecuted and who doesn't, with who gets criminally convicted and who doesn't, with who gets sent to jail or who doesn't. These are not just foundational constitutional principles in Canada, but in all Western democracies. So what happened, Madam Speaker? What happened here that is such a crisis? Well, quite simply, the Prime Minister last September told his Attorney General, as the top Crown prosecutor in the country, that he wanted to see the criminal trial of SNC-Lavalin stopped. He made that clear to her in his discussion last September. The Attorney General clearly indicated to him during that conversation that she had made up her mind and that the Director of Public Prosecution was going to take this matter to trial. Over the course of the fall, the Prime Minister and his staff and other ministers put unrelenting, sustained, and inappropriate pressure on the Attorney General to stop this matter from proceeding to trial. And in doing so, they violated the constitutional law of this country, the unwritten constitutional conventions that govern the division of powers between the PMO and the judicial branch of government. And if they hadn't violated the Shawcross Doctrine, this unwritten convention, last September, they had clearly violated it by the time Christmas came around. And then, to add to all of this, the Prime Minister fired the Attorney General. Oh yes, that's not what the government will say. The government will say that she was shifted into a new portfolio, Veterans Affairs. But the reality is, the former Attorney General was shuffled out of her portfolio and a new Attorney General appointed who seems much more open to halting the criminal trial of SNC-Lavalin and giving them a deferred prosecution agreement. And that is why this is a constitutional crisis. The unwritten convention, the constitutional law of this country, that the Attorney General is independent in matters criminal, has been broken. And the branch of our system, of the Canadian state, that can hold the executive branch accountable on a non-statutory, non-criminal breach of our unwritten constitutional conventions is the legislative branch of our government, the House of Commons and its committees. But, Madam Speaker, that is not what is happening here in this legislature. It's not what is happening here in its committees. The House of Commons, its committees, and its parliamentary parties, recognized under the Parliament of Canada Act, can vote to censor the Prime Minister, can vote to hold the Prime Minister or the government in contempt of Parliament. They can remove the Prime Minister as head of the Liberal Parliamentary Party and replace him with another leader. That is how this matter needs to be resolved. It is this legislature and its committees that need to hold the executive branch of government accountable for this serious constitutional breach of the independence of our judicial system. But it's clear that the Justice Committee, being under the control of the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office, has been unwilling or unable to hold the executive branch of government accountable, in part because members of committees are all appointed and essentially sit at the pleasure of the party leader. And in the case of the Justice Committee, the majority of members are appointed by the Prime Minister through his designates. And that is the problem here. And that is why, Madam Speaker, this House needs to order the Justice Committee to do its work. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I'm going to move an amendment to this motion on the floor right now, which is seconded by the member for Calgary-Shepherd, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 14th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presented on Wednesday, June 7, 2017, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, with instruction to amend the same so as to underscore its ongoing support for the appointment of Kathleen Roussel to the position of Director of Public Prosecutions, and to recommend that she appear before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to discuss matters relating to her mandate. Madam Speaker, I move this amendment because the committee is clearly not doing its work and holding the executive branch of government accountable. It needs to do its work, and an order of this House will ensure that that committee does do its work.
Mr. Strong, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 14th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presented on Wednesday, June 7, 2017, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights with instruction to amend the same so as to underscore its ongoing support for the appointment of Kathleen Roussel to the position of Director of Public Prosecutions, and to recommend that she appear before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to discuss matters relating to her mandate. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I find it somewhat sad that the opposition party has chosen today to once again attempt to conduct a filibuster. Today we were supposed to be debating Bill C-92. That affects hundreds of children, Indigenous children, in my own riding, Madam Speaker. It is something that has been long waited for. The minister has introduced, and the Conservatives are using a tool that is often used for a filibuster. And the member across the way knows that full well. My question to the member opposite is, does he not recognize the injustice that Indigenous people have had to incur for many, many years? And we finally have legislation that's dealing with children that will in fact have a positive impact, and the same day the Conservative Party has chosen to take such action. Action that ultimately, they've had an emergency debate, there's all sorts of other opportunities to be able to have that debate. Why put the Indigenous issues on the back burner?
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the member opposite, nothing is more important in front of this House today than the matter concerning the constitutional crisis in front of us. Because in the long run, Madam Speaker, in the long run, nothing matters more than the principles that govern our people. Nothing matters more than the Constitution, than the principles in that Constitution. And if we fail to uphold these principles, we will be passing along to our children and grandchildren a much weakened constitutional order. And nothing will be worse for the Indigenous peoples of this country, for all Canadians than to pass along institutions that have been weakened because of a failure to follow unwritten constitutional conventions. And Madam Speaker, unwritten constitutional conventions can change, and they can change through precedent. And if we don't, as a House, be seized with the matter at hand that concerns the Constitution, the division of powers, and upholding the rule of law, then we will weaken this constitutional order, setting a new precedent that allows future prime ministers and premiers to interfere with criminal prosecutions, and that will mean much worse outcomes for Indigenous peoples across this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I listen with great respect and interest to my honourable colleague. I am concerned, however, by this motion that he's bringing forward about inviting the Director of Public Prosecutions to committee. Because to me, one of the things that has been very disturbing about the SNC-Lavalin case is the attempt to politically interfere with the independence of the public prosecution, given the fact that we have a very serious case of bribery and corruption that is being watched at the international level. The SNC case is something that is affecting Canada's reputation. It was the allegations raised by the former Attorney General that there were numerous attempts to interfere, to go around her, to begin that conversation with the Director of Public Prosecutions that I'm worried may actually undermine the case. So I want to know, how are we going to be reassured if the Conservatives try and bring her to committee that this is not actually undermining her work, putting her into a political spotlight where she should not be as an independent prosecutor, and is not going to affect the outcome of that case by any attempts to make it seem that we are politicizing the role of the independent public prosecutor.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's possible for the committee to hear, to call for the Director of Public Prosecutions to appear in front of committee. I think it's possible for the committee to respect the Sub Judice Convention, another unwritten convention of our Constitution, and ask her questions about that are general in nature as it relates to the division of powers between the judicial system and the executive branch of government. And so I think members on the committee can be expected to uphold those conventions, and I expect that the chair of that committee will ensure that those unwritten conventions, the Sub Judice Convention in particular, will be upheld and respected.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 43 minutes. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Canada Revenue Agency, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, Finance, and the honourable member for Sanish Gulf Islands, the Environment. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to participate in this discussion. I'll be frank in echoing the comments that were made by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader that in the context of a debate that we've had, which is an important debate and it's an important discussion, and we've had fruitful testimony and we've had Justice Committee hearings, we have an Ethics Commission investigator. What has been questioned at times has been the government, our government's commitment to Indigenous reconciliation throughout all of these past 4 or 5 weeks. And this afternoon, we're actually meant to be debating Bill C-92, which is a piece of legislation that is actually era-defining in its content, because of what it seeks to do is something that I think all parliamentarians should be actually seeking to support and expedite in all candor. What Bill C-92 seeks to do is reverse the situation which we now have today, which any member of the Assembly of First Nations, the ITK, or the Métis Nation could tell you, which is that we now have a situation today where we've got more children in the child welfare custody proceedings in this country than at the height of the residential school system. That's the fact. And C-92 is meant to address that by ensuring that we're not taking Indigenous kids from Indigenous environments and putting them into non-Indigenous environments, removing them from their families, their communities, their clans, their reserves, their people. That's what we're meant to be debating right now. But instead, we're debating the current motion. So let me debate it, because the opposition has chosen to do just that. So what we're debating is a Justice Committee report that was tabled, if I'm correct, in June of last year with respect to the appointment of Kathleen Roussel as the Director of Public Prosecutions. And the member from, he represents the community of Attawapiskat. He just spoken, the member from the NDP, and he rightfully outlined that that role and that body and that title is extremely important. It's extremely important.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills has a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out to the, through you, to the member opposite, that we're not on the original motion as moved by my colleague from Alberta, but rather on the amendment, which would, if adopted, become an order of this House, ordering the Justice Committee to a particular course of action.
Thank you very much to the member for Wellington Halton Hills. As he well knows, that there is a lot of flexibility when debate is happening on specific bills. I'm sure that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will take note of the amendment, and as the Honourable Member knows, it is part of the legislation that is currently being debated right now. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm painfully aware of the fact that we're debating a sub-amendment, but I thank the member from Halton Hills for his desire to clarify the record. And if he needs to rise on another point of order, I'm sure he will feel free to do so. But the point being, Madam Speaker, is that we've had the member for Timmins, James Bay, stand up in this House just moments ago and ask a question to the member who just rose. And that question was whether what he seeks to do would actually jeopardize the importance of the independence of the Director of Public Prosecutions. So let's unpack that for a moment, Madam Speaker. The Director of Public Prosecutions, if memory serves, that notion was created around 2004-2006 specifically to address the need to ensure that there is a depoliticization and an arm's length nature of important matters and decisions that are taken with respect to prosecutions in this country. That's an important feature. It has its hallmarks in the rule of law and the constitutional precepts that the member opposite has been raising on numerous occasions right here in this very House. And by bringing that individual before the committee, the member for Timmins, James Bay raises an important point, whether that might be unwittingly or de facto politicizing the very exercise and decision-making power of that very individual. So I put that to this House for the purposes of contributing to this debate. Now, secondly, what I think is important to outline is that when we're talking about the independence of the Director of Public Prosecutions, that is a critically important role. It's a role that has been created here for many, many reasons, and it's a role that we need to jealously protect and safeguard. I do find it as well ironic, and this is just a prefatory comment to the comments that I'll be making, Madam Speaker, but I do find it also a bit ironic that the official opposition is seeking to direct the committees in terms of their work. We know from the record when the official opposition was in power, and this has been alluded to on numerous occasions by the government House Leader, but that when the official opposition was in power, they, one, reduced the resources provided to committees. Two, they took parliamentary secretaries like myself and they inserted them completely within the committee structure. And in so doing, they ensured that they effectively served almost as de facto whips on committees. What we have done, by conversely, is we campaigned on a different role for parliament secretaries and a different role for committees. And what we did is fulfill that campaign commitment by providing better resources to committees, and secondly, by ensuring that parliamentary secretaries like myself and 30 of my colleagues, or 34 of my colleagues, don't have a vote, for example, on committee. Those are important features that enhance the very committee process that the member opposites are somehow saying that we are impugning. And thirdly, and perhaps most egregiously, probably Canadians need to be reminded that on a day when the official opposition is seeking to somehow take the side of the committee process, that's the same party when they were in power that actually circulated a memo to all committee chairs about how to deliberately obstruct committee processes in terms of how to better manage the committees to do the Conservative Party's bidding. Those are facts, Madam Chair, and I think those facts are important so that people understand how perhaps ironic and a bit incredulous I find the position being currently taken by the members opposite. But let's then now look at what the committee work has been doing thus far. And members opposite, thankfully, particularly the official opposition members who actually sit on the Justice Committee, have always on pretty much every occasion that I've seen when a justice bill is being debated in this House, what they have said about the Justice Committee is that they've said it has worked in an amazingly harmonious and consensual manner. They've gone to great lengths to point out on many occasions the work of the member from Mount Royal as chair, who has always sought to produce consensus-based multi-party reports and have a consensus-based model and approach towards the committee deliberations, which I think is very important to know because it happened, again, earlier today, Madam Speaker, for those Canadians that are watching that consult things like the Hansard. Earlier today, we were just debating Bill C-84, and the member for St. Albert Edmundston actually talked about the member from Mount Royal and his studious chairmanship of that committee and his efforts to build consensus on numerous occasions. And at the same time, the member from St. Albert Edmonton reflected on the fact that he proposed a committee amendment to Bill C-84, and what we did, like any logical government that is taking a nonpartisan approach to committees should do, and one that is empowering committees to do their work should do, we accepted that amendment, as we've done on other occasions on other bills, such as Bill C-75, the Criminal Code Review Amendment. But again, prefatory comments about how committee structures are actually operating and how committees are actually working. But I think it's very, very important for people to understand that the Justice Committee stands out as an example of the great work that committees can do on a multi-party basis. And it stands out as an example where committees are actually fulfilling that kind of role. In this context, Madam Speaker, what have we heard from the Justice Committee? We've had people questioning their desire to actually engage in discussion about the issues. We've had people perhaps being surprised that the Justice Committee was very willing to hear from people. The Justice Committee has heard from the former Attorney General, they've heard from the current Attorney General, they've heard from the Deputy Attorney General, they've heard from the former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, they've heard to the Clerk of the Privy Council, and I'll just pause there to just actually, today particularly, acknowledge his 37 or 38 years of nonpartisan service to the people of Canada and to the Government of Canada, and acknowledge and recognize that body of work. But they've also heard from important experts and legal academics, which is something that I'll confess tickles my fancy, Madam Speaker, as a lawyer who came here after 15 years of practice, who practiced human rights and constitutional law. They've heard people talking about constitutional precepts that the member from Halton Hills is regularly invoking here, that the member for, I believe it's Victoria, of the NDP has also referred to on numerous occasions, the vice chair of the Justice Committee from the New Democratic Party. But they've invoked concepts about what we call the Shawcross Doctrine. And this has now been invoked so many times that people are starting to develop a familiarity about it. But they've been talking about the importance of the role of the Attorney General, the role of the Minister of Justice, the fused notion that we have here in Canada, both federally and at every provincial level, but they've also talked by comparison about how things operate in Britain. And in Britain, for example, they have a divorced role where each entity is fulfilled by different individuals so that they help to address or alleviate some of the concerns that have been expressed here. That's an important issue. It came up today once again in question period. These issues are being discussed and they've entered into the public debate, and that is a very good thing. That is a hallmark of the committees doing their work, of Parliament doing their work. And that's an important precept. So the Canadians that are watching right now should understand that these issues have all been advanced because the committee has been allowed to do its work. And then what has the committee actually learned, or what has actually come out of the committee process, Madam Speaker? Let's go there for a moment, because I believe that the member opposite's motion raised today when we, again, were meant to be debating Bill C-92 and child welfare legislation that would take Indigenous kids out of the child welfare system and keep them in and among Indigenous families and communities. Instead, they want to raise this issue about the committee structure and compel the reappearance of Ms. Roussel at the committee. But in understanding that and understanding our position on that, what the members opposite need to understand is what is already being heard at committee. And what is being heard at committee is what I'm hearing and what I'm learning from reviewing the materials and from watching the proceedings. And that is that we've heard testimony that the former Attorney General stated that the Prime Minister told her that this was her decision to take. We've heard the former Attorney General state on the record that it is appropriate to discuss job impacts. We've heard the former Attorney General say that nothing occurred that was unlawful. In response to a question by the leader of the Green Party, she said nothing that occurred was criminal. We've heard the former Attorney General say she was never directed. We've heard the former Attorney General state that the state of our institutions, the rule of law, and the independence of the legal process is intact. And I actually want to go to a couple of actual quotes that arose during the context of the proceedings to just illustrate this point. And this is the former Attorney General herself stating at committee, the very committee that the members opposite are impugning. She stated, "I do not want members of this committee or Canadians to think that the integrity of our institutions has somehow evaporated. The integrity of our justice system, the integrity of the Director of Public Prosecutions and prosecutors is intact." This position was echoed, Madam Chair, on this issue of the rule of law, which is an important point. Again, it's been raised by the member of Halton Hills on numerous occasions in the context of this debate. But it was also raised in the context of Mr. Wernick's testimony when he said, quote, "I think Canadians need to be assured," well, earlier he said, "I think Canadians should feel assured that they work in a democracy under the rule of law." In the same exchange with the member from Willowdale, he then went on to say, "I think Canadians need to be assured that their police and investigators with the power of the state operate independently, and that the prosecution service, the state charging people with offenses, are completely independent. There is a legislative and statutory shield around that which is demonstrably working." That echoes exactly what we just heard from the member from Timmins, James Bay. It also echoes, Madam Speaker, what we heard from communications that have been put out by the Director of Public Prosecutions. That very office has gone at pains and at length to reassure Canadians that they have not been influenced in this case, nor have they been influenced in any other case with respect to how they conduct prosecutions. A very critically important point to raise in the context of contemplations here by the members opposite about recalling Madame Roussel before the committee. In the end, what we heard at that committee was that the former Attorney General made the decision not to proceed. The law was followed every step of the way. And what we've also heard and what we know is that the rule of law has remained intact. Those are really critical points to be underscored at this juncture, Madam Speaker. I want to turn a bit to, because this was raised, I believe, from the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, and when he first raised this motion this afternoon, about this issue about appropriate versus inappropriate discussion points with respect to the remediation agreement regime. And I want to make sure, and I want to read this into the record, Madam Speaker, so that it's crystal clear for Canadians, that the remediation agreement regime, first of all, it exists in the Criminal Code. It is entrenched in the Criminal Code of Canada based on amendments that were made last year. The remediation agreement regime was studied at length on Canada-wide consultations. Following that study, it was proposed in legislation. That legislation was then studied by the Finance Committee at the House of Commons, the Justice Committee of the House of Commons, as well as a Senate committee. That remediation regime was then enacted into law and fully gazetted in an open and transparent manner to the public. As has been stated in different occasions in the context of debates we've been having over the past 5 or 6 weeks, the remediation agreement regime is a regime that exists in now 5 members of the G7. So those include the United States, Britain, France, Japan, and now Canada. And what we are doing by invoking a remediation agreement regime is harmonizing Canadian law with the laws of many other Western democratic nations, particularly many other Western democratic nations with whom we have trading relationships, which is an important point, Madam Speaker. But what is being misunderstood here is this notion of what does the remediation agreement concept invoke, or what does it involve, more specifically? Because there's been active discussions about whether the Prime Minister, in invoking the necessity and the propriety of discussing jobs and job impacts, is in fact appropriate or not. And the position of Her Majesty's official opposition is that, even articulated just earlier today, this afternoon, is that somehow that is inappropriate. So what I want to read into the record, Madam Speaker, just so it's absolutely crystal clear, because this is how you would conduct this matter if we were debating in a much more rigorous way in a court of law, you would actually look to the statute for guidance. So let's look at the statute for guidance. 715.31 of the Criminal Code of Canada says, and I'm reading, "The purpose of this part is to establish a remediation agreement regime that is applicable to organizations alleged to have committed an offense and that has the following objectives. And then it lists, I guess it's 6 objectives, Madam Speaker. The first is A, to denounce an organization's wrongdoing and the harm that the wrongdoing has caused to victims or to the community. So that's the first objective of a remediation regime. The second, sub B, is to hold the organization accountable for its wrongdoing through effective, proportionate, and dissuasive penalties. Again, an important point because much light has been made by members opposite about there's no accountability if a remediation agreement even enters the discussion points. The third, point C, and again I'm reading from the Criminal Code of Canada 715.31 sub C, is to contribute to respect for the law by imposing an obligation on the organization to put in place corrective measures and promote a compliance culture, clearly redressing the circumstances or the harm or the organizational capacity that allowed such a problem to occur. D, the fourth, is to encourage voluntary disclosure of the wrongdoing, to ensure that corporate actors, other actors, come forward on a voluntary basis. E, the fifth point for the remediation agreement regime, is to provide reparations for harm done to victims or to the community. Again, addressing the victims. We've heard repeatedly invocations about the harms that occurred in the context of SNC-Lavalin or other corporate actors in the context of remediation agreement regimes. What the regime itself talks about, the statute itself talks about, Madam Speaker, is ensuring that there are reparations for harm done to victims. That's important. But the last point is the most appropriate point because it addresses precisely what has been raised by the member for St. Albert Edmonton in his original comments, and it is that why are the government benches or the government members or the Prime Minister even talking about jobs? Well, here's why, Madam Speaker, and again, I'm reading 715.31 sub F of the Criminal Code of Canada. It says, quote, to reduce, the purpose of a remediation regime is, quote, to reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for persons, and then it says, for example, employees, customers, pensioners, and others who do not engage in the wrongdoing. So let me repeat that. The purpose of a remediation agreement is to reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for persons such as employees, customers, pensioners, and others who did not engage in the wrongdoing, comma, while holding responsible those individuals who did engage in that wrongdoing. End of the quote. So let me simplify that for the viewers, Madam Speaker. A remediation agreement is meant to ensure that people who make decisions at a corporation are held accountable because they committed the wrongdoing, and those that are on the front lines, people that work in the assembly lines, people that answer the phones, people that stock the water cooler, are not held responsible, nor are people that no longer even work at the company because they are pensioners. That's the point. That is the point of a remediation agreement, which is why it's been taken hold of in now 5 members of the G7, which is why it has been adopted into law in Canada, because it is important to always, the fundamental priority of any government is to keep their citizens safe, and secondly, to promote their economic stability and security. That is a critical component. These are important aspects, and they arise, and I raise them now today because it shows that concepts such as this need to be understood better, but we can already understand them better by looking at the committee track record thus far. It has been a robust one. They've heard from a number of witnesses, and that committee work is continuing as it should in a manner that has been forthright and transparent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Justice. He cited part of the applicable sections of a criminal code, but he neglected to mention the key one, which is under section 715.31 sub 3, that states that, quote, if the organization is alleged to have committed an offense under the Corruption of Foreign Public Officials Act, the prosecutor must not consider the national economic interest, unquote. So that is the applicable section. That is precisely what the Prime Minister sought to do, and it is why the OECD has sounded the alarm of concern. With respect to the factors that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary cited, those are factors that were pursuant to the legislation within the purview of the Director of Public Prosecutions. The Director of Public Prosecutions had looked at the facts and applied the law and made a decision not to intervene, and the Prime Minister refused to accept it. So what he did was try to do an end run to alter the course of justice, to obstruct justice. Now, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is that he stated that the former Attorney General has come to committee. Yes, that is true. But as the former Attorney General has stated, the order in Council is, quote, falls short of what is required, unquote. Why won't the government simply allow her to speak to all of the matters? Why won't the government let her speak?
Simple question.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I'm tabling the government's response to order paper questions 2149 to 2191.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member for St. Albert Edmonton for his contributions today and on all days, particularly at the Justice Committee. Though we don't often see eye to eye on matters of policy, I appreciate his robust contributions at the committee and in this chamber. In terms of the national economic interest, that's absolutely correct. There's a provision that is spoken about, and it is, as he, I think, accurately cited, it's 715.32 sub 3, factors not to consider. And it talks about the prosecutor must not consider the national economic interest, the potential effect on relations with a state other than Canada. And what is being targeted here by that phrase is considerations about dual nation relationships. In this context where there's an allegations that relate to bribery of a foreign official, you're not meant to consider the international relationship, or you're not meant to consider the economic interest of the particular source or destination country. This is made clear in actually Mr. Wernick's testimony before that very committee on 2 occasions. So it's a different actual aspect of the issue, but it's a valid point. It's a point that's rightfully raised by the member opposite. But what I would reiterate is that the purpose provisions outline not only the strict penalties, accountability, the strict admission of responsibility needs to be done, but also the fact that jobs and pensions concerns are perfectly legitimate. And secondly, I would just point out that he said again that the Prime Minister refused to accept something. That is actually incorrect insofar as the
member's answer is a bit long, and I do have other questions and comments, but maybe he could add it to the next answer. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, well, the entire speech gave us a very good example of everything that has been wrong with the Liberal defense. As though if they continue to talk about how great the deferred public prosecution was, we'll understand why the former Attorney General wasn't good enough at her job. Because she told them that this was a matter of law, that once the independent Director of Public Prosecutions determined that SNC-Lavalin was not eligible for a deferred prosecution agreement, that's when the interference began. And they're continuing this process today to continue to try and tell Canadians that it was perfectly acceptable because they had a law. The problem was the Director of Public Prosecutions decided that the law did not apply to SNC-Lavalin. That is the fundamental question. My honourable colleague said that no laws have been broken. Not yet. But the former Attorney General said she was pretty understood that she was being removed because she would not go along with the deferred public prosecution. She said the first order of business of the new Attorney General was the deferred public prosecution. He has promoted it. The Liberals continued to promote it. So I would ask my honourable colleague, are they still attempting now to go with the deferred public prosecution after the director has decided that it's not eligible? Because then that would be the clear reason why they removed the former Attorney General. If they're going to push this the deferred public prosecution, they will certainly be drawing the attention of the OECD and probably the RCMP for interference in the independence of the Public Prosecution Service.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So just to finish off, I think it responds both to members from St. Albert, Edmonton, and also the member for Timmins, James Bay. But the important point that needs to be clear for Canadians on the record is that it was stated that the Prime Minister refused to accept the position of the former Attorney General. That's categorically not the case. What the Prime Minister is, what the evidence has shown is that the Prime Minister indicated that the decision was for the former Attorney General to take, and that is what she said. It was confirmed in her own testimony. So that's an important point. But with respect to the member for Timmins, James Bay, he said that it's a matter of law, and this issue about what I want to clarify for the record is that directives have been done in terms of classes of litigation. and directives have occurred as recently for HIV non-disclosure and also for Indigenous litigation. Those directives have been issued even once litigation is already underway. And what I would reiterate for the people to understand, including the member opposite, is that decisions are made about prosecutions on an ongoing basis until a sentence is determined. That happens all the time in the to and fro of a courtroom process. By way of an example, Madam Speaker, an issue such as a criminal trial unfolds. If it's meant to be a 5-day trial, you're pursuing one type of sentence. As the evidence unfolds on the stand, decisions are made, agreements are struck to change penalties that are being sought, etc. This is a well-known feature of Canadian criminal law and has been for literally centuries. It is something that is well entrenched in terms of how prosecutions are handled. So I hope that helps to address the member for Timmins James Bay in terms of the notion of directives, what are directives and when are they applied.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to pick up on the comments because it's questions that I've posed to members opposite in regards to the idea that we have had this motion or this report for almost a year. I think it was last June or July that it was actually concurred in or brought to the House. And the Conservatives have chosen today, where we are supposed to be debating a very important piece of legislation dealing with child welfare, our system and reforms that has been much awaited for in regards to our Indigenous community. And if he could just provide his thoughts, maybe even try to read into why it is he believes that the Conservatives are moving this motion today of all days.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll confess to you that I do find this a little bit concerning that on a day we have the Minister of Indigenous Services in the House, we're meant to be addressing Bill C-92, something that the member from Timmins, James Bay, always advocates in this House with vigor, as he should, about Indigenous reconciliation, how fundamental it is as a priority. And instead of doing that, instead of working on how to get Indigenous children out of the child welfare system, back with their communities, ensuring that their language, culture, and customs are preserved. Instead, we are discussing a report that was tabled almost a year ago, which all members of the Justice Committee concurred in at the time, as a means of further elaborating the issue of SNC-Lavalin. I find that very concerning, Madam Speaker, in terms of the business of this chamber. People have been asked, what is the most fundamental, important priority? I would say to it again that it is the security of Canadians, is economic security, but the most fundamental relationship for any government of any stripe, has to be its relationship with Indigenous peoples. We have the opportunity this afternoon to get on with the important business of passing legislation that can be era-defining in terms of assisting children in Indigenous communities from coast to coast to coast. My position is that we should be getting on with that very issue.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is wrong. What we were supposed to be debating today in the House of Commons was the final supply day motion, but the government House Leader took away that final opposition day motion and moved it because this Liberal government was afraid to debate the fundamental rule of law issues that were associated with the SNC-Lavalin affair. So I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why is that government still preventing the former Attorney General from speaking?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to speculate about discussions of which I'm not party to with respect to government House leaders and the negotiations that take place. I'll confess, after 3.5 years, I still find it confusing as to what happens on any given day. That being said, we are talking today, right now, as we've been talking for several weeks now, about the rule of law and about important constitutional principles. I relish these kinds of discussions. But what I do think, and I will remain steadfast in this, is that on a day when we are meant to be addressing Indigenous reconciliation in a very meaningful and significant way, we should do just that.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured, as always, to rise and speak on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Victoria, British Columbia, which is a beautiful community somewhere west of Thunder Bay, I'm told. I would want to begin, Madam Speaker, with the fact that we are dealing with an ongoing crisis created by the Prime Minister through the interference of his office to help some very, very powerful corporate interests. the use of lobbyists, the use of very powerful people like Kevin Lynch, who could call the clerk of the Privy Council from his role as chair with SNC to say, we want the public prosecution to back off. That is not how the rule of law is supposed to be exercised in Canada, and that's the fundamental issue, that we've come full circle back to the worst of the cronyism of the Chrétien Martin days to who you know in the PMO. And this crisis of interfering in a bribery corruption scandal in Libya with SNC-Lavalin, who had been barred for 10 years by the World Bank for numerous consistent violations of the law in countries like Cambodia, allegations of Algeria, allegations in country after country that they were barred by the World Bank, a company who we are told used to make sure that their bribes were recorded so they could get tax deductions in Canada. A company that is very, very tied to this Prime Minister. And the issue before us today is the question of the interference by the Prime Minister's office to the Director of Public Prosecutions. And that undermines the rule of law. And so what has that meant? It has meant that we've had 5 former Attorney Generals from across Canada call on the RCMP for an investigation into what they call a constitutional crisis. Former Liberal Attorney General Michael Bryan said he had never seen interference as brazen, as reckless as this government's interference, creating that constitutional crisis. We have lost the former Attorney General from Cabinet. We have seen the resignation of the clerk of the Treasury Board, who spoke about her constitutional obligations to the people of Canada, and she had to step down because she had lost confidence in the Prime Minister. We have seen today the resignation of the clerk of the Privy Council. This is unprecedented in the history of Canada, that the clerk of the Privy Council has had to resign because what we saw from his testimony is that he'd become a clear political actor in working at the behest of the Prime Minister to interfere with the work of the Director of Public Prosecutions. The first day of testimony of the former Attorney General was very shocking to many Canadians because we never get to see how decisions are made behind the scenes. But when she said that the reasons that they were trying to interfere with the SNC prosecution was because, number one, there was a Quebec election coming. Number two, it was going to affect share prices. Number three, there was a board meeting, and they had to get back to the chair of the board as quickly as possible to reassure them. None of these are reasons for a public prosecution in a credible country to stop and back off. We also, though, saw the really shocking testimony from the former Attorney General that the Prime Minister himself said that he needed action because he was, quote, the MP for Papineau, that he was putting his own personal electoral interests ahead of the law of Canada. When she said that the Director of Public Prosecutions had determined that SNC was not eligible for the deferred public prosecution agreement that had been handwritten for SNC and slipped into an omnibus bill, and even though it had been handwritten for SNC, they still were not eligible for it. That we had the clerk of the Privy Council, we had Matthew Bouchard, we had Elder Marquez reach out to her to say they wanted to do an informal reach around to talk to the Director of Public Prosecutions. That is an interference and obstruction in the rule of law. That was done from the Prime Minister's office with the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Jerry Butts, telling the former Attorney General, and she was warning him about interference, and he said, we don't get through this without interference. And that he didn't like a law because it was a Stephen Harper law, and I've been on the record many times, I don't think I like very much that Stephen Harper did. But when a law is the law is the law. If you don't like the law, you repeal the law. You don't go around behind the scenes because you're trying to help Liberal friends. That is undermining the rule of law. And then we have Katie Telford, who's still in the Prime Minister's office, who told the former Attorney General's staff that they weren't interested in legalities. How can you run a government when the key people around the Prime Minister don't give a darn about the rule of law? And the former Attorney General said that when she met with Michael Wernick, who resigned today, and I think it was good for the people of Canada that Mr. Wernick resigned because he had become a political player, he'd become a political actor, and he compromised his role. But I had asked the former Attorney General in that December 19th meeting, did he threaten you? She responded, he did not threaten me once, he threatened me 3 times. And I asked Mr. Wernick the nature of those threats. And he said he couldn't remember, he wasn't wearing a wire. We're talking about the government of Canada, not a Sopranos episode. And this is all swirling around the Prime Minister's office, a belief that I still see today from them. They don't understand why people are upset. Like helping Liberal friends is how they do business. If you have to break the law, well, that's how it's done. They don't seem to get the fact that they have damaged their credibility, even to the point that the OECD anti-bribery unit is now investigating Canada. Because it's not just a black mark for the Prime Minister's credibility, it is a black mark for Canada. That we can have a company be charged internationally with bribery and corruption and paying for prostitutes for Gaddafi's son and building prisons and being involved in that whole torture regime. But all they have to do is come back and call into the Prime Minister's office and they'll make it go away. So no wonder the OECD said that to them all the alarm bells are sounding. And I would say for Canadians, we should say that all the alarm bells are sounding. We have to do justice better than this in this country. We have to respect the independent role of the Public Prosecution Service. And we still see the Prime Minister's office is attempting to get around this. That the new Attorney General was put in, and the former Attorney General said his first order of business was going to be SNC-Lavalin. They're still talking about supposed new evidence that allows them to cut a deal to help their friends in SNC-Lavalin, despite the fact that this has completely damaged the Prime Minister's credibility on reconciliation, completely damaged his credibility as the so-called feminist Prime Minister, completely damaged his reputation on accountability, but he still has to deliver for the friends of the Liberal Party. That is the toxic, corrosive power of the 1%, and it's what's driving this Prime Minister's agenda into the ground. Madam Speaker, today the Prime Minister announced a solution to this crisis. He's ignored calls for an independent inquiry. What the Prime Minister sees as an independent inquiry is to find a Liberal who's out doing the hustings, raising cash for the Liberal Party, who was involved in an ad scam in the worst days of sponsorship, to bring someone back from the sponsorship scandal who's doing fundraising for the Liberal Party to look at whether or not they broke the law on the independence of the Public Prosecution Service to help Liberal friends. That is so politically toxic. You know, I almost feel we should call Jerry Butts back just to try and help the Prime Minister, the MP for Papineau, get out of this hole that he keeps digging. They don't seem to understand that if they keep going back to that toxic, partisan, liberal well, if they keep going back to that old sort of rum bottle politics with which they've run business on the banks of the Rideau for the last 150 years, if they keep going back to that toxic relationship of insider friends, it's going to continue to burn this Prime Minister. And I urge the Prime Minister to do the right thing, to let the former Attorney General speak, to remove all the hand puppets on the Justice Committee who are interfering, to stop hiding and to come clean with Canadians and tell us just how far is he willing to go in order to help his friends at SNC-Lavalin, even if it means undermining the rule of law in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Few inside this House are better at political rhetoric than the member opposite that just delivered his comments. You know, he tries to give so many false impressions. And if, in fact, the member wants to talk about who it is that this Prime Minister and this government has been standing up for through this process while respecting the law throughout, it is, in fact, the workers. Thousands of workers, individuals that are receiving pensions, those that are still working. Not only have we been continued to be focused, even since the very beginning, We have seen the unholy alliance of the NDP and the Conservatives have their political attack on the Prime Minister personally and other ministers consistently, Madam Speaker. Consistently, they do that. And now we have the member opposite once again ramping up the rhetoric when in fact there is a process that is being followed. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, and I would ask the member if he would not recognize that even the independent office of the Ethics Commissioner, who is looking into the matter, why not wait and see what he has to say as opposed to continuing to ramp up something that's just nowhere near as big of a story that he, in his imagination, has created.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I don't even know where to begin. The fact that the Ethics Commissioner is on long-term sickness and is unable to finish what is a very narrow inquiry, well, we'll put that to the side. The fact that the Liberals cared about jobs. Oh, my God, when Sears workers were having their pensions ripped off, they didn't care about them because they were looking after the family business. Morneau Chappelle. That's who they looked after. We never saw once in the testimony they were talking about jobs. They were talking about share prices. They were talking about the CEO's meeting. They were talking about where the headquarters was going to be. That's what they were talking about. And the fact, Madam Speaker, that we've had the President of the Treasury Board of this government resign because she's lost confidence over the ethics of this Prime Minister, the former Attorney General who's being silenced, the fact that the Clerk of the Privy Council has resigned, the fact that the OECD is investigating Canada for breaches of the Anti-Bribery Act, the fact that 5 former Attorney Generals are asking for an RCMP investigation. The Liberals think, hey, that's okay. That's business as usual because we're helping our friends. That's what got them thrown out under sponsorship, and if they continue, they're going to be going out the road again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
I thank the member for Timmins, James Bay. The Liberals have repeatedly stated that the Prime Minister conveyed to the former Attorney General that it was her decision and her decision alone to make. Gerald Butts, when he appeared before the Justice Committee, tried to sanitize the wrongdoing and misdeeds of the Prime Minister and his top officials by saying that all they were conveying to the former Attorney General was the need to get an outside opinion. Why would there be a need for an outside opinion unless the former Attorney General had made a decision and it was one that the Prime Minister didn't like? And so I was wondering if the member for Timmins, James Bay, could speak to that, because the evidence, based upon what the former Attorney General said and based upon the effort of Mr. Butts to try to sanitize the wrongdoing, confirms that there was a clear effort to alter the course of justice directed by the Prime Minister.
Exactly.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if you listen to Jerry Butts, this is all like an episode of Friends, right? If only they had talked, if only he'd been a bit more sensitive before she slammed the door, we never would have gotten into this. When she talked about the political interference in the independence of the public prosecution, and they kept saying to her, yeah, we don't like your answer, we'll find someone who can tell you, someone who's smarter. And then Katie Telford said, oh, we'll find some people to write some editorials. Well, they did. Once the Attorney General spoke up, they went and got Sheila Copps. I mean, like they gotta do better than this. Like, Jerry Butts cannot come to committee and claim that he's, he didn't know. He didn't know until she gave testimony that a decision had been made. That shows you what they think of independent, strong women in their own cabinet. If they say back off, if they say they've made a decision, they do it month after month, trying to push back. And we still see today that they're trying to say, well, we can just find someone else to agree with us. We will be able to actually still intervene and undermine the rule of law by changing the Director of Public Prosecution's role and telling her to back off. That's not acceptable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate following my friend from Timmins, James Bay, because I think he has channeled the anger that many Canadians certainly have. Today I come to this discussion more in sadness than in anything, and I'll explain why. I was at the committee that chose Kathleen Roussel as the Director of Public Prosecutions. As you may know, Madam Speaker, under Section 4 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, there is a ability, I think appropriately, for members of Parliament from all recognized political parties to be involved in the selection process, and I was very pleased to be part of the group that chose her for that role. I don't know her, but I have over the last couple of weeks acquired enormous respect for her integrity. And I think she's proven to Canadians that she was the right person for that job. And I raise that because technically, of course, this is a concurrence motion in respect of her appointment, and I want to say that. Also under her constituent statute, Section 10 allows for an Attorney General to take over a specific prosecution if he or she wishes, and Section 15 allows that as well at a later time. Now, if that is done, it has to be put in the Canada Gazette, and the Canadian public gets to know that it's been done. And I'm happy to say it's not been done, although there were efforts made at the highest level of this country to get that to be done. And to her everlasting credit, the former Attorney General said no. She said no because the buck stops with the Attorney General when it comes to decisions on criminal prosecution in our system. And even that's been constrained, as I said, by the Director of Public Prosecutions Act in the way that I've just described. I come in sadness today because the Liberals have been trying to change the channel on this story for months. They started saying there's nothing here, she's still in the cabinet, until she wasn't. Then it was a different story. Then it was Scott Bryson's fault. And then it was there's nothing to see here. I don't even know where the bouncing ball stops. But Canadians have to have serious concerns about this issue. Our well-respected President of the Treasury Board left the employ of the Canadian public and said, in doing so, sadly, I have lost confidence in how the government has dealt with this matter and how it has responded to the issue raised. And she talks of the ethical responsibilities and constitutional obligations that she has as a member of Cabinet. Any Canadian who watched the testimony of the former Attorney General would know, because of the way in which she spoke and the clarity of her testimony, that she was telling the truth. She wants to come back and tell the remainder of her story. The government will not let her do that. Tomorrow we have another meeting of the Justice Committee. We will see whether the government changes its mind and allows that to happen, notwithstanding two previous efforts, motions this government, through the Liberal majority, chose to squash. This is about the rule of law. That's part of our Constitution. It's in the preamble to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Madam Speaker. Does this government care? They're changing the channel again. And this is where the sadness I started my speech with comes to bear. I have known Anne McClellan for many years. We taught constitutional law at the same time at different universities. She was an extraordinary academic. She was an excellent minister. I have great respect for her work on the cannabis report as well, which of course was unanimously, all of its recommendations were implemented. Why she would let herself get into this charade saddens me greatly, because it's another example of changing the channel. You see, she's now going to study about whether the Attorney General should be no longer a member of the Cabinet. But she's a partisan Liberal. Nothing wrong with that. But how can Canadians have any confidence that our rule of law principles are going to be maintained? She's not presumably going to talk about whether Jody Wilson-Raybould, the former Attorney General, was fired from her role because the Prime Minister didn't like that she stood up and did her job. We don't know, because the Prime Minister won't let us know, won't let her testify. And I don't think that Anne McClellan talented though she is, and competent and ethical as she is going to be given that mandate. And therefore, they're turning this into an academic law reform question rather than the central question Canadians are anxious to hear about. And when I say anxious to hear about, Madam Speaker, I was in a village called Whitsett in northwest British Columbia on the weekend with many leaders of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. I cannot tell you how many people in this feast came up to me and thanked me for the work we did in the Justice Committee when the former Attorney General testified. Boy, were they watching, and boy, are they angry at this government. So I come at this more with sadness that they think they can get away with this. They can use Anne McClellan to change the channel. It saddens me that they think they can get away with this. And I say I'm sad as well for another reason. I've had the honor of serving with my colleague from Edmonton St. Albert on a committee where we've produced unanimous reports consistently. It's been an excellent committee, and I've publicly praised the chair for the way in which he's run our committee meetings. But that all changed dramatically when we got carriage of this hot potato issue. And we saw a whole bunch of new Liberals that, quite frankly, I've never met before. I couldn't pick out of a lineup. They brought them in. I had to, who are these people? And all of a sudden, they vote en bloc. It looked to me that they were voting as they were told by someone else. But we get the Prime Minister as recently as this afternoon. We must let the committee do its job, as if they had any independent role yet to play. Watch it, Canadians. Watch this process. Watch this charade. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't because we're going to do it in camera tomorrow. And all of us will be watching whether the motion that I have put forward on the order paper would be allowed, to allow her to come and testify again. And although it's an in-camera meeting, I think we'll find out very clearly what the answer is. So my point is this. The Prime Minister said, we have the Ethics Commissioner, don't worry. He'll come to the rescue, even though his mandate doesn't have anything at all to do with whether there was political interference in this issue. It has to do with private interest, which is economic in nature. Then they say, don't worry, the Justice Committee will do its job. Well, watch TV and see how they're doing that job. And I dare any Canadian to conclude that the fix isn't in on that committee, which I'm very sad to say. And then the last version the Prime Minister used today was the sub judice rule. Well, I invite anybody to read the decision of the federal court where they laughed SNC-Lavalin out of court in an absolutely staggering way to say that this notion that we can interfere legally in a court with the discretion of the Director of Public Prosecution, there's no way that could be done, the court made clear. And a slapdown would be a light way of describing. But the Prime Minister tells us, well, we have these sub judice rules. It's before the court. Well, if that case is appealed, it'll be even more of a joke than what happened at federal court. And I invite Canadians to read the decision of Madam Justice Kane. Don't take my word for it. And if they appeal to keep it before the courts, that would be even more scandalous. And then there's a simple fraud case in Montreal, as if that has anything to do with the work we're doing here. So all three excuses are completely bogus. That the Justice Committee will get to the bottom of it, wrong. That the Conflict Commissioner will deal with this, wrong. And that it's sub judice, essentially wrong. We have to have a public inquiry into this. I'm sad to say the Justice Committee is completely debased. I'm so sad to be telling you that because I was so proud to be on that committee. They're not going to get to the bottom of it. Watch TV and see what they did. Watch what the member did at the emergency debate last Friday, the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, who stood up and simply said, I move adjournment, non-debatable, home we go, 15 minutes, great expense to the taxpayers to bring people there from different parts of the country for what? Because it's supposed to be coming up tomorrow, I'm told. Well, Madam Speaker, the eyes of the nation will be on that committee tomorrow. We will see whether the Liberals are prepared to let the former Attorney General be unmuzzled and let her tell her truth. Let other people like Michael Wernick come back. We'll see whether the Liberals are going to allow that to happen. And if they don't, we will know how they feel about the rule of law in our country.
Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
3 quick clarifications and then a question. The sub judice rule applies to two ongoing matters in respect to SNC-Lavalin. The judicial review, which the member opposite just mentioned, but also the actual basic prosecution. Second point is that he's asked about whether the rule of law. This statement that we have, because we're talking now about a motion about the DPP head, Kathleen Roussel, the statement from her office is, quote, prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration, end quote. That's Kathleen Roussel's office. The statement that we have about the rule of law from the former Attorney General herself is, quote, at committee, I do not want members of this committee or Canadians to think that the integrity of our institutions is somehow evaporated. The integrity of our justice system, the integrity of the DPP and prosecutors is intact, end quote. Those are the three clarifications. And what I would say is that the member invoked the Indigenous leaders he just met with during the Constituency Week. The member for Timmins, James Bay, has participated in this debate as well, a strong advocate for Indigenous reconciliation. Do those two members believe that it would be better served for those Canadians to be addressing C-92 and child welfare legislation that will address Indigenous reconciliation in a meaningful way, rather than raising this issue, which is debating a report that was tabled not in June of 2018, in June of 2017?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Actually, I did point out the basic fraud prosecution in Montreal, and along with the judicial review. It's a simple fraud case, which has nothing to do, I would argue, with what we're doing here in Ottawa. Secondly, the DPP head indeed said that there'd never been any successful interference, and they're holding out that as a virtue, where Katie Telford is alleged to have said by Jessica Prince that the time has passed for legalities, and Mr. Butts is quoted as saying that there's no solution without interference. Those were the words that she said. So we're supposed to take that as a good thing about the rule of law. And what about the fact that our former Treasury Board member resigned and talked about constitutional principles and ethics? Are we to forget that conveniently as well? Madam Speaker, I would love to be talking about Indigenous issues in this House. I would dearly love to be doing that. But a principle like rule of law is at stake. I make no apologies for talking about that every day we can.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Victoria. And he's absolutely right that over the last 3.5 years, we have worked well together as a committee on a personal basis, and it has really been sad to watch these Liberals on this matter, who have at every opportunity blocked and obstructed the ability of the committee to do its work to the degree that they believe that they can get away with it. And in one of the saddest moments in the last 3.5 years, we saw that last week when a temporary member of the committee came in and shut down debate, and they all walked out the back door, afraid to face the cameras because they don't have the guts to make arguments in public about why Jody Wilson-Raybould, the former Attorney General, should not be called back to committee. Mr. Butts went on at great length about the circumstances surrounding the former Attorney General being removed from cabinet, yet the Prime Minister continues to silence the former Attorney General to speak about those matters. So as a matter of fundamental fairness, is it not imperative that the former Attorney General come back to committee?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Edmonton, St. Albert, for his excellent question and for his service on the committee. He's been a very effective member. I was also ashamed to observe that motion from the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell, who, to my knowledge, has never been on the committee in the 3.5 years I've served there, who came in and basically was given the job to be the fixer, the hammer, and everybody apparently walked out the back door. They were afraid to face the public, afraid to face the music. And there's a fairness question to which he alluded that I also want to address. There were some very serious things said by the former Attorney General about one of the most senior people in the Prime Minister's office, whose name is Katie Telford. The allegation made, again, it's hearsay, was by Jessica Prince, the Chief of Staff to the former Minister, who alleged that she had said that the time for legalities is over. Now, those are serious, serious things that were said. We need, in fairness to her, to give her the opportunity to come and tell her story as well. Hearsay shouldn't be enough in these circumstances.
Resuming debate, The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I often will stand in my place and I'll talk about what a wonderful privilege it is to be able to speak on a particular issue. When we talk about legislation, whether it's government business, private members' business, resolutions, motions of the day. Today, I'm feeling a little bit different. I'm feeling somewhat discouraged. And I'm feeling somewhat discouraged, Mr. Speaker, because I know what it is we were supposed to be talking about today and how critically important that debate was supposed to be for all Canadians, but in particular Indigenous people and literally hundreds of children that live in Winnipeg North that are in foster care. To get an appreciation of it, Mr. Speaker, the province of Manitoba has well over 10,000 children that are in foster care. A vast majority of them are of Indigenous heritage, Mr. Speaker. And for me, this was really important legislation. Very important legislation. It was providing hope for communities across this country. In fact, during the break, I had a wonderful discussion with Sharon Redsky about the potential of this legislation that we were supposed to be debating today. But the Conservatives, or what I refer to the unholy alliance between the Conservatives and the New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, have decided to change the channel. They don't want to talk about reconciliation and the importance of that legislation, and they know it was on the order paper today. Instead, they want to continue the debate on an issue that has been debated extensively, Mr. Speaker. And what did they do? What did the opposition do in order to bring forward the debate that we're having today? Well, they didn't really give it too much thought. A concurrence on a report, even when I was in opposition, and I was in opposition for many years, that's a give me, Mr. Speaker. You know what the opposition did and what we're debating today? Is they actually, no doubt, went through all these different possibilities. What kind of report can we bring in today to try to throw the government off track? And they chose a report that was brought in back in June, not 2018, but June 2017, Mr. Speaker. That's the report that's been sitting, collecting dust, and that's the report that they've chosen. There's many reports that they could have chosen, Mr. Speaker, but that's the one that they want to zero in on in order to try to frustrate the government so that we wouldn't be able to talk about what's important to Canadians. And this is not the first time that they've done that, Mr. Speaker. This opposition continuously looks at ways to do two things: to attack the persons of this cabinet and individuals within this government on a personal level, more often than not, it seems, Mr. Speaker, and then come up with ways in which they can filibuster or try to frustrate the government so that we cannot implement the type of good things, the agenda that we made to Canadians back in 2015. And today is an excellent example of that, Mr. Speaker. And for those that are following the debate, I will get right to the point on that debate shortly. But let me assure those individuals that are following the debate or watching what's taking place and the behavior of the unholy alliance between the New Democrats and the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, as much as they want to focus inside the gutter in many ways, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be focused on Canadians from coast to coast to coast and ensuring that we're bringing forward progressive legislation, we're bringing forward budget bills and plans that are in the best interests of Canadians. And we know it's in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because we are working with Canadians day in and day out.
In fact, we have a Prime Minister that has ensured that there's a higher level of transparency and accountability, second to no other, especially when you compare to Stephen Harper. And, there's a lot of irony there, Mr. Speaker. They talk, and I'll go into some specific quotes, but they talk about the importance of rule of law and the importance of things like the Charter. Really? When I was in opposition, do you remember Mr. Naden and the attempt by Stephen Harper to get him onto the Supreme Court?
101 Harper scandals.
Recently there was something that was posted that I had seen on Facebook as I was posting something, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was like 101 Harper scandals. You want to get a sense of violations of independence of our court system and government of the day? Look at Stephen Harper and his performance, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely nothing, I believe, has gone wrong here. The Prime Minister and this government has done its job, Mr. Speaker, and I will go through that. But I want to assure that no matter what sort of frustration that the opposition works together to come up with in order to prevent this government from presenting good legislation and positive budgetary measures, that we will continue to represent and argue and debate what we believe is important to everyday Canadians that are trying to make it, Mr. Speaker. Canada's middle class, those that are trying to be a part of the middle class, and those that are in need, Mr. Speaker, all of which are priority one to this government. And we are not going to be sidetracked by an opposition that has one focus and one focus alone, Mr. Speaker. And that is why they reached back, not 12 months, 18 months, 19, June, however number of months it is, Mr. Speaker, June of 2017, when the item that we're debating right now was actually brought forward. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues across the way later on today will reflect in terms of what it is that we could have been debating. I made reference to the 11,000 children in my home province of Manitoba. There are thousands of children all over our country that are in need of seeing this sort of progressive legislation pass, C-92, and I would hope that we will have a bit better sense of an opposition jointly working together to ensure that this legislation actually is able to be passed, even though, Mr. Speaker, they want to change or maintain, or whatever it is that you want to call it, their focus on attacks with respect to the government. And that's, in part, as I say, I've been in opposition. I can appreciate that in opposition you want to look at ways and hold the government accountable. And there could be some merit. I've listened to a lot of the debate. I would like to go over some of the things that I picked up from the committee meetings, Mr. Speaker. It was interesting, to say the very least, some of the comments that I had heard. In particular, Mr. Wernick. Mr. Wernick was Canada's top civil servant. There was no one higher than Mr. Wernick within the Canadian Civil Service. And as the Conservatives implied that is scary in the member's comment, realize that this professional civil servant actually worked with Stephen Harper too. So it's not one political party. This is an individual that has committed his life, over 30 years I understand, in serving Canadians. And he did come to committee and he made presentation at committee. And when he looked at the matter as a whole, it was his conclusion, and I'll quote, "It is my conclusion and my assertion, based on all the information I have, that there was no inappropriate pressure on the Minister of Justice in this matter." I really thought it was interesting listening to the former Minister of Justice on two questions that really caught my interest. The member from Edmonton Centre had posed the question to the former Attorney General. Did the Prime Minister ever direct you to enter into a remediation agreement with SNC Lavalin? The former minister was very clear. No. Now, if you listen to the Conservatives and the New Democrats, you would think that the Prime Minister was in her office every day of the year telling her to interject. But using her own very simple word, very simple question, no. You know, the leader of the Green Party posed the question to the former minister, do you believe the pressure contravened the criminal code? What did she respond? Quote, I do not believe that. Pretty straightforward stuff, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's many quotes that are inside those committee meetings. And I would encourage members to do a little bit of research on some of those quotes. And what you will find, Mr. Speaker, I believe, is at the end of the day that there is nothing that has taken place that could not be defended in any sort of a public meeting, and I would welcome members opposite to come into Winnipeg North. If they're so bold and they feel that they're so righteous on this particular issue, I would love to host any one of them in the riding of Winnipeg North to deal with this issue. But let me warn you, every Saturday I go to a local restaurant, and I've had maybe 2, possibly I might have forgotten 3, and some days I'll get 30 plus people coming to see me at that restaurant, Mr. Speaker. I've only had 2 that I can recall offhand, and one of them was actually very favorable. The other one expressed concerns. He expressed concerns, and I said to him, well, it sounds like you might be listening to what the official opposition is talking about. Maybe you're on an email list or something of this nature. And he kind of laughed about it. Now he's come back since, Mr. Speaker, and we've changed topics. Why? Because I suspect that he understands that maybe that the Conservative Party, and I give them full credit, Mr. Speaker, they're good at opposition. They're very good in opposition. And I wish them many, many more years of opposition, Mr. Speaker.
And that's where they're going to stay.
At the end of the day, if you come to join me at that local restaurant, McDonald's, Mr. Speaker, if you join me there, you will find that what people are talking about in my area is immigration, the economy, and all sorts of other personal matters.
Housing.
People aren't talking about NSC, at least not at that local area, Mr. Speaker. I might have had, hard to say, maybe 10, 12 that could be verifiable in terms of emails that were coming from my riding of Winnipeg North on the issue. But if I compare that to other agenda items, what people want us to be debating inside this House is what's important to Canadians. The Prime Minister stood in his place. The Prime Minister stood in his place, and he said, Mr. Speaker, today, over 900,000 jobs by working with Canadians in different regions, in all regions of our country. I'll compare our efforts to the Prime Minister's, or the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, any day of the week.
Any day.
Any day, Mr. Speaker.
Any minute.
Even when it comes to the rule of law and charter. This is the party that brought in the Charter of Rights, Mr. Speaker. We're the ones that brought the Constitution home to Canada. We don't need lessons from a opposition party when they were in government try to put in a Supreme Court judge that ultimately had to be taken away because of the Prime Minister's interference, at least in good part, Mr. Speaker. Seriously? Do we need to take lessons from a government that had so much lack of respect for our charter that they often brought in legislation that violated the charter, Mr. Speaker? That when the Supreme Court made decisions that they were found lacking in bringing in the legislation required to make amendments that were necessary? That's some of the first legislation that we had to bring in as a government, was because of the Conservatives' unwillingness to respect the decisions of our Supreme Court. Shameful. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Conservatives and their unholy alliance brethren from the NDP will stand up and they will talk about SNC. And I believe that one of the biggest motivating reasons for them to do so is because they have nothing else that they really want to talk about. Because if you take a look at the last 3.5 years, what you will see is a government that has consistently delivered from coast to coast to coast on a wide swathe of ideas and plans and programs that has seen the generation of assisted in the generation of well over 900,000 jobs. That has lifted thousands of children out of poverty. That has lifted thousands of seniors out of poverty. That is providing hope for many that didn't have hope before, Mr. Speaker. That has implemented a national housing strategy that's going to make a difference not only today but into the future. That has implemented an infrastructure program that's going to build a stronger and healthier infrastructure across Canada, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things in which this government has been doing for the last 3.5 years. And you know what? The NDP and the Conservatives, they realize that. And that's one of the reasons why today it's SNC. You know, they will always come up with something that is personal. And we see that in their questions. We see that in their actions. You know, as opposed to debating good, solid legislation, Mr. Speaker, and this is just one example of it. You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if the NDP and the Conservatives were to reflect, yes, the unholy alliance, members are catching it, Mr. Speaker, across the way.
Catching on, finally.
It takes a little while, but if you repeat it every so often, it will sink in at times. That alliance, Mr. Speaker, needs to recognize that there are many opportunities that you can actually get engaged. I look forward to the budget tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that Canadians are going to see a lot of good stuff in that budget, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that they focus on the budget. That matters to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. With my 20-plus years of opposition experience, let me give a free advice. Give some time and focus on the budget. Give some time and focus on the legislation. Even opposition members can get credit if they start focusing on Canadians and what people really want to see happening. We can share in some of that credit, Mr. Speaker. If things are going well, there's nothing wrong with talking about good ideas going into the next election. You know, you do not have to take the old Stephen Harper approach to election campaigns. Get out of the gutter. Mr. Speaker, there is a better way in terms of communicating to Canadians a positive message. A message that will continue to provide hope where there is no hope often. A message that will enable us to have a sense that the national government really does care. That we can, in fact, work with other jurisdictions in Canada and make a difference. And there's examples of that, Mr. Speaker. As opposed to debating what it is that they want to debate today, why not talk about the agreement between the Canada Pension Plan and the different provinces? Why not talk about the price on pollution and how Canadians are going to benefit by that? Why not the Conservatives share our importance of many of the different policy announcements? You know, the people and the government House Leader, member from Waterloo, who I know is very proud member from Waterloo, consistently talks about the positive things, Mr. Speaker, that we are able to do, and I'll bet you that her constituents understand and appreciate it when we actually work with Canadians, bring ideas back to us, and then are able to incorporate those thoughts into debate, whether it's inside this beautiful chamber or in our committee rooms. And I ran out of time. I was hoping to speak about committees. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would move that debate be adjourned.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
I do look to your guidance, Mr. Speaker, and clarification. It did appear that the member's time had expired prior to him moving the motion, and I would seek your clarification as to whether that was in fact the case and whether that would make the motion eligible to be reseated.
Normally what happens is the Speaker uses his judgment on when to end, and I think if you'll check it, I'm in the middle of answering a point of order. I'll come to the honourable member for Carleton when I'm done answering my question. Normally, what I do as a speaker is when the speaker or the person who is speaking is in the middle of a sentence, I'll usually let them finish. And he was a little bit over, but he was not unreasonably over. So technically, yes, but I think the way I've interpreted it and applied it is that I let the person finish their statement. And he did not go say if it was a minute over. I think the honourable member for Perth Wellington would have a very good point, but it was a matter of seconds. The honourable member for Carleton has a point of order.
Yes, point of order, Mr. Speaker. As you know, members of the House of Commons are given the freedom to express themselves on all matters of debate. Now we have the member seeking adjournment on a discussion before all members have had the opportunity to speak. Tomorrow, the Justice Committee will discuss whether we bring back the former Attorney General to examine the fullness of her testimony. Canadians are going to be watching carefully to see if the Prime Minister covers it up or lets her speak.
Let's debate. A point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I had been listening with great interest to my honourable colleague, and I was pretty sure he was over the line. However, in deference to my incredible respect for the Speaker, I will recognize the fact that even though the goal light had sounded, even though he should not have been able to even get close to the net with that shot that he did, but out of respect to the Speaker, that the New Democrats will certainly take under advisement all your wise counsel that you give this House.
Thank you. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moved that the debate be now adjourned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that the debate be now adjourned. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Ms.
North.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Retenzi.
Mr. Kenzie.
Mr. Javneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Serwitz.
Ms. Serwitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Assassin.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascree Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mashku Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Miss Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bender.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Green. Okay. Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Ms. May Sanish-Golf-Allen.
Ms. May Sanish-Golf-Allens.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aldous.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jennerer.
Mr. Jennerer.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Oh, excusez. Correction. Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Non, Madame Gill. Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 194, 194. Nays contre 84, 44.
Declare the motion carried. Motions. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans that, during its consideration of Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins, the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear testimony from interested parties, and that the necessary staff to accompany the committee, provided that the travel does not exceed 15 sitting days. Debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton. Debate. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf-Islands is rising on debate.
Any effort, Mr. Speaker, to go on traveling, pursuing Bill S-203 is a transparent attempt to kill the bill. We went through years of hearings in the Senate. This bill is now before the committee. We hope for its speedy passage so that Canadians can celebrate this House coming together to do something for animal welfare by ensuring that these sentient creatures, these cetaceans, are no longer tortured by being kept in captivity. So the permission to travel across the country is, again, a transparent attempt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I remind the Honourable House Leader that banging on the desk is not permitted. The Minister of Public Safety seems to be surprised at that. But, all members would do well to remember that. Order. Resuming debate. Resuming. Is the House ready for the question? Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved. Order. that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans that during its consideration of Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins, the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear a testimony from interested parties. Shall I dispense? Is it? Which is it? Jeez. Okay. During its consideration of Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins, the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear testimony from interested parties, and that the necessary staff to accompany the committee, provided that the travel does not exceed 15 sitting days. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Calling the members.
has been deferred until 3:55 tomorrow. Routine proceedings. Okay, there's nobody presenting. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from my constituents in my riding of Wellington Halton Hills to the government on the issue of climate change, and they ask the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to increase the targets for Canada's greenhouse gas reductions and to charge an annual carbon fee increase to a more aggressive rate.
Presenting, I just want to remind everyone, order. I just want to remind everyone that we're presenting petitions, so we want to hear what the petitions and what the constituents have to say across Canada, so we'll just try to keep it to a minimum. The honourable member to Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. They are, however, on the same subject, so I will just read the one to you. Forgive me, my glasses here. The petitioners are asking to draw our attention to the international trafficking in organs taken from people without their consent. And they ask that we support Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and also Bill S-240 in the Senate. Presumably they mean S-240 should that arrive here for us to vote upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
By hundreds of Canadians pointing out that 18 years ago the Chinese Communist Party started a violent and illegal persecution against Falun Gong due to its popularity and the fact that it was not controlled by the state. So these petitioners are calling on the Canadian government to condemn the illegal arrest of the Canadian citizen for practicing Falun Gong, and they are calling for the immediate and unconditional release of Canadian citizen Ms. Kim Sun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Petition from constituents, and I will actually read the petition that is similar or the same as my colleague has introduced. And it's, we the undersigned residents of Canada draw attention to the House of Commons to the following. Whereas increasing concerns about international trafficking in human organs removed from victims without consent have not yet led to legal prohibition on Canadians traveling abroad to acquire or receive such organs. And whereas there are currently two bills before Parliament proposing to impede the trafficking of human organs obtained without consent as a result of a financial transaction. These are Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate. Therefore, we, the undersigned, urge the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation so as to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render them inadmissible to Canada, any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go on to petitions, I just want to remind the honourable members that when they are presenting a petition, it's not about reading the entire, but giving a synopsis in their own words. And so I'm sure the honourable members are very capable and they do a very good job normally. Petitions, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too will rise today to table a couple petitions from Canadians from coast to coast to coast that are concerned and are asking for the government of Canada to establish conscience protection for physicians and healthcare institutions. And I will too try to read it and best understand or put it forth. We, the understand residents of Canada, draw the attention to the House of the following: that coercion, intimidation, other forms of pressure intended to force physicians and health institutions to become parties in assisted suicide or euthanasia is a violation of the fundamental freedoms of conscience. Mr. Speaker, therefore, our petitioners call upon the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and health care institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners from my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands wish this House to consider the facts that women in this country are still paid less than men for work of equal value, that women are still suffering from a lack of equity, and they call on the House to enact legislation and policies to ensure pay equity and pay equality, and that women in Canada get equal treatment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had trouble catching your eye there for a moment. So my first petition is from petitioners in my riding. They're supporting Bill C-399, which is my private member's bill, offering more tax fairness for persons with disabilities. You know that 1.8 million Canadians suffer from a disability, so the petitioners are drawing attention of the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to this very important private member's bill. That's the first one. And the second petition is actually on the CPTPP. My petitioners here from my riding came a little bit too late to provide it to me, but it still is certified by journals. So I am tabling it on their behalf, and they're again asking Government of Canada to do everything possible in order to maximize the gain of Canadians in the CPTPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'm pleased to present a petition from Canadians very concerned about the lack of action on eye health and vision care, and they're calling on the government to commit to acknowledging eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue, and particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, children and seniors, diabetics, and Indigenous, through a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting a petition today in the House with regards to organ donation. There are times when people leave Canada and go to a country abroad in order to receive an organ that has been illegally harvested from another individual in that country. And we here on this side of the House feel that this should not be permitted, and that that individual who goes abroad to do that should face prosecution. So, Mr. Speaker, I am presenting a petition whereby members across this country believe the same.
I remind the Honourable Member for Lethbridge that presenting petitions is not a time to present one's own opinions in the House, simply to present a petition. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition from a number of residents in my riding of Oakville North Burlington that deals with the crisis of the Rohingya in Myanmar.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Sure. I proudly stand to present a petition to the government on natural health products. I think all of the members of this House have constituents who rely on natural health products as an affordable and low-risk means of dealing with their health, and many Canadians rely on non-Western and self-care products to maintain and improve their health. They note that natural health products are an important part of our overall healthcare system, but also that consumers have a right to know that their products are safe and properly labeled. So they're calling on this government to create a separate licensing category for self-care products to certify their safety and efficacy based on sound evidence and ensure that natural remedies remain accessible to all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too have a petition that seems to be quite a theme across the country about those that are very concerned about organs being taken without permission, in some cases under force, and those that go abroad to receive those organs. There's currently 2 pieces of legislation that would put an end to that, and my petitioners too would see that we would reflect that in this House as well too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. Caribou Prince George, sorry.
Apologize and resign. just kidding. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a petition from residents of my riding, and indeed Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast, that are calling on the Prime Minister to once again remove the attestation from the Summer Jobs Grant program. Mr. Speaker, I'll remind that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as a fundamental freedom. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our petitioners are calling upon Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief, and withdraw the attestation requirement for the applicants to the Summer Jobs Grant program. Thank you.
The Honourable brought to my attention the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, already presented a petition today, so he would, for do a second one, he would have to have the unanimous consent of the House. Is there unanimous consent? No, there's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition from constituents regarding their concern about the reprehensible international trade in organ harvesting, where very often individuals who are extrajudicially taken into custody and have organs removed for those traveling from Western nations to, in effect, buy those organs. These constituents are urging the Parliament of Canada to deal urgently with Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill C-240 in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'm dreaming that this would be the last time I rise to present a petition on the high-frequency train that should go through Trois-Rivières, and I hope that tomorrow, Budget Day, the thousands of people who have signed this petition finally have an answer from the Minister, because we know that this is a wonderful project. It reduces GHGs, develops the economy of regions, it develops tourism. There is no reason to not go ahead with this project, and that is why I'm supporting this petition. I might remind the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières that petition time is not the time to present one's personal opinions. It is simply a time to table the petitions.
For Richmond Centre.
Present a petition to establish conscience protection for physicians and healthcare institutions from different cities in BC. We, the undersigned residents of Canada, drew the attention of the House to the following: that coercion, intimidation, or other forms of pressure intended to force physicians and health institutions to become parties in assisted suicide for euthanasia is a violation of fundamental freedoms of conscience. That during testimony at the Special Joint Committee for Physicians Assisted Dying, witnesses stated that the protection of conscience should be included in the government's legislative response to Carter versus Canada AG, that the Canadian Medical Association confirmed that conscience protection for physicians would not affect assisted suicide or euthanasia because 30% of physicians, 24,000, will be willing to do it. That
I thank the member for Richmond Centre, but the idea is to present a summary of the petition, not the whole thing if it's extensive. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
And just like my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, I'm also tabling a petition on the National Framework for Action to Promote Eye Health and Vision Care. The petitioners are from Whitby, Lindsay, and Oshawa. They raise concern regarding the expected doubling over the next 20 years in vision loss of Canadians. They also talk about the emerging crisis in eye health and vision care, which affects all of Canada's population. However, it impacts children, seniors, and Indigenous people who are most vulnerable. And they also ask for a well-coordinated response involving governments, health professionals, non-government organizations, industry, and individuals working collaboratively to help in this front. And so Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time I table this type of petition, and I'm glad to table a petition on national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. Thank you.
For Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And clearly, with 2 weeks back home, there's a pent-up demand for petitions. But my petition is reflective of the many that also talked about the people traveling overseas and believing that we should move those 2 bills expeditiously through Parliament because that would help the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see such passion from Canadians bringing petitions to Parliament, Mr. Speaker. It shows the vibrancy of our parliamentary democracy. And my petition that I'd like to table is on behalf of several dozen Canadians from both Ontario and Alberta, specifically asking for financial advisors and professionals in that realm to have the ability to individually incorporate, like other professionals, within the financial services and professional sphere, Mr. Speaker. And this has been in consultation with Advocates, the Financial Advisors Association of Canada, and many of the other legal and regulatory issues that those professionals would like to bring respectfully, Mr. Speaker.
The time for presenting petitions has expired. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Questions 2153, 2156, 2163, 2167, 2169, 2170, 2171, and 2186. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question 2149 to 2152, question 2154, question 2155, question 2157 to 2162, question 2164 to 2166, question 2168, question 2172 to 2185, and question 2187 to 2191 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
The aforementioned questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I have notice of a request for emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to rise in the House to speak to the issue of this issue of vital importance. Today, I request that the House hold an emergency debate regarding the rise of white nationalism and far-right extremism in Canada and across the globe. 2 years ago, Canadians and especially Muslims were devastated by the news that an act of terror had been carried out at the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City. 6 innocent lives were stolen from us and 19 others were injured when a gunman indiscriminately opened fire at worshippers. For those impacted, the healing process has been a long, slow, and painful journey. They were shaken to the core, their city, their place of worship. These were places they believed to be safe and should have been able to believe that. We would learn that the motives behind this act of terror were hatred of Muslims in opposition to immigration and multiculturalism. We would find out that he was radicalized online with far-right extremist messaging. On March 15th, the healing journey for Quebec cities and for Canada's Muslim communities faced a significant setback. A horrific act of terror was carried out in New Zealand. A far-right white nationalist took the lives of 50 innocent people and injured 50 more. He too acted out of hatred and xenophobia targeted at Muslims. He too destroyed the sanctity of the places that people come to worship. In this case, it was the Al Noor Mosque and the Lingwood Islamic Center in Christchurch. We must address that since the Syrian refugee crisis there has been a troubling increase in anti-immigrant xenophobic rhetoric, acts, and policies that have been primarily targeted at Muslims by Western nations, has led to a significant growth in the popularity of far-right and nationalist political parties and the implementation of anti-immigrant and anti-refugee policies. As you may recall, you granted my request for an emergency debate on January 29, 2017. when the newly elected President of the United States, Donald Trump, in one of his first acts in office, enacted a discriminatory Muslim travel ban. So while the most recent events in New Zealand happened far from Canadian shores, we must recognize that Canada is not immune to this trend and the threat of white nationalism and far-right extremism. We must recognize that these events are linked. The name of the perpetrator of the Quebec City mosque shooting was etched on the weaponry used by the New Zealand shooter. Elected officials in this country have a duty to stand up and speak out against hate. We cannot continue to allow and implicitly support rhetoric and individuals that foster this hatred in our communities, online and abroad. Should you grant my request, it will allow parliamentarians to address the situation before us. We must determine a way forward that deals with these troubling trends and events. We cannot sit idly by and allow our neighbors to no longer feel safe in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member, for Vancouver East. Of course, I should point out to members that requests for emergency debate should be brief, and I do not find that it meets the strict requirements of the standing order. Comme il est 19h15.
It being 7:15, the House will now go to the deferred recorded division on the third reading of Bill C-83. Call in the members.
We're all here.
question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moved that Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Laujean, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Laujean, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Tobacco North.
Ms. Duncan de Tobacco North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Serres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratenzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendev.
Madame Mendev.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavez.
Mrs. Cesar Chavez.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascanos.
Fragascanos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam,
Mr. McKinnon,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahuta.
Mr. Hope.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Messery, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Vandenbell.
Mr. Whelan.
Mr. Whelan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Madame Bandayan.
Madame Bandayan.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Rampant. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. second.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kisteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastles.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Koch.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Ms. Bay Sanish-Goffallen.
Ms. May Sanish-Goffallen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried.
De ce projet de loi.
I encourage members to take their conversations into the hallways, and I'd ask members to assist me by saying shh. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, in November, I was alerted to two troubling cases where Syrian refugee families were targeted by the CRA with child Canada Child Benefit clawbacks. We have long known that the government failed to provide proper access to language training for the Syrian refugee cohort. We also know that the government struggled finding Syrian refugee families affordable long-term housing, that many families were moved around numerous times. As a result, many Syrian refugee families entered month 13 without having had access to the settlement services they needed to integrate into Canadian society as best as they could during their first year here. Despite all that, the CRA had apparently deemed it reasonable to target these families. In at least 2 instances, refugee families during the summer were given short timelines to respond to CRA demands to prove eligibility for the CCB. Despite it being the summer, one family had to prove their children were enrolled in school, a difficult task on a tight timeline when school is out. This was made more difficult by a lack of technical English knowledge. As a result, one family did not respond quickly enough, and the CRA billed them $27,000. Thankfully, the family's private sponsorship group found out and was able to help the family clear things up. This allowed the group to intervene in advance to prevent a second targeted family from being billed. The CRA has long been accused of only targeting so-called, quote, low-hanging fruit for audits and clawbacks, but this is, Mr. Speaker, a new low. The use of tax havens, tax law loopholes, and aggressive tax avoidance schemes result in fat cat CEOs and wealthy international corporations failing to pay their fair share every single year. The stock option loophole allows the wealthiest executives to drain over $1 billion from federal and provincial budgets. Federal and provincial governments lose an estimated $7.8 billion through wealthy corporations hiding their profits in offshore tax havens. The Paradise Papers and the Panama Papers provided compelling details of their aggressive tax avoidance while entrenched in Canada. Yet the CRA has done little to address the issues presented there. Instead, they go after refugee families. Whether it's ignoring the issues of aggressive tax avoidance by the wealthiest among us, paying billions for a 65-year-old leaky pipeline to bail out a Texas oil company, or putting backroom pressure on the former Attorney General to go easy on SNC, this Liberal government has made it abundantly clear whose side they're on: the rich, the powerful, the well-connected. They aren't here to make life better and more affordable for average, everyday Canadians. The Liberal government gave the CRA $1 billion to tackle tax fraud and avoidance, and this is how it is being spent. Budget 2019 gives this government one last chance to live up to its own rhetoric. Will the government use this opportunity to finally ensure that the wealthiest in this country pay their fair share, or will it be more of the same, where working class and middle class Canadians, including recently settled refugees, are targeted by the CRA to fund more corporate cash giveaways?
Hear, hear.
Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians receive the benefits and credits to which they are entitled. This commitment includes seeing that new Canadians have the information they require to understand the benefits and credits for which they may qualify, as well as their tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, the CRA is working hard to deliver services that make tax filing accessible and to ensure that the system is fair. You can appreciate, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that for newcomers to Canada, there's a lot to learn as they get settled in a new country. It is with this understanding that the CRA is part of a multi-departmental effort to provide information to refugees on tax filing and benefit entitlements upon their arrival in Canada. The CRA works closely with Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada to ensure that all benefit-related questions are answered, and also aims to quickly resolve any problematic cases that arise. I know some of the most rewarding work that we do in our constituency office is helping those who've been wrongfully denied benefits that they're owed. Mr. Speaker, the CRA's work doesn't stop here, though. It's important to ensure that newcomers know about the benefits that they may be eligible for. For example, the Canada Child Benefit, the Goods and Services Tax, Harmonized Sales Tax Credit, and provincial and territorial programs as well. But it's most important that newcomers understand that it's by filing their taxes, even in cases when they have no income, that they can access credits and benefits to which they may be eligible. This is why the CRA actively promotes the awareness of the benefits to newcomers through various information materials and in-person outreach activities. The Community Volunteer Income Tax Program is a CRA program that supports community organizations and their volunteers in hosting tax preparation clinics where modest income individuals, including newcomers, can have their taxes done for free. Indeed, we offer this service. One of my staff, Betty McDonald and Annie Ganesh, actually does this as part of the CRA volunteer program. The CRA has produced a number of promotional and informational materials for newcomers in various languages that are digital and paper-based. Designed to be accessible to a broad audience, these products include Newcomers Fact Sheets, Newcomers Promotional Card, Newcomers Poster, an 8-part video series titled Newcomers to Canada and the Canadian Tax System. Having the materials available is one thing, but making sure that the information reaches the people who need it is another. It's why the CRA works through Canada's vast immigrant services network, including outreach through national, provincial, regional, and community organizations to share products and information. Budget 2018 provided additional funding, Mr. Speaker, to the CRA to increase its outreach activities and the reach of the program I described earlier to help more vulnerable individuals access benefits and credits designed to support them. In addition to making sure people have access to the services that they need, the CRA is supportive of Canadians seeking to comply with their tax obligations, providing newcomers with information and in a multitude of languages to understand what's required of them and helps them settle into a new life in Canada. I'll note in particular, though it wasn't in my prepared remarks, the honourable member raised certain concerns about tax loopholes for wealthy corporations. We've put forward a number of measures, in particular in our last federal budget, to combat this very kind of activity, to ensure that our tax system is fair, helps those in need, and certainly make sure that those who are eligible for certain benefits receive them in a timely way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. But he misses the point. The point that I was raising is that CRA were targeting refugee families who lack the language capacity to respond quickly enough for the CRA to address the issues. They raised the issue in the middle of summer when their children were out of school and they were required to provide proof that their children are in school. For example, they have to go back and provide tenancy agreements to which they had to move multiple times to prove that they actually lived here in Canada. As an example, in a very tight timeline, no provisions were given to them to address these concerns. And even when the sponsor families, the sponsorship families would say, I am prepared to verify for these families that they are here in Canada, that they went to school here in Canada, the children did, and so on, and that wasn't good enough. That is the point, and that's what I'm calling on the government to address. Do not target these individuals in that way. They are already...
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, CRA has made significant changes to its services, including to the benefit validation program. To the member's point about people potentially being targeted and not responding in a quick enough way, the CRA has simplified its letters and expanded the list of eligible documents, and now is actually proactively communicating with those who don't even respond to the initial request. The fact is that there's a serious effort being made on the part of the CRA to ensure that those who are entitled to benefits know how to apply, know what they're entitled to, and in fact do receive those benefits. I canvassed a number of the programs during my initial remarks that CRA uses in an attempt to make sure that those who are entitled to the benefits receive them. This includes newcomers to Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to be rising during a German proceeding to follow up on a question that I asked way back in February 4th to the Minister of Finance, specifically on his plan to raise taxes and raise additional revenue to pay for the exorbitant spending that the Government of Canada has embarked on for the past 3.5, almost 4 years. I've been told many times it's better to ask 10 times than to go astray once, which is a Yiddish proverb. Members know I'm a great fan of Yiddish proverbs. So I'm going to be going back to the same well and asking the same question to the Parliamentary Secretary again, which is, with the series of spending mistakes we've seen from the government. Originally in 2019, Canadians were promised way back in 2015 there would be $1 billion surplus come 2019. We're on the cusp of a new federal budget being tabled tomorrow. It might be delayed a little bit. And I think Canadians, especially in my communities, want to know whether the budget will be balanced sometime in the near future. They've long realize that any promises made by a Liberal government are not promises that they intend to keep, and there's a repetition happening here. There's a series of policy mistakes that have happened that have cost the government dearly, and because they cost the government dearly, they're costing Canadian taxpayers dearly. One of the ones I want to highlight right now is the stress test introduced on first-time home buyers, introduced on new Canadians, introduced on actually anyone who is obtaining a mortgage as of 2018. And we know that mortgage origination is down 20% by young people. It's a policy mistake introduced by the Government of Canada, imposed on young people and imposed on first-time home buyers. We know that 50,000 Canadians were unable to purchase a home last year. 50,000 Canadians were forced to refinance with their lender. They could not move to a new lender because of decisions made by the Government of Canada. These types of policy mistakes accumulate. Policy mistakes like enforcing a carbon tax on provinces that do not want one. And we have an Alberta provincial election coming very soon where we fully expect the current government to be replaced by a common sense government, a government looking to reducing the cost of living on Canadians and Albertans specifically. And they know that just getting by is not enough. We want Canadians and Albertans, especially in my case, from my home province, to get ahead. So I'm going to ask again to the Parliamentary Secretary, what taxes are they expecting to raise tomorrow in the new federal budget? When will the budget balance itself? And how much more debt can we expect this government to burden future generations of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, while I'm always entertained by the honourable member's Yiddish proverbs that he works into his comments, I'm less entertained with the argument he puts forward. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of our government's mandate, we put people at the heart of our plan for economic growth for Canada. Since coming into the office, our government's invested in the things that actually matter to people like those I represent. These investments reflect the choice that Canadians made to invest wisely in strengthening the middle class and helping those who are working to join it. One of our first actions was to raise taxes on the wealthiest Canadians in order to cut taxes for the middle class, and I note that the entire Conservative caucus voted against that, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, over 9 million Canadians are benefiting from this tax cut today. We also introduced the Canada Child Benefit. Compared to the system, the old system of child benefits it replaced, it's simpler, it's more generous, and the targets are actually the benefits are targeted to those who need it most. Mr. Speaker, 9 out of 10 families are receiving more under this program than they did under the previous system. As a result of this tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, a typical middle-class family of 4 in Canada is receiving about $2,000 more in support today than they were in 2015. If we look at the Canada Child Benefit, in my riding and across Canada, the amongst families who receive the benefit, they receive on average $6,800 tax-free to help the high cost of raising kids. And this benefit amount is going to continue to rise with the cost of living since it's been indexed to inflation as of July of last year, 2 years earlier than we initially committed to. The fact is we have a plan to invest and strengthen the middle class and to grow our economy, and the results are showing that this plan's working. Our unemployment rate is at the lowest level that it's been in 40 years. Canada has been among the leaders in economic growth in the G7 in the last 3 years. And during this period, more than 900,000 people have a job today that didn't have one in 2015. This includes, Mr. Speaker, strong employment gains by women, with the pace of job gains for women in Canada more than doubling since November of 2015 compared to the previous 3-year period. Not only are there more jobs, but wages have increased, rising in 2018 at one of the fastest paces of growth seen in the past years. Coming tomorrow, if the Conservative Party doesn't seek to interfere with it with procedural gains, in 2019 budget, the government is going to unveil the next step in its plan to strengthen the middle class and to grow the economy, to give more people real and equal opportunities to succeed. That has been our mission from day one. It has not changed. And Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I failed to point out that despite the rhetoric built into the honourable member's question, when the Conservatives were last in government, over 10 years, they added $150 billion to that and saw the worst rate of economic growth since the Great Depression. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer some of the points the member brought up, that's not an answer. See, partially, it's exactly the same answer I got from the Minister of Finance. The first part of it, they promised a middle-income tax cut, conditioned on raising more revenue from the top 1%. Canada Revenue Agency statistics numbers show that, in fact, they lost $4.6 billion. They collected less money by increasing taxes on the top 1%. The middle-income tax cut, because of our progressive income tax system, actually gave a tax break to every single member of Parliament here, equivalent to around $800. But any Canadian earning $45,000 or less got zero. In fact, they got hit with the carbon tax. They got hit with higher payroll taxes and higher EI premiums. At the end of the day, they have less in their pockets. At the end of the month, they have less in their pockets, which is why I'm asking the question again. What taxes do they intend to raise tomorrow? What new revenue are they wanting to extract out of Canadian taxpayers?
Please, Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's question would be good if it actually relied on facts that had any sort of basis in truth. The fact is, families are better off today than they were 3 years ago. I know the honourable member has difficulty accepting that because he seems to prejudge any action that a Liberal government does. But the fact is, with the Canada Child Benefit, families are better off. With the Canada Workers Benefit, families are better off. And families living in poverty have access to our National Poverty Reduction Strategy, affordable housing, and a number of other measures. And I'm running out of time. I'd be happy to carry this conversation on when time allows.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in adjournment proceedings this evening to revisit a question that I put to the government on November 2nd of last year. At that point, Mr. Speaker, we were a month away from the opening of the 24th Conference of the Parties of the Framework Convention on Climate Change. I had hoped at that point, Mr. Speaker, that the very serious warnings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the 1.5-degree special report would result in the Government of Canada at long last yanking the Harper target under which this government still develops its inadequate planning for climate disaster, a target that is the weakest in the industrialized world. And I hoped that by looking at the IPCC report and its call for urgent action, its clear warning call that if we fail to hold global average temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase, if we failed to do that, we could be on the trajectory, the risks were high, of a trajectory towards runaway, unstoppable, irreversible climate disaster, a catastrophic impact that could, well, the end of civilization isn't even the worst. Extinction for humanity and other species on this planet with us is where we are headed if we go above 2 degrees to 3 degrees, 4 degrees, and so on. Now, we really don't have time to continue to talk about this, but just to finish the point about the IPCC report and what happened at COP24, I was horrified to attend COP24, where no country except Fiji and the Marshall Islands improved their targets. Young Greta Thunberg from Stockholm was there, and she looked at the delegates and asked if they had any intention of ever acting. And then she actually said, "I don't expect you to act. You've disappointed us for so many years." She said, "It's the children that are leading." And to quote her exactly, she said, "You don't even have the courage to tell it like it is, even that burden you leave to your children." So here we are months later, no change to Canada's climate target. We're still holding to Harper's target to extinction. And young Greta Thunberg, on the other hand, has mobilized, and on this Friday, March 15th, 2019, over 1.5 million children marched to demand that governments finally do what they've been procrastinating, politicians kicking it down the alley to the next government, maybe hoping someone else can pick up the challenge, or that no one will remember that they're responsible for doing nothing when the clarion call was clear. So we don't have, as some would take it, 12 years. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said we have to reduce by 45% below 2010 levels and do it by 2030. That doesn't mean we have 12 years. We only have now. And we don't have years. Let's take it in months. When the panel report came down on October 8th of last year, we had 144 months. We now have 139 months. The clock is ticking, and without action, we, in this place, as legislators all around the world, we will be culpable for bequeathing to our children an unlivable world. We must set legislated targets to cut fossil fuel use such that it's cut in half before the end of the next decade, that it's completely eliminated by the year 2050. And at the same time, we must ramp up efforts at adaptation. We must plant trees. We must plant gardens. We must do everything in our grasp, anything that's beyond our grasp, anything in our reach, because we, this generation, must not give up on our children.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as always, I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her passion for defending our environment. The fact is that we all see the very real impacts of climate change across our country. There's floods in New Brunswick, droughts and forest fires in the west, a melting Arctic, rising sea levels on the east coast where I'm from. And we understand the need to take action to ensure a sustainable planet for future generations. We understand the importance of limiting the temperature increase globally to 1.5 degrees, as examined in the IPCC report. That's why Canada supported this goal during the Paris Agreement negotiations and why we were one of the first countries to ratify the agreement. At the same time, the government was working to establish the Pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change to reduce our emissions in line with our Paris commitments. This was a landmark achievement, and the framework is the first climate change plan in Canada's history to include joint and individual commitments by provinces and territories to have been developed in consultation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. This plan will grow the economy while reducing pollution at the same time and building resilience to a changing climate. We know that pollution isn't free, and one aspect of our plan is to put a price on pollution. It's a central feature to it, but it's not the only thing that we're doing. This is going to be the most efficient way to reduce GHG emissions while maintaining a strong and growing economy. Putting a price on pollution in all jurisdictions in Canada in 2019, either through provincial and territorial systems adapted to their specific circumstances or through the application of the federal carbon pricing pollution system. We're making significant progress on implementing our plan, and it's starting to work. Our most recent emissions projections, published in December of last year, show a widespread decline in projected emissions across all economic sectors, reflecting the breadth and depth of the Pan-Canadian framework. When our plan is fully implemented, it's going to position Canada to meet the 2030 goal and to continue, importantly, to continue to achieve carbon pollution reductions well beyond 2030. I agree with the member that the time to act is now. We have to take this threat seriously. I note, Mr. Speaker, that this strategy, which focuses on meeting climate change objectives and enabling growth in the longer term, describes various pathways consistent with limiting global temperature increase to as little as possible by 2050 as called for in the Paris Agreement. The agreement calls for countries to routinely update its ambitions. We are working to ensure that we're doing all that we can as fast as we reasonably can to help prevent the dire circumstances that the member outlined in her question. The fact is our government is committed to working with all partners to tackle climate change. We understand the huge economic opportunity of clean growth, and we want to leave a cleaner and healthier planet for our kids. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, as someone who grew up in a different generation than many members of this House, it kills me when people throw up their hands and say that we can't do more, we can't do it. Mr. Speaker, we don't have an option. We are moving forward with a plan that's going to have a meaningful emissions reduction in our country. It's the right thing to do, and it's the smart thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It's neither right nor smart to deal with a climate emergency as though incremental half measures will cut it. Incremental half measures may be better than parties that want to do nothing. But when incremental half measures have the same impact as doing nothing, in other words, setting us on a trajectory above 2 degrees, above 3 degrees, above 4 degrees, if every country on Earth had Canada's target, and this has been studied by the scientific community, the world would go to 5.1 degrees Celsius. We are not leaders now. We could be. We are laggards now. And it's time for this government, with people of goodwill and good minds, like the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, who understands this issue well enough to know that half measures are just about as good as no measures. Incrementalism, procrastination, that era is over. What matters now is that we act and reduce emissions and end fossil fuel dependency.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I expect, Mr. Speaker, with the limited time, the honourable member and I may have to have follow-up conversations, as we often do. The fact is we're starting to make very serious progress in implementing our plan. To date, This includes the adoption of new legislation that provides the authority to implement the federal carbon pricing pollution system. It involves extensive engagement on the development of this federal system and confirmation of where it will apply and where the proceeds are going to be directed. But that's not the only thing we're doing. We've adopted new regulations to reduce methane emissions by 45%, and I benefit from the expertise of folks like Dr. David Risk at St. FX University to fully understand these myself. We're accelerating the phase-out of coal-fired electricity by more than 30 years, and we're looking to reduce emissions from heavy-duty vehicles. We've established a low-carbon economy fund. We're seeking to have, by 2030, 90% of our electricity in Canada generated from clean resources. Mr. Speaker, the fact is we know that this threat is serious. We are taking actions as quickly as we can to reduce emissions in an effective way, and we can get there together. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
The House is thus adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.